Actors don the robes of lies, singing the song of shepherds. When a dream shatters in a trap or fail when on the run, doomed to be exiled and buried over and over again. When decisions become blades, when lies dictate everything, only by reaching deep into mistake.
Will redemption come?
The truth is an endless sea of darkness, and humanity resides on an island known as ignorance. If I knew of the madness waiting beyond the door, I would have never gone on a voyage into the unknown.
I heard the scene was as tragic as the others.
The ancient texts point to the city of stars, Providence. And the shepherd I have yet to meet is long gone. That night, I had a dream. A new opportunity broke the deadlock. They heard my calls, the organization behind Halsey. I know now that they are not mad. They are searching, pathfinding, and calling to him. From then on, this recurring dream grew clearer every night. They truly understand my existence, and I yearn to be with them.
Years have passed, returning at last.
Under the endless darkness, the mountaintop ritual is our final call.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge.
pre-tournament analysis, club analysis, highlights. Find them all in Call of the Abyss 6 Global Finals Spectators Guide. Call of the Abyss 6 Global Finals is here. The group stage is from April 7th to April 18th, and the playoff will be from April 30th to May 3rd. This video will take you on a journey for the prediction from the group stages highlights. The top clubs from all 6 tournament regions are ready for battle. Club GG, Club Wolves, Club ACT, Club Doe 5, Club WBG, Club FPXZQ, Club RB, Club GR, and Club GW from mainland China will be meeting at the venue in Guangzhou, China for the group stages. Clubs advancing from other regions will be traveling to the venue in Tokyo, Japan to compete, including Club Zeta, Club SC, Club AXZ, Club FL, and Club RC from Japan, Club B4U and Club OM from NAEU, Club GH and Club ZT from Southeast Asia, Club MS from the Republic of Korea, and Club RD from HKNMO and TW. The clubs from mainland China and Japan are professional clubs, and all other clubs in COA 6 are privately organized non-professional clubs. These 20 top classes from all over the world will be coming together to compete for the championship in the annual Call of the Abyss. The group stage of this year's COA will be based on the group points system. 20 clubs will be divided into 4 groups, with each group consisting of 5 clubs competing in round-robin matches. The clubs will be the most points in each group will advance directly into the top 8 of the playoffs. The second and third ranked clubs will advance to the top 12 of the playoffs, and the remaining 2 clubs will be ending their journey and be eliminated. The following is an analysis of the group stage based on the draw. Firstly, we have Group A. Group A consists of Club RC, Club FBXZQ, Club GW, Club B4U, and Club GG. Club RC is a professional club from Japan. Aka is an expert with Hermit and very skilled with Dream Wedge and Smiley Face. Club FBXZQ, GW, and GG are professional clubs from mainland China. The hunters from all 3 clubs are highly skilled with Guard 26. D from Club FBXZQ specializes in Guard 26 and Wax Artist, and usually relies on these 2 characters to gain an advantage in the earlier games. Aniv, Club GW, wants to use Guard 26 to pursue Survivor with only bombs while it's being slowed by the dancer's music box. Club GG is more than just the champion of the 2022 IVO Autumn Grand Finals, they are also the champions of COA 4. Their hunter, Zom, is an extraordinary player who always does the unexpected in matches. Club FBXZQ Survivor Moen picked Antiquarian and Prospector repeatedly in the qualifiers and have an average containment time of 117.9 seconds. Club GW's Inel and Dis are experts at playing dancers and thief. Kuta from Club GG took the FMVP of the IVL Autumn event with an average containment time of 84.79 seconds. Club B4U is from the NAEU region, and they are a familiar face at international tournaments of Identity 5. Their hunter, Sprinter, follows closely with the version updates and gained an average elimination rate of 3.67 and winning rate as high as 100% in the qualifiers. Based on this alone, the club in Group A must repeatedly face and overcome the path of bombs of Guard 26 used by IVL players. Who will earn the glory of rescuing their teammates from Guard 26 this year? Will Club RC will be able to advance successfully in their first appearance in the global finals? Club B4U, on the other hand, will have to give it their all against the formidable opponents they will be facing from both regions. As for now, it seems like anything is possible. Let's move on to Group B. Group B consists of Club AXZ, Club RD, Club OM, Club ZT, and Club FL. The 5 clubs in Group B are from 4 regions, and in the group with the largest number of representatives from all the tournament's regions. Club AXZ and FL are professional clubs from Japan. Club RD, OM, and ZT are non-professional clubs from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and AU and Southeast Asia, respectively. The diversity of Club AXZ's character pool for both factions is beyond comprehension. They have played a total of 25 different characters in the qualifiers and maintain a survival win rate of 77.8% in the qualifiers. Club FL's Hunter, Pipicha, and Survivor Umpire and Rauri are COA veterans. Pipicha's Scavenger and Umpire's Perfumer are still forced to be reckoned with. Relatively speaking, Club FL is better at coping with pressure and difficult situations. Club RD impressed by clinching the IVT Championship. The Hunter Ryan played a total of 8 matches with 7 different characters, while their survivors always had an average of 2 assist characters. If you wish to witness a variety of setups, then don't miss Club RD's matches. Club OM is the dark horse of the NAEU qualifiers, a club made entirely out of new players, and it's their first time playing in the global finals. PB and Jen had an average rescue rate of 1.71, taking the top spot in the NAEU region and should not be underestimated. Club ZT is from the Southeast Asia and were the runner-up in the 2022 IVC Southeast Asia. Their survivor player MX often brought some of the older characters like Doctor, Thief, and Lawyer onto the battlefield during the qualifiers and successfully worked with their teammates to seize victory for the Survivor team. We can look forward to the Club ZT's skillful non-mainstream lineups consisting of characters that aren't as popular in the version of the game. The highlight of Group B is the competition between the IJL clubs, and on the other hand, the non-professional clubs OM, RD, and ZT have varying inclinations. What kind of sparks will be ignited from the clash between non-professional and professional setups? Group C consisted of Club ACT, Club SZ, Club RB, Club WBG, and Club Do5. Club SZ is a professional club from Japan, while the remaining 4 are professional clubs from mainland China. Club SCT has been doing very well in the last year's COA. In the qualifiers, their Hunter, Chin Ash, and Yue respectively eliminated and 2.67 survivors on average. And the Hunters were crowned the best with a win rate of 57.1%. Led by veteran player QY and a new survivor TX, Club RB will ascend to the global stage of COA for the first time. Will Club RB be able to break the curse and grab points from the other professional clubs? Club WBG are the club with a 50% average win rate when facing all the other clubs. Yim, who eliminated 2.33 survivors on average, had the courage to risk it all. Iron, who had an average containment time of 92.2 seconds, used OB characters like Prospectors and Antiquarian to actively abstract the Hunter, often effectively providing his teammates with time to decode the cipher machines. Club Do5 is picking back up where they left off, especially their new member Nan and Silver G. Their amazing performance with Antiquarian made up for Club Do5's lack of strength in the OB position. As a result, the pressure on their Hunter Don X was elevated, and there was no need to worry about maintaining 4 eliminations to maintain the tie. Club SC was seeded for the group stage of COA 6 with the second highest score in the IJL event, and they are familiar face in the international arena of Identity 5 too. Club SZ thoroughly studied the opposition in the Japan region. Their survivors are extraordinary and their character pool is diverse. Group C can be described as a battle of fire and water, a clash of titans, the group of death. The clash between professional clubs of mainland China can be called the IVL Sprint, where all of them have their sights on the ground. As one of the top 3 in the Japan region, Club SZ has always had a strong desire to take the global championship, but in light of their luck in the group stages, only time will tell if Club SZ is able to overcome adversity and rise above the other top IVL clubs. In a clash of titans, it's the brave who come out on top. We can't wait to see what happens in Group C. Finally, we have Group D, which consists of Club MS, Club GH, Club Zeta, Club Wolves, and Club GR. Club MS is representing the Republic of Korea in the group stage for the second time. It's still the same club of veterans, both in terms of players and characters. Their survivors has no frequent roles, and their average containment time is over 80 seconds. Club GH is a veteran powerhouse. They have won 2 consecutive championships in IVC Southeast Asia and represented Southeast Asia in numerous international tournaments. Seichu from Club GH has added Hermit to his character pool, and besides wax artist and sculptor that they are known for, Gojay had added a guard 26 to his character pool too. After bringing in 3 members of the runner-up club of COA 5 in 2022, Elf, KZNK, and Multi, Club Zeta's strength grew tremendously, and they took the championship in Japan's 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn. Their members, Elf and Dolisu, won the FMVP in the 2022 IJL Summer and Autumn respectively. On the other hand, KZNK won the Best Deduction Survivor Award and the Most Popular Contestant Award in the IJL Autumn. Club Zeta is definitely the strongest and most eye-catching club in Japan. Club Wolves are the defending champion from COA 5 and the first club to complete a Grand Slam after going pro in Identity 5. Their hunter, Alex, has a very diverse character pool, abundant experience and attention to detail, which make them want to be watched. Their survivors, on the other hand, adopt a rare dual command lineup as former triple championship winner and Grand Slam club from before going pro. Club GR's legacy is still thriving, and they never cease to innovate. PPX Dream Witch still linger in our memories for most of us, and Super Richard's X-Boy is no more the personification of a tie. Club GR's survivor lineup revolves around AK selection. The first match on April 8th will be between Club Wolves and Club Zeta. Familiar foes meet again in the group stage, and it will be the match to watch for all players throughout the world. All 3 professional clubs in Group D are formidable COA veterans, so will Club MS and Club GH, the non-professional local champions, be able to catch their professional counterparts off guard and grab some points? The results of the group these 5 clubs form is a mystery. Mainland China is a formidable tournament region and has taken the COA champions 5 years in a row. Will they be able to maintain their dominance for another year? After 2 years of turning professional, the Japan tournament region has also become a formidable competitor for the COA championship. Will this succeed this time and make COA history? While the clubs from NAEU, Southeast Asia, the Republic of Korea, and HKML and TW are non-professional clubs. They are still powerful clubs that often take the limelight in the international arena. These non-professional teams always bring exceptional lineups and outstanding performances to the stage. So will they succeeded at breaking new ground this time? The battle is at hand. Get ready to rumble! What kind of sparks will we see in the collision between these 20 diverse teams? Let's look forward to enjoy Call of the Beast 6 together. The group stage begins on April 7th. We'll see you there.
안녕하세요. 저희는 한국 지역의 MS 클랜입니다. 저희 팀은 2년 전에 만들어진 클랜으로 2021년 IVT 우승, COAV5 한국 예선 진출, 2022년 IVT 준우승을 한 경험이 있습니다. 저희 팀은 생존자 4명, 감시자 1명인 교체 멤버 없는 총 5명의 인원이며 감시자인 마이타케 선수는 아시아 감시자 랭킹 2, 생존자인 총총 선수는 서포트에 능하며 오브이오 선수는 독보적인 어그로 피지컬을 가지고 있으며 새로 들어온 오니 선수는 높은 커버 실력을 경험하고 있습니다. 지난 심연5 본선과 이번 한국 예선에서 아쉬움이 많았기에 이번 글로벌 심연에서는 연습 성과를 보여주겠다고 다짐하고 있습니다.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区狼队的487。我们战队成立了3年左右了，参加过的比赛有 AVL 深渊4到5，拿过202的大满贯。然后我们的战队成员监管者是艾丽，求生者是我、果冻、幻鹤、狮子、黎明。我们的打法是基本功比较扎实然后就是大家都很厉害。我们的战队宣言是。 以狼之名，许我荣光。然后我们的目标是冠军。
Dear detectives, identify Call of the Beast 6 Global Finals is about to begin. The Global Finals has been upgraded this time and the participating clubs have increased from 16 to 20. The top clubs from the 6 major regions will gather to compete for the highest honor of the Global Championship and a total prize pool of 4 million RMB, around 600,000 US dollars. The knockout stage will be held in both Chinese and Japanese offline venues. Meanwhile, the design of the trophy has been changed, adding meaningful COA6 themed elements. For a better watching experience, let's get to know some information about Global Finals format. This year's Global Finals will be held for a month. The schedule is divided into 2 stages, Group Stage and Knockout Stage. The Group Stage will start on April 7th and end on April 18th in BO3 single elimination. The clubs are ACT, DOU5, FPX, ZQ, GR, GW, WBG, RB from the Chinese mainland qualifiers, Club RD from HMT, Club AXZ, FL and RC from the Japan qualifiers, Club B4U and OM from the NAEU qualifiers, Club MS from the Republic of Korea qualifiers, and the Club ZT from ACEA qualifiers. With the clubs that have the direct invitation, Club GG, Wolves, Zeta, SZ, and GH competes. The 20 clubs were divided into 4 groups by drawing lots and split into 4 clubs in each group. Each club must play a match against the other clubs in the group. The top 3 clubs in each group will advance directly to the knockout stage. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. Knockout stage will start on April 30th. The 12 clubs that have successfully advanced to the knockout stage will adopt the single elimination format and will be divided into 2 semi-finals by drawing lots. With 6 clubs in each half zone, the 12 clubs will be reduced to 8, who will then advance to the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and finals. In the knockout stage, the best of 3 BO3 format will be used for 12-8 and quarterfinals, while the best of 5 BO5 will be used for the semi-finals and finals. The final 2 clubs will compete on May 3rd, and the winner will be the global champion of Identity 5 Call of Abyss 6. The time for gathering of stars and glory of both sun and moon shines ahead of us. Converging on the narrow path, we shall witness the emergence of the brave. We shall see who is brave enough to be champions.
飞怪萨诺斯救不了，一个来不及。
とりあえずグループ戦勝ち上がって優勝できたらなって。
いや素晴らしい作績。引き打ちで。
솔직히 힘들겠다라고 생각을 안 했다면 거짓말이겠죠?
했거든요. 아대를 안고 가지고 지금 아대를
그런 팀들을 상대로 저희가 만약에 우승을 하게 되면 어떨까 이런 생각도 가지면서
进入到右没打到一内又迅速来，了，这样空了也有你叫吗？
Tension's out in 14 seconds here. Dungeon is close by. Goes for the wall.
我们每个人的上限也很高，这个就是我们的优势吧。
怎么呢？
手臂骨头上来了，没收到骨伤。是的，哎呀，恐惧症上了，战术性炸爆了。
CD 好了，抢先喷倒咒术，
哎呦，
直接
疯了呀！这把要四抓了。
这一波，哎，那油车，这还有床台，这波坏了。
Welcome, detectives, to day 7 of COA 6 group stages. How are you guys doing? So good to see you guys again. Joining me today is the lovely Chocho, and it's me, Nalomelo. We'll both be your casters for today. Hope you have a good day. And yeah, we're just here in for another amazing day. But before all that, Chocho, how are you doing? And how do you feel about today's match?
Really excited for today's matchup, and also this will kind of be my first time commentating with Nell in this group stages, so really excited for that. And
let's celebrate.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know as well, Nell and Posh actually, actually helped me a lot as being a commentator throughout my, past life. But before we get into that, let's go into this past life, my past few months, in fact.
I didn't know we had a past life relationship, but
it's a new life now.
Yeah, I'll gladly take it. And speaking of past life, we're looking at present life here. Post your work again with the tag #COA6 Global Support. Mention the official account at Game Identity 5, and you might win Season Essence, you might win random Store A costumes, or you might win, fans reading your comments and reading your story. And of course, there's also Story Star coming from 31st of March until 20th of April. Jojo, why don't you take it away?
Yeah, and then for this story star, post your story with the tag #MyStoryWithCOA and mention the official account at Game Identity 5, or leave your story on your tweets comment, quote unquote, recall a special moment between you and COA. And for this one, there's only one winner with 10 season essence, so better catch that.
Yeah, better catch them all, because we definitely want those essence. I mean, I don't know, man. All the free essence are not enough for me to get any golden skins, honestly. I tried. I got a few A skins, but yeah. But again, recall a special moment between you and Koa. I mean, Chocho, what's your special moment? I mean, not just with Koa, but with Identity 5. Yeah.
I think with Identity 5 definitely has to be the beginning of everything. So joining the NM server, which is Nell server, it's a very nice and engaging community. Shout out to Nell server. It has a combination of Southeast Asia as well as any EU region people, and everybody is so nice and friendly. So if you guys are just haven't joined Nell server, please do that, and maybe I might even post a story with that Discord link. So do check it out.
Oh, thank you so much. And people wish you happy birthday in there too. So that's one of the highlights, of course. But yeah, I'm just really, really excited. Talking about special moments between you and Koa. We are going to be having MS versus Wolves. And you know what? I'm really excited about this game because GH had a game against Wolves. And they managed to take them all the way to Game 3. I'm pretty sure it's an inspiration because you know what? MS took on GH. Of course, MS got the upper hand of it. So now, seeing how GH performance is against Wolves, I feel like MS is going to be really confident coming into this versus seeing Wolves. But let's just talk more about that later. Right now, we have the prize pool 4,050,000 Chinese yuan. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'll be able to, if any of us is able to earn that in our lifetime. But yeah, that's the prize pool. So no better time to start competitive Identity 5, but now because you're not only getting the fame recognition, you're getting the money as well. Ojo.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, moving on to the rankings, we see Group A, first place we have GG. Group B, it's AXZ. Group C, we have WBG. And Group D, we have Wolves. And this is today's lineup. MS versus Wolves for the first match. Second match, we have GG versus Before You. ZT versus FL, as well as WBG versus Singtou.
Yo, matches to not be missed. And of course, we'll be witnessing MS versus Wolves. MS kind of 2-0 GH in the previous round. And now GH is the one taking Wolves to best of 3. So now it's MS versus Wolves. So technically, MS should perform admirably, right, against Wolves? Because, I mean, I don't know, it's like a triangle relationship going on here.
Yeah, but if we're looking at the rankings-wise, we do see the 4th place, we have MS. First place, we have Wolves. So in terms of ranking, Wolves should possibly perform better. And we will come up with the stats later on. But right now, we're seeing the MS introduction over here. MSO, OVO, Mitake, Sheehan, but we'll see more later on. We see Lion, Juan, 487, Alex, Jelly, and Ming from Team Wolves.
Yeah, they should have a poster of them all smiling with their teeth on, and then we'll just do like hashtag 487 Colgate, Coa Gate. I don't know, man. Yeah, but honestly, yeah, just real quick, replying to Nerpshi. Hello, Nerpshi. Hello, Miyata. Hello, Alex. Hello, Ilan Joget. Vanilla Kinda. Chocho Mini says hi. Yeah. So and
Hi, Mini. Hey, Mini.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Mini actually said that she can't come for the first match, but very nice to see you here, Mini. Yeah, it's quite early. I thought you said you'll come in second match, but hi still. Welcome to the first match. And somebody said, why is somebody saying happy birthday, Chocho?
I don't know, man. I think it's happy birthday whenever we're on screen. So
new life is
yeah. Yeah, but Celia M as well. Can I have a sip of your drink? No, I don't really share drinks unless if you're my BFF. And I'm drinking chrysanthemum tea. I don't know if you know about it, but it's really cool. Yeah, it looks yellow, but
it looks yellow.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like my puppy's urine, but it actually tastes really good. Yeah, so right now we are heading to the main stage. Wow, the survivors of Wolves. I think they got a shock, right? Like, I'm pretty sure they were kind of shocked. Like GH took them all to best of 3, putting up such an amazing fight as well. Where MS 2-0 GH. So I'm pretty sure Wolves this time, they're not gonna leave anything to chance. Shouldn't be underestimating any teams at all. And as I said, just go 100%. That's a sign of respect.
Absolutely. And we are seeing the introductions for Wolves team, Survivor team. We see Lion with the mercenary as well as the first officer. So usually picking the rescuer role for his team. We do know he has an acrobat at the same time, but because filling in the role for his team is super important, we do see him doing the rescues for the team very stably. And moving on to the next member, right next to him, we see Juan, which is a entomologist, psychologist, female dancer, and very well known for his priestess.
Yeah.
And also we see the containment time of 58.5 contain time, so actually it's quite a decent kite. And also we see a 67% escape probability, so he usually lasts all the way until the end game and escapes alongside with his teammates. So we should be able to see him do a lot of support because he does fill in for the supporter role in his team. Very excited to see Juan's performance today, and also many fans out there for Juan, do give your support to these teams. We have Lion and Juan at this point in time. But moving on to 487.
Yeah, 487, as I call it, the Coa ambassador, Coa Gate ambassador. I'm just kidding, I made that up. But yeah, 487, very versatile. An anti-quarant dedicated player, amazing on the prospector as well. We've seen a lot of amazing plays from him so far, but for the first time, I feel like he's really focused now, because for the first time ever, he kind of fell to God J in a pretty, I wouldn't say the longest kite, but yeah, I think he's just watching out here. He has a reputation to maintain. But Right, next up is Jelly, and I see someone I like in there, the survivors.
Yeah, Jelly. Plays the seer mechanic and psychologist, fills in the role as a kiter for his team, and I believe that if it hasn't changed, Jelly is the shot caller for his team, so that role is extremely important to kind of direct the team as to which side first and which gate to open, so that's extremely important. We see a 72.77 seconds of containment time, which means that is at least a 3 Cypher kite and above. And moving on to MS Hunter side, we have only that sole hunter of their team, Mitake.
Yeah, Mitake, the soul hunter of MS going on. I mean, you know MS, they come in with just 4+1, which is 4 survivors and 1 hunter. They don't have anyone extra. So Mitake, all or nothing. I would absolutely love to see Mitake performing again in this main stage. And yeah, he has the bonbon. Obviously he doesn't play Helmer as much. He played it once, but it wasn't really the best of results. But hey, we're gonna see more variety, so I guess that's a very welcome addition. So Mitake, let's go.
Yeah, and Mitake also has a Dream Witch, and if you guys see it later, you'll realize that he likes to use this seaweed colored skin, so hopefully we'll be able to see it in this match because we haven't seen so much of it. And also he has a Geisha, Clerk, Bonbon Knight, as well as a Bloody Queen, and not so much of a Hell Ember.
Thank you so much for the updated input as well. Yeah, you definitely need to have more than just a few characters, right? If you want to play all the way, especially since there's no one to substitute you. So yeah, I mean, if you're a supporter for MS, please do the cha-ching sign in the chat. The money cha-ching, ching, 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 ching. And of course, if you're the Wolves fan, what better way to say oh than now? So go ahead, howl all you want. No one's gonna judge you in the chat. So just go ahead, howl all you want for Wolves. And of course, do send out the dollar signs, cha-ching signs for MS.
Yes, money sweep. And yeah, just to give a little bit of statistics, this is the statistics I actually got from Weibo, from this account called, it's in Chinese, 夜鸟小姐档案馆. And according to the statistics in this group stage, Group D, MS actually has a 2.4 survivor escape kind of situation, 2.2 on the hunter side. And then for Wolves, it's 3 survivors escapes on average, and for Hunter, it's 2.83 on average in this group stage. So that's interesting. We do see that if MS do win this round against Wolves, they'll be placed at the 3rd place in Group D. So this match is extremely crucial for MS, and also probably the only match that can help them revive themselves before getting eliminated.
Yeah, I mean, MS, Mitake has such a huge hurdle in front of him. Versus Wolf Survivor right off the bat. I mean, they took out. Mitake took out the Antiquarian, right? So that's obviously good news. But Wolves is gonna be able to pick up the Seer and the Dancer first. So looking like a very standard annoying game by the Dancer right off the bat, Chocho.
Yeah, and yeah, Arms Factory match is actually a map that MS do excel in. If we do recall a match between GH in BO2, I believe, the Arms Factory match was picked and MS got a 10-0 against GH. So extremely strong in this map. Mitake should be able to get and choose his favorite as well as well-known Dream Witch, and we might be able to see that seaweed skin that we've talked about just a while ago. And
seaweed.
Yeah, and also something to mention, we do see a very interesting team card on Wolves' side: Seer, Mechanic, Female Dancer, as well as Mercenary. Scars also brought a Mechanic into their BO1 yesterday, and we did see how it got a 3 escape. So really excited to see how this is gonna turn out. And yeah, we don't see a harasser over here now. So if we do recall Wolves versus GH in BO3 Ever Sleeping, Wolves survivors also did not pick a harasser role at all, and it's just onto their soul kiting kind of skills, and they got a 4 escape. So this shows how strong Wolves survivors are.
Yeah, I mean, the viewers also know how strong these survivors are. Like they're flexing their win rates right now. The viewers also know how strong Wolves are, which is why we're seeing like the Awoo era going on in the chat. Whoa, I see a lot of wolves howling. Wolfpack, bro. Wolfpack. We're all Wolfpack here. And of course, the money sweep signs with the cha-chings going on. Yep. Definitely not an easy game at all. I mean, I totally agree with you, Jojo. There's no harassers at all. But I just feel like it's still a very, very hard it's still a very, very hard game for Mitake, simply because like the mechanic is gonna add like 4+1. That's gonna be 5 people decoding if left untouched. Wolves obviously not an easy Lion, not an easy target to chase with the elbow pads. Juan has the music box, so all he has to do is he has the pirouette going on, he has the slow box going on, and Wolf and 487 obviously with the owl. Well, let's see if he actually does something like PP Shia farming owls if he's having a really good time against Mitake. But yeah, Mitake, where do you think the ideal spot is for Mitake to spawn? Next to who? First chase who?
Oh, but before I said that, he has already picked his spawn at the shack area, I believe. The person right next to him seems to be the mechanic, so it seems to be the mechanic might be the first chase, and it's the question's up here whether he will be able to spot out the bot and remove him entirely from this map.
I mean, yeah, get rid of the bot, right? Because if you ignore the bot, hey, careful, the bot's gonna do the decoding when no one else is. And not to mention, we've seen an amazing job as well, right? Like by Jelly itself, like kiting while arranging, while decoding. Like you talked about this yesterday with Fosh. And yeah, I totally agree. Amazing teamwork, 100% trust in the teammates. But this time, there's no Antiquarian to provide that support, right? So things might look different, but yeah, we'll see how Mitake handles Wolf Survivor again. First half, game number 1 between MS Mitake versus Wolf Survivors in Arms Factory. Perfect place for a Dream Witch.
Yeah, I would say it would be even better if the center spawns 2 ciphers, which is very easy camp for Mitake, and will be a probably rough start for Wolves, but we have to see how this goes around, because map control and cipher control is something that Mitake has to prioritize, especially against a strong survivor team like Wolves. So before we get into the match, so we see Mitake spawning at the deep shack area, heading straight for the mechanic, and mechanic has dropped her bot and running straight towards the 3 pallet area, I see.
Yeah, and the bot's just looking through the holes, like the bot's like, yo, I'm not even gonna crouch, but wait. He
wanted to heal the bot, but has the bot reacted? The bot has reacted, so we see this double kind of kiting situations. Very well done on Jelly's side, and also prioritizing on moving his body towards the factory where the female music doctors has already been placed. Missing that hit, unfortunately.
Yeah, the slow box definitely played an impact there, right? You can see there's already like, how many music boxes is this? 2? Yeah, two being placed in the factory. So seriously, the leech and the spawn is chasing. The spawn's gonna be destroying 1 box, but I don't think it's enough. Is he gonna use the leech hit? He's gonna take that leech hit, Chocho. So good news, at least that's the leech hit. But Patroller is still up though.
Yeah. So right now, Mechanic will be trying to kite around this area and probably leaving this area to 3 pallet where she could possibly die. But getting that Patroller bite successfully, and it seems to be that it might be your immediate down. No, the bird support coming in.
What? Okay, so a little premature with the owl support, but hey, Mitake is just playing it patient. I think he learned a thing or two from Gotje, you know, with his patience there. But a second patroller gonna be deployed. No, Jelly, he's gonna dodge it. What? No, the terror shot.
Amazing discipline on Mitake's side. Definitely, we see that he managed to remove the entire skill completely and getting that Terror Shock. So very well done on Mitake's side. Chairing the mechanic at this corner, which is what Wolf Survivor wants, so that no ciphers will be interrupted in this process.
Yeah, but the thing is, you notice, right? While all that was happening, 3 ciphers have been done. I mean, not too bad considering it's reaching the 2 minutes mark. Mechanic still has the bot. That's the worst thing. That's the absolute worst thing, because that's the thing about Mechanic. You sit, but the bot's decoding another cipher. And by the time he gets rescued, he will keep decoding that 1 cipher's done. Another survivor can definitely help. Beautiful pad going on in. Oh, the rescue coming in. Lion getting that hit. Wow, rescuing before half. Jelly has all of this going on. He's being chased. Mitake moving in like, oh my, like the money's chase throwing in. He's like, yo, I'm coming after you, wolves. I know you're supposed to come after me, but no, Jelly making his way out of Jojo.
Yeah, and Jelly just running towards the front gate area where there isn't any ciphers anymore. So the cipher has been popped. He will be dying at that corner where it wouldn't be interrupting any of his teammates' cipher. We see that the last 2 ciphers at 70% and 35% getting that hit while controlling his bot.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think he is planning to get hit, but yeah, unfortunately that is kind of unfortunate. He he sort of just dropped the pallet and got hit in the process. So I believe a lot of people just get hit in that kind of situation. It's okay. Yeah, gonna chair Jelly for the second time. Gonna chair closely to the middle though. So what's your thought on this?
I think this is still fine, but because the last two ciphers is okay. This is the problem though. The last cipher, which the mechanic bot is decoding, it's only 60%. I believe that Seer will probably go and help. We see Lions actually forcing together with the bot, and Seer as well as the female dancer will be giving support to this rescue over here. And getting that double done, unfortunately, the bot cipher is only at 80%, but he doesn't know it seems to be.
Oh my god. And yeah, while this is all going, Lion's gonna be falling down pretty soon. The chase continues. Jelly running around, running far away, trying to run away, but we have 487 on the Seer, but he's no antiquarian. Will he be able to make a difference? Will he be able to body block here? The blink is up, but oh my god! Is he gonna hit?
Oh my goodness! Aiming that hit onto Mechanic. The last cipher is only at 92%. We see the Seer trying to force heal over here. Will it be a Terror Shock? Cypher's at 99%. Will it pop?
Oh my god, no, he should just hit there, but now the Cypher's prime. If he hits, oh, it's gonna be prime straight away. All of them running. The Wolf Pack running in late game. All of them are up. All of them are running away from the Dream Wish. Dream Wish is having a hard time now. He's still chasing, not giving up. But my goodness, Jelly gonna fall down finally there.
Finally getting that free hit over there, but luckily it's a leech hit, so it kind of forced Hunter to use the main body's follower to kind of chair Mechanic's last chair as well. We see the Mercenaries gate has already been opened, and this confirms this 3 escape onto Wolves' side. Great start on Wolves.
Beautifully done, and we thought without the Antiquarian it's gonna be hard, right? Like to support Obi, but you know what? This is what Wolves does. They're just so proficient with these characters. Even with an OBR, like the only thing that's going on was the 2 music boxes, slow music boxes in the early games in the factory. But I just have to say, what an amazing game by Wolves. But Mitake, not too bad. At least securing a 1K against Wolves. But let's just review what happened in that game. Jojo, what do you think was the reason or the turning point where Mitake wasn't able to secure at least a draw? I mean,
there was a lot of factors in fact, but I mean, you said that we're gonna go through it, so definitely have to say this music boxes, the slow ones, helped Mechanic dodge that first free hit when entering the factory. That was super and crucial, and you pointed it out. So excellent work on that as well. And also kiting out that patroller. Yeah, and the Seer's Bird, even though you mentioned it's a bit premature, I totally agree. But that prematurity actually kind of helped Jelly to kind of adapt to the situation and still able to kite out the patroller and forcing another patroller, but then at the same time we see that Terror Shot, which Mitake managed to still get that down. So 3 Cypher Kite is actually still normal, but the thing was that Jelly died right at the corner of Factory, which didn't allow him to Cypher control at all. And luckily though, this Cypher's for Mitake is actually towards Mitake's side because of that double ciphers at the center, but they just decoded one of it and forced the other 2 ciphers at check. So still very well done on Wolves' side. Their decisions to decode which ciphers and prioritizing which one was excellent choice made, and that ultimately led to their win in this first half.
Yeah, I mean, just taking us off a little bit off track, right? Like, we used to see Mechanic being like the #1 choice for Cypher Rush for decoding because of the bot, and then for a period of time it kind of slowed down and then people started using the Postman, and now even the birth of the Composer. But now Tracy's making a comeback. So any reason why Wolves is prioritizing? Can you share with everyone, like, why are they bringing back the Mechanic? Instead of going for the safe route? Postman can definitely kite much longer, even the Composer, but why Mechanic though?
Yeah, the bot actually does help in decoding, especially if it's not eliminated right at the start of the match and not found. And also we did see how Scars also picked the Mechanic, because the thing is that we see how Wolves soul kiting, right, is so strong already, and the support they give as a female dancer is sufficient enough for them to just kite by themselves, and the decoding process would be so fast with not only Mechanics, because Mechanics' presence just in the team comp itself do add some decoding increasing speed for the entire Survivor team. So that's the first thing, and also the Mechanics bot being alive, that's super important because it allowed this kind of late game Cypher rush. And we did see that there was kind of like a slight chance for Mitake to kind of camp out that bot Cypher because that double down on Mercenary, but I think he kind of didn't see the Mechanics bot that was on that Cypher, which was very, very unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that would have been that has to be the difference maker, right? But yeah, I mean, still a very good job to Mitake for securing 1K. They're definitely holding their own in this game number one, especially since it is against the wolf pack. And you know what? I don't know about you guys, but fighting one wolf is already like crazy and crazy idea. Fighting against 4 wolves, I don't know, man. They're probably gonna tear you from limb to limb. Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically, yes.
Yeah, metaphorically.
Of course.
They're technically not animals. They're just monsters. Yeah. But Mitake has done the 1K. Score is 3-1 in favor of wolves in the first round. So let's see if Money Sweep is able to get that reversal against Alex in this game number one. Because you know what? GH has done it, and I'm pretty sure that inspired them to at least, you know what? We've seen it being done. Wolves is not invincible. We've seen them bleed. Let's try and doing the same thing. Let's try and go for Alex in this round one. But yeah, your thoughts? Like, what do you think is gonna happen? Any thought process going on?
Yes, definitely. I do have this thing in my head right now because we've seen how GH picked Arms Factory also against Wolves, and in that first match, Alex came up, picked a Bonbon and chose Peeper's Bonbon and got only a 1 elimination. And this map, I believe, I'm not too sure whether it was an MS selection map or is it a Wolf selection map. I'm not sure whether it was set to us, but I'm kind of thinking of this MS selection map, and MS would want to get this advantage, and it seems to be that it's kind of difficult because of that 3 escape on Wolves' side. So they have to at least get a 3 escape also to kind of balance it out, kind of tie things up so that it's not too difficult for them in BO2 and 3. But we're looking at the players' introductions. So as we see CC, so CC plays the Priestess, Barmaid, Psychologist, as well as Toy Merchant. We do see the Entomologist as well as Entomologist on the screen as well. So 77 seconds of containment time, which is at least a 3 cipher card if survivors do decode from the get-go. And yeah, we see the most famous Korean player over here, very popular. Everybody thinks she's really, really pretty. Yeah. He's looking over here.
Oh, hi, look at me. Don't be shy. Yeah. Go ahead, Jojo.
Yeah, and yeah, it's called she's called Sheehan, and then she has a 55 seconds containment time. Not very long, mainly because she actually plays the rescuer role. Mercenary, first officer, wilding, as we can see on the screen as well. Yeah, she does very stable rescues, but unfortunately against GR's Super Rich, she actually had a mistake with the mercenary, getting a double down 2 times in a row. So hopefully conditions wise she has calmed herself down, she has improved, and we should be able to see she. Oh, he's doing the Jisoo flower choreography that came out recently. Okay, sorry, K-pop fan here.
I'm not Gen Z, and the only K-pop teams I watch is Winner and Big Bang and Blackpink. But Blackpink is it's just a casual thing. But yeah, I'm glad you brought it out because I'm So Ovo is doing the Ovo thing right now with flowers. So yeah, I mean we've seen I'm So Ovo, amazing kiter, especially I can't forget him being the Enchantress. 5 cipher kiting the Hermit.
Hermit, right? Gorgeous Hermit. Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
Definitely.
So good.
And last member we see here is Oni with the Batter as well as Antiquarian, mostly the harasser for his team. 89 seconds containment time, and probably mostly a lot of OB harassing happening with that containment time as well. We should be able to see him do hopefully very good harassing against Wolves' Alex, and especially because of the survivor meta, we do see that Alex is also struggling to get a 4 elimination. So hopefully we'll see that, and we'll be seeing Wolves' Alex very soon in the next player introduction. So players on admin side is actually getting ready while the screen is moving on to Wolves.
Yeah, I mean Alex is definitely one of the most stable hunters going on right now, especially playing for Wolves. It has to be nerve-wracking, right? It's no easy feat playing for Wolves because you know what? They boast the strongest survivor team, so he has to complement it as a hunter, right? So Alex, he does have the Bonbon, he does have a Wax Artist, he has Spider as well, he has Nayad, he has Sculptor BQ, and Nayad especially I wanted to point out because the rise of Nayad going on so far. So let's see if he's able to put that to good use. I mean, having a deep hunter pool definitely has its merits, but let's see if he's able to get at least a draw here in order to help secure Wolves. with a game 1 victory, or will it be the same as what happened with GH?
And pushing for BO3. I mean, we do have the OT King here now, so
Nell OT, that's me. But let's break the curse today. Let's break the curse today.
Yeah, that's right. So hopefully we'll break that curse and then it will be then up to Eli later on to kind of be the OT King for the day. So yeah, both sides are actually getting ready. We might be able to see a Bonbon in this first match. Not too sure if he's aiming for just a 1 elimination or probably just a tie. A Bonbon is actually a great pick. So we have to just wait this out to see how this is gonna play. And also, I do see the chat saying you guys also know about the Jisoo Flower song, that choreography that we did see. So
we're not boomers, bro.
shout out to all Blackpink, Jisoo, and also to all K-pop fans out there. I'm also a huge one, so if anything, do come and DM me or anything about a new song K-pop has at this point in time, because I 100% or maybe like 90% I should be able to know what song you guys are talking about. So
yeah, please do so, because she desperately needs song suggestions for her playlist.
And also validation, because
she's Gen Z. I can validate she's Gen Z. She's halfway between Gen Z and pre-boomer. Because when you ask her about new songs, really new songs, and on the flip side, when you ask her about something really, really old, she skips millennial phase. She skips millennial. She doesn't know Beyonce at one point. Do you know Beyonce? No, she doesn't know Backstreet Boys. She doesn't know
Alicia Keys. Alicia
Keys.
Yeah.
And then it skips all the way to like grandfather music. I can attest to that.
Yeah.
It's like she skipped a whole generation, 2 whole generations.
Yeah, and Eli and I is like 2 years difference. But then he came to a point that he was so fed up with me and asked me, just name a song, Chocho, just name a song. So
name a song, please. Name a song. But the song that we are gonna be listening to right now is MS Tune with the cha-chings going on, because we are gonna witness possibly Oni with the batter. So there's an OB here. They have a mechanic. They're sort of like, trying to replicate the success of Jelly with the mechanic. They have a rescuer. They even have a priestess here. So maybe is this like preparing for a Bonbon? Because I don't know, man. It feels like Alex might go Naiad. What are your thoughts on this?
Naiad's possible, Bonbon as well, but I'm just very intrigued by this. This is the first time ever in BO1 COA6 group stage we see a composer being banned. So
yeah, right?
Yeah.
GH, can I just say, I think it was GH who brought up composer first. They tried to do the Cypher Rush against Alex and it worked. That's why they got the 3-man escape, right? In the game number 1.
I think it was MS actually. MS? And MS actually picked a composer at Chinatown, and everybody was like, "What? A composer?" And then it seems to be that it could be meta. I mean, we see Alex with the bands, and we're kind of following along Alex as well as Dongxuan's with your band pick kind of thing. But like you mentioned, Donell, we see a Naiad over here.
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the mermaid lady. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of successes with Naiad, right? Like Diming, I know that you remember this, Diming with the 4K Parashop Naiad. And then it's practically just been wet day the entire day. Everyone's just picking Naiad, and for very good reason. Like you cannot loop in the same area, right? So it forces you out. So that's already a good thing. Number 2, you get hit with the dash. Well, it adds up 50% wetness, and you get hit twice. It's practically 1 damage, and of course, such a good camper. The sharp swings makes for an easier Terra Shock. Would you agree with this?
Yeah, definitely. And we did see a very different pick from usual. We don't really see a lot of Priest. This is Arms Factory, so that's something to note. Maybe they do have a strategy, a team that goes around it. We have to see how this goes about. But before that, we see the spawn locations. At the front gate, we have Alex, the Naiad, spawning there, and right next to him, we have Oni, the batter at Factory. I'm So Sexy at the open air area center. We have the Mercenary as well as Priestess at right at the bottom middle area of this map. So it seems to be that Naiad might be going for this mechanic.
Yeah, I mean that's the obvious choice, right? If the batter's already in the factory, if you chase him, well, you kinda can flush him out of the factory with a big loop. but it's gonna waste so much time, right? The moment you're almost done, he'll be probably vaulting out a window, transitioning away already. So I feel like, yeah, he probably doesn't want to waste too much time going straight for the mechanic. Definitely would make a very viable choice, but again, let's just see if this mechanic, played by Amsovo is able to hide the Bobby, you know, because Bobby down, Papa said, Mama said too. So Amsovo, first chase, Alex, ladies and gentlemen, second half. Alex needs to get a draw in order to take Wolves to a victory in game 1, whereas MS, they need a 3-man escape at least to get a draw, going to OT. But yeah,
going to OT, yeah, claiming your title as usual. But
oh my God.
Yeah, we see that the basic hit will be happening over here, and Mechanic has rotated all the way to deep Sandmax area. But we see CC, the priestess, doing a long portal at outside Sandmax area. It seems to be that it's a strategy that's going on over here. Mechanic might be going through the long portal if possible. And Alex seems to know that's going on, and cancelling that idea straight away with that water pool and forcing Mechanic deep inside Shack and not deep inside Sandmax and not forcing her out.
Yeah, Alex probably caught sight of the global portal icon, right? That's so important to note. Cutting it off is definitely a very viable strategy because you have no idea what will happen, especially if the Mechanic manages to go through the global portal. But the hit seems like it's gonna hit pretty soon. Amsovo down, but the batter is already here, trying to make an impact. No! What?
Yeah, and something to note as well, Better is not bringing any 3. He brought 9-12, so Flying Will as well as a Broken Windows build. So he has no late game. He doesn't have anything to work with late game except for the 3 balls that he has on his hands. And the OB is happening, but not sure whether this will be happening though because Blink has already been used.
Yeah,
He downed the Better with the water pool!
My God! Yeah, I was about to. I just noticed as soon as you're like, oh! Yeah, I just noticed he went down. Seriously, this is such a grim situation for MS. Alex, he's just playing his game. Like he's not doing anything spectacular. He's just being really alert, very disciplined. The awareness is top notch. And you know what? Stopping the global portal transition is already one thing, but getting Oni down as well. My God, Oni half health. You think he can make this rescue?
Not too sure, because right now he's half health, but the mercenary is here though, so the rescue should be fine, unless there's a terror shot, but that's not happening and see inside. And yeah, padding away very respectively and not trying to get the double down. But Amso OVO though, he's kiting to this area, which means that he's just gonna die immediately and waiting for that better support most likely. So rushing all the way to deep Sandbag is not gonna affect any other ciphers around him.
Yeah, it's kind of hard though, because right now Beta is getting healed, but Amsovo is just so far away, so maybe just, coming in for the secondary support. CC already moving in through the global portal. The bot, as you can see, doing a lot of work. But however, Cypher is still not enough, and this is such a rare occurrence. Like 3 minutes, only 1 Cypher done. Yes, there's 2 Cyphers at 70%, but it's not going as fast as anticipated, right, Chocho?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see this rescue first. Yeah, a very safe rescue on Better side, I believe. And Priestess is over here giving some sort of support that we see, the support portal over here. And
whoa, what?
Where is the mechanic?
What?
The mechanic has disappeared. Oh my goodness, Alex, I don't think he knows where the mechanic has run to.
The mechanic was crouching, right?
It's a portal trick on Priestess side. Oh my goodness, and it worked.
What?
Oh my goodness. Oh. This is why we're seeing a priestess over here. They do have a strategy and it's working out perfectly. CC, the priestess, allowed Mechanic to use that portal, which is like a blind spot, allowing Mechanic to disappear from the face of this map. Forcing Hunter to change targets to priestess. So incredible play on priestess side. And getting the terror shot, unfortunately.
But the mechanic's still safe, so that's good. Oni's around to provide that support, but for a moment I thought you were gonna say wipe him off the face of Earth. Yeah, just off the map is enough. Yeah, but Oni's not gonna risk it. He's just gonna put Priestess down. Totally fine, because 2 ciphers are done, 2 cipher, and another 2 ciphers are almost done as well. 1 at 35% though, so not exactly prime situation. But hey, at least he missed the mechanic. So Oni, second ball, better not miss. Okay, gonna hit this time, Alex. Yeah, he has 1.
But getting that free hit though, but Sheehan is coming for this rescue, so it would still be considered like a good trade-off. There is no double down situation. Before half rescue very successfully, and Cypher seems like they're over decoding though, but We'll see how this goes about. He still has one more portal to use, getting that portal right over there, not downing immediately. But the water pool though, downing the priestess very fortunately, and it will be a second chair on priestess side. We see that all of them are half health, which means but we see Mechanic being healed though. But Mechanic is the last chair. Not too sure whether she will be coming for this rescue.
I mean, technically, you have no choice, right? Can see. Oh my God, the bot, the bot, Bobby. My God, sacrificing Bobby for the body block. That's super play right there. But yeah, gonna just be walking around the cipher. You know, you need a little bit of bubbles to camp the cipher. That's the thing about Naiad. Oni is already making his rotation in. He's at full health. Alex making a big puddle, trying to stop everyone from coming in. Seiyun already at 70% humidity, has to be really careful. You don't want the double down situation. 2 ciphers remaining though. Oh, the hit, not gonna hit. What? Oh
Getting
my
that
God!
down to cancel with that water pool and a stable rescue on the mercenary though, very fortunately, but still downing. So this is a double down situation with Priestess still being alive, but on his last chair. Priestess still has one more portal to use. Will he be able to use it to kind of kite this out longer? Because Cypher is completely not enough.
Oh my God, but fortunately, the pallet stun buying CC a little bit more time, but can I just say, such a beautiful change of event. MS playing out of their mind. Alex, he thought he has this game with the Mechanic first, but now, my goodness, Cypher is 91% and 68% each. Will CC be able to kite this out? CC making the run towards the factory. Alex not gonna allow. He still has Blink, right? But he's not. No, he changed to. So yeah, he changed to teleport. Yeah, it's kind of blurred here. But CC.
Oh my goodness! Getting that hit onto Priestess very successfully. So Priestess will be sending back to the mana first. We see that they're also forcing the 3 pellet cipher. Mercenary as well as Better no longer has self-heal. And Mechanic is on her last chair. But it's full health though, but she has this decoding debuffs when everybody's injured in this match. So she is showing her weaker side right now, Mechanic, and seems to be that they'll be prioritizing healing up first between Amso OVO as well as Oni. She is still in the field to possibly try to push Cypher's objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Mechanic, right? Yes, you can agree she has a bot to work with. The Bobby is definitely going to help in decoding, but the moment everyone's injured, which is probably what's in Alex's mind as well, yeah, it's fine, you're fine, but all your teammates aren't. The decoding becomes close to none. It becomes so close to non-existent. So I don't know, man. Alex, he was in a risk. It looks like he was in a risk of losing more survivors out the gate. But right now, I feel like he's playing slowly, very accurately towards a draw. So Mechanic being spotted. The help me ping has been initiated. Let's see if Banner's around to help. He still has 1 more balls to work with.
Yeah, but better still to be careful though, because he has no 3, which means that when the detention, when the last cipher is popped, he doesn't get this speed boost as well as half healed kind of situation, so he can't be down, Oni for sure. And I'm still OVO though on his last share, but the cipher is prime, so after this hit, it seems to be that cipher will be popping finally. 3-person during this tension period. Oni will be forcing the back gate, and Alex is not gonna have any of that. He's gonna focus onto Oni over here. And last ball though, will he be able to use it successfully to dodge this out?
Oh my God, yeah. It's just very unfortunate. You're caught in a situation where you can't really do anything when it's late game because you eliminated a priestess.
Oh my goodness. Right now, downing the mercenary as well. Delayed downing effect, but mercenary as well as Better no longer as self-heal though.
Oh my
So
goodness.
this could possibly be a 4 elimination on Alex's side.
Yeah, I mean, he just needed a draw, but Alex is like, you know what? You think I'm gonna be the same like what I was against GH? No, you're wrong. No composer. I'm fine with that. And that's exactly what happened. He's fine to take the Mechanic. Right now, everyone is down. Banner has just been healed up. The other gate's being decoded, but it's only at 30%. And
that's right.
Alex, Olympic swimming.
Olympic swimming, that's right. Alex is trying to swim all the way back to the back gate, but it's at 70%. Is he not seeing the Better though?
Oh,
seems to be so, and seems to be a possible tie situation from a 4 elimination. Alex, what is going on?
Alex!
Oh my goodness, what is going on? From a possible 4 elimination to a tie. What a clutch on MS side.
Yeah, he's probably... I mean, there's a lot of things going on with the Hunter, right? That's the thing. You can play hide and seek against the Hunter. He's probably thinking maybe there's one person who didn't make it to the gate yet, hiding by the side. You know, that's something that happens quite frequently, right? It's very normal to see, but yeah, I mean, for spectators' view, we definitely know that both of them are already waiting at the gate. But it's just unfortunate, Alex. Just being really careful. Well, a draw is still a draw. It still helps Wolves to get that first one win. So so far, not Nello T. So
for now.
For
now.
now.
All right.
Oh, please,
so
please. I don't like that word. Forever. Yeah. So. But, yeah, just back and forth going on. So Chocho, like it was looking so good for MS at one point, like with the trick portal by the priestess, and then it was looking so good. But in the end, what happened? Like how did they get from a winning position, like with the mechanic being safe, into like finally a win for Alex? And technically it's a draw.
Yeah, it was like a lot of back and forth. We see that Alex actually down the mechanic very fast into early to the game. So actually it was leaning more towards Alex. And then that priestess portal trick that is like one of those oldest books in the tricks. You wouldn't expect your opponent to be using it. It's been such a long time since we last saw it. And MS managed to you do that. And that's not an easy portal trick, mind you. I only know a few priestess in the SEA region that can actually do that, and it's not the first thing that can come into your mind, which means that Alex wasn't expecting that portal trick. So it kind of leaned towards MS favor. But then again, Cypher was so slow, so it was leaning more towards Wolves again. And then that tie situation went all the way back to MS. So there was so much back and forth. But looking at the stats first, for sure, we see Amso OVO with 134 seconds of kiting as a mechanic, and Beta being around there 171 seconds and only 42% decoding progress as we see. And I also did say in the chat, why was decoding so slow? So it was mainly because at the start of the match we did see how Priestess actually gave that long portal, right? So one thing's for sure, Mercenary as well as Beta, two slowest decoder in the map is decoding. And shortly after we saw how Beta came for mechanic support, but the support didn't really come through. So at that point in time, only Mercenary was decoding, which explains why Cypher progress was so extremely slow at the start. And luckily MS could pick up themselves up and still managed to prime and pop the Cyphers, so getting this high situation. So very good teamwork from MS side.
Yeah, I think the graph sort of just tells the story as well, right? Like, I
Yeah.
totally agree. It's totally a case of over supporting with the portals, Oni trying to make a difference. But honestly, Oni, I think Oni being able to just decode 42%, even the mechanic that has been chased, kiting at the same time has managed 200%. So it's with one less decoder, which is Oni. The Cypher Rush wasn't really there. And it's just very unfortunate because Alex, he's just so familiar, right? With all these OBers, and he wasn't able to get the stun off at any point to help the rescuers. He did, but it wasn't to help the rescuers. It was more of like saving himself. But so yeah, probably Cypher Rush could have happened. But more of that after the break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Let's go, MS! I mean, there's so many exclamation marks. We have to read it that way. At Misty, Mistil25, COA 6 for the support.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, we did see a very interesting matchups in the first BO1, which we will continue talking about it because there's so much to talk about. But looking back at this fan art, we did see this before, but we'll just say it one more time. COA 6 global support at Identity 5, got your glory in COA 6, Wolves 487, shine up in the game, fighting, see you in the Golden Rain in Hangzhou. You are totally worth it. Yeah, 487 do have a lot of fans, and we do see that possibly one of the most handsome player in Wolves are probably in the entire Chinese mainland competitive teams that we're seeing right now. So yeah, so just now was just an incredible match. Yeah, I think a lot of people are just wondering, did Wolves Alex not see better at the back gate, forcing that gate to be open? Like, what was he trying to search for? Mechanic?
Probably searching for goal somewhere, like searching for the goal for the final piece for a 3K. But yeah, there's just so many things. Again, we're in spectator mode, we can see everything, but it's just very unfortunate that MS with that strategy and with that beautiful porter trick was supposed to get trying to get that win, but Alex foiled it. But score difference isn't too far off. It's 5-3. Basically, it's a 3-1 plus 2 plus 2-2. So yeah, it's 5-3, not too far apart, but it is still 1-0 in favors of Wolves. So let's see the next map. Let's see if MS would be able to learn from this over-supporting and lack of decoding and move on towards a better plan. Because honestly, Chocho, you saw Wolves. They had minimal support.
Yeah, they had
And
minimal
they
support.
don't have OB and things like that, right? So the Cypher was actually rushed, and the Dream Witch was kind of Cypher rushed. But here, Alex was just having the time of his life. When Cypher popped, well, technically the Cypher was just... It's not Cypher rush for sure.
Yeah, and we did see how MS, right? I hope they understand that not hope they understand, also change their game plan, and don't pick such a support heavy team comp where, as well as slow decoding team comp where it might turn out for the worst during the later games. I just want to say that actually Alex, right, actually did such a did make a mistake because I'm not sure what, I think he kind of didn't see the better, but unfortunately, and MS survivors managed to capitalize on the mistake that Alex gave, and that resulted in a tie. If they actually ran away from the gate, MS side, or Alex did see the better very clearly and decides to chase better, that would have immediately be a 4 elimination. No cap, no explanations needed, because Mechanic has such slow decoding on the gate. It is affected, not just in decoding process, as well as also at the gate opening area. So, yeah, somebody said I'm blushing. I'm simping. Somebody said I'm simping and I'm blushing. Am I?
I mean, after all, we're just humans. It's very normal. Chocho is Gen Z. Yeah, it's very normal to have people you idolize, right? Like, well, but speaking of idols, well, the Korean team is currently still on the Survivors faction. So I think they just want. I think they just wanna come into this game. Or was it Wolves who actually put up the thing?
Yeah, Wolves actually picked Lakeside Village. So the first one was actually on MS's side, but they didn't get the advantage.
Survivors. Oh, so they want the Survivors to go first. Wow.
Interesting. All right. So I guess because their Survivors do play better, and yeah, Wolves actually, MS kind of want to get the advantage as Survivor side first and lessen the burden as well as pressure on Mitake side, and hopefully that works out for the best. If not, it could have like a reverse kind of situation where the pressure will be on Mitake side if MS Survivors do lose. And we do see that the ban pick phase, we see the Entomology as well as Toy Merchant. So we do see a strategy that's being set up over here, a Toy Merchant. And LS still giving that respect ban on the Better though, even though Better did not manage to achieve much objective in the first match that we see just a while ago. And yeah, on the third, well, we see a Bonbon being banned at Lakeside Village. A very interesting ban. We don't usually see Bonbon being banned on Lakeside Village because it's such a big map, and we don't see the only hunter, right, I remember was IVS Elf from Zeta getting a 4 elimination using Bonbon at Lakeside. So if they are banning Bonbon, that means that they are kind of ready for any other characters that Alex has, which means a Naiad that we could see previously, and possibly maybe I would say not Polun. Polun actually don't really do well in Lakeside Village because of a lot of terrains that restricts Polun when he's in wheel form. So, yep, a very quick pick on Alex's side. A Knight once again. It's probably going to prove that he can actually play it even better without any mistakes this time around and possibly getting a full elimination. And this map, mind you again, ladies and gentlemen, it is a Wolves selection map.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf selection map, MS being the survivors, having the faction's choice, choosing to go survivors first, that's definitely something to take note of. But surprise fact that they didn't ban they banned the Bonbon and wanted to face the Naiad again shows that maybe they're just confident. They're like, you know what, we actually know how to deal with this. It's just unfortunate that we sort of kind of got caught up with over supporting. One character wasn't exactly decoding, so maybe, well, with this lineup, maybe things are gonna be different. So, but again, there's a toy merchant in the game. True, that's distance, but it's a Naiad we're talking about. That's mobility, right? So, honestly, do you think this kind of counters Naiad, Jojo?
If you're talking about countering, yes, because if you're playing a toy merchant, you can put down a toy and then you can wait for Hunter to pull and probably retract that harpoon first before you actually jump. Antiquarian, you can stun the Hunter when he finishes his harpoon, pulls back his harpoon, and then for Entomologist, if you let go of the beast while he's charged towards you using his first skill, you can actually block it off as well. But then again, yesterday's match, we did see how, I forgot which Naiad it was, but there was this charge attack through the beast and the hit was registered onto Entomologist. So that's something to note whether we were able to see it on this match.
Yeah, I still remember that it was yesterday's match, right?
Yes, that's right.
Was it Alf on it?
It was Ever Sleeping Town, so I'm not too sure which Hunter it was. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it is, right now we are going to be focused on Wolves, Alex, on the Naiad again in game number 2, first half. MS needs to make something happen here. Oni is the one taking the first chase. Last game, he was the batter. He was kind of trying to support, not doing a lot of decoding. So I'm pretty sure he's glad to take the first kite, because let's face it, he really wants to kite the Hunter.
Yeah, and we did see how Alex actually spawned next to the toy merchant, but he decided not to chase this toy merchant, which is at front at this point in time. But the Entomologist beast support is coming in, getting that hit onto Entomologist, but Antiquarian still getting that water pool though, so not a great dodge onto Antiquarian's side, and his flying wheel is available to be used as of now. So we'll have to see how this is gonna go about, because he's not using much of his stick actually to kite out a possible water pool. Getting that blink.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the moment you get that first hit through the beast, because of the water damage, it kind of seals the deal, right? As any Naiad player, because you still have a blink to have to worry about. Not to mention Antiquarian kind of has a flywheel, but at that situation, even if you use it, you can't really reach any point. So yeah, Alex is gonna make one big puddle surrounding the camps. First officer is gonna be around. Seiyun! Oh my god, that was so close. But now with that hit onto Seiyun, the bees are gonna be there to push him away a little bit. Oni's running away, making a dash towards the shack. But again, it is Alex. Wow! 1 hit, 2 hits. Oni is gonna try and disarm Alex a little. Jumping in. Yep, gonna make it through. So pretty safe for Oni. Oni still safe so far.
Yeah, but this interrupting his teammate Cypher is not something that you really want to do, especially when the Cyphers are lacking in so much. And we'll explain a little bit on this over-supporting system and why the Cyphers are so slow once again. But Antiquarian is trying to kite out for her life, but missing that swing, unfortunately, and not disarming the Hunter. Alex getting that basic hit onto Antiquarian. Antiquarian still has the flying wheel and quite a lot of the flute to use. So we might be seeing a second rescue, especially now that first officer is healed up.
Yeah, I mean, Chocho, things are definitely looking really, really hard for MS. I mean, I don't know about you, but it's almost 3 minutes, 5 ciphers remaining. Yes, there's a little bit of progress, but yo, it's only one cipher about to be done at this point, and Antiquarian only is about to expire. No one's gonna come for the rescue anymore. Cypher's definitely not enough at all. So, if you're MS, what's your game plan here?
The game plan right now is to just kite as long as you can, but right now we are seeing the entomologist gonna get the second kite, but because she gives so much support, B support onto Antiquarian right now, she has nothing to use the kite, and getting that pellet down hit, excellent mind game onto Alex's side, and entomologist got no tools, she only has a flying wheel, so it's a very difficult kite, and Cypher is not enough like you've mentioned. Added together, it's probably not even 3 ciphers at this 3.5 minute mark.
Yeah, and with the blink, it's gonna secure I'm So Obo as the second survivor down. I mean, they're not even decoding extra ciphers. They're not even opening up new ciphers. It's just the decoding not happening. The support by the beast is good, but the thing is, when that was going on, ciphers are not being done, and I don't know, Chocho, 4 ciphers remaining, and against the Naiad. This is looking really good for Alex and not so good for MS.
Yeah, this is looking like a potential 4 elimination, but we can't say it's too soon because we did see how MS really fight against, but getting that very safe rescue, but still entomologist is getting down, and even though he uses his flying wheel already, so a weird sequence of events over there. We're not too sure what really happened, but first officer right now has no tools, it's half health. Toy Merchant might be coming for this rescue, possibly. And I see that Toy Merchant actually threw a watch onto First Officer, if I saw that correctly. So, First Officer might be coming for this second rescue onto Entomologist.
But how can he? Like, if Seyun comes for the rescue, right, Chocho? Oh, it's actually the Toy Merchant flying in from the sky. Yeah, we missed that. But so much puddle though. CC about to be 100% pull. Oh no! He's gonna pop. Oh, and the flywheel, beautifully done by CC.
Yeah, it's just very well played. We see that this toy is already set up for I'm So OVO. Will he be able to use it? Fortunately, no! Being cancelled out mid-air, and CC will be using this instead to get away as far as possible. Destroying that toy and will be chairing the entomologist on her last chair. Right now, we have 2 persons left on this battlefield. Both of them at half health as well. So this is looking like a 4 elimination. Cypher's completely not enough. 3 ciphers left. 2 ciphers left now.
I mean, honestly, they really, really underestimated Alex Naiad this time. Like, you got a draw last game, and you sort of avoided disaster, right? But this time, it's a bigger map, and I don't know, man. Bon has short legs. I mean, not leg shaving here, but yeah, the thing is, like, look, like, the mobility is so strong on Alex's side. Like, Naya, swim. You know what, you can fly, but I just swim twice and I reached you. And
yeah. Alex is really like the Olympic gold swimmer, bro. Like, gold medal swimmer, gold swimmer, gold medal swimmer, and
the goals.
Yeah. And
yeah, I gotcha. Oh my god. Oh, he's going for a rescue? CC?
What? Possible?
Don't try it, bro. Yeah, he's going back. But he's already spotted by Alex, so... And Alex still has a bling, so... Is he waiting? Yeah, he's blinking. Yeah. My god, 4K this time. Chocho. My goodness. Ah, the blink hit. Alex this time from 2K upgraded to 4K. 4K resolution indeed. It's 2 ciphers remaining. This time, ciphers are not even prime. So, MS... definitely missed their time that time. Missed their chance to ban out the Naiad. Alex definitely very happy with that result. Maybe he's laughing. Maybe he's happy inside, but yeah, I just feel like they sort of missed that chance to ban his Naiad. So what do you think of this? Like, is Bon really so much of a threat as compared to Naiad in Lakeside Village, or is it just like a judgment call gone wrong?
Okay, I think it's just a judgment call called wrong, because in a big map, like for example like this one, Lakeside, it kind of limits Hunter's mobility because like and also it's able to cipher and map control because of how big the map is. It takes a long time for Hunter to travel from one area to another. But because this is Knight that we're talking about, an Olympic gold medal swimmer, so so like he can easily reach a very opposite area, right, from one end to the other of the map very easily, and we're seeing exactly that. And only kiting as an anti-Korean, right, is actually
not the longest we've seen.
Yeah. Is if you're talking about yesterday's crazy Zetas anti-Koreans that we're seeing, Dolisu, KZNK, this is actually this is not really showing anti-Koreans very strong ability and how possibly being a broken character in this current meta. So 98 seconds, it seems to be a really long kite, but unfortunately though, we did see the Entomologist B support right at the start, so it means that Entomologist wasted a lot of time not only just driving the beast to help anti-Korean, but also support anti-Korean throughout the kite, but that kite was still almost like an instant down. So Entomologist Cypher was super slow, which added on to why the Cypher progress was extremely to a like a situation where you can't even we couldn't even see that the Cypher was close to being primed. So really unfortunate once again.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, nothing worse. We keep on talking about accelerated decoding. We keep on talking about the power of communication and cipher rushing, but unfortunately that's not the case with MS so far. So I would say they kinda had their chances dealing with Alex. Not to mention, they actually decided to go up against Alex first in this second game in Lakeside Village. So they kind of have their shot already. So I guess it's really up to Mitake to not make it a 2-0, to maybe try and go for a 4K and then hopefully bring them to game 3. But honestly, it's just, it's just really, really hard at this point. And Mitake is put at a very unfair position because imagine the stress trying to get a 4K just to get a draw. So not the situation anyone wants to be in, ladies and gentlemen. So you have it, the win conditions on your screen, in front of your screen. Chocho, bring us through it.
Alright, and we see that regardless whether it be a 1-4 escape, right, Wolves would win this match. So the only win condition on Mitake's side as a hunter right now is to only get a 4 elimination. If not, it will be a straight 2-0, and Wolves will take this win home, while MS will most likely be the one heading home after this group stage. So yeah, I think we have to really just go back a little bit. I mean, we did see, I feel that Oni actually is not very proficient in the character anti-Korean, because when the Nayat was actually in her whale form or like collected back her harpoon, right, we didn't see the anti-Korean using her flute to actually get that speed boost, you know, because when you use your speed, you know, as an anti-Korean, you swing your flute, you actually do get speed boost.
Yeah. Roll around. Fan yourself forward, right? Propel yourself.
Yeah.
But you know what? The survivors have done everything they can in the first 2 rounds. Unfortunately, Mitake is the one getting the shorter end of it. He is the one that has to carry on the hopes of MS. And we can see like a clash of styles, right? If we really want to make it analytical, from an analytical standpoint of view, MS style, I would say, is the total opposite of what GH is doing now.
Yeah.
Right?
And yeah,
in the Cypher Rush on one part, right? Like it's composed. There's so many Cypher Rushes going on. And even with the sub coming in, like 9 Mamos and Skyfall substituting for Chao Kahn, 9 Mamos for Cap Kun, they still managed to bring it to game 3. So it speaks a lot. They're playing with the subs and it speaks a lot. Yeah, so
I think I mean, looking at this as a whole, right, you know, going back to like the group stages kind of settings, this is MS's second last match. So this is the match against Wolves. Their last match, ladies and gentlemen, is actually against Zeta. And if they do lose this one, they actually do have a higher chance against Zeta, because how Zeta is actually placed after second place after Wolves. So that is possibly their only chance to possibly try to make it. But then again, they do have GR at the 3rd placing, so still a very tough matchup, as we can see. But all the best to Mitake. He needs to get his 4 eliminations. So support-wise from the chat, if you guys are fans of MS, please do give your dollar signs. You know, do send your dollar signs as a sign of support for Money Sweep. And for Wolves' side, fans of Wolves, please do send in your wolf kind of emoji. And
or you can just go ow.
Yeah.
Go crazy. Each time they do something hype, let's just go ow. Okay, let's just go bazonkers. Like ow. Like something like that, but of course, let's calm down a little. Mitake is still has a chance. It's just that, you know, killing one wolf is already is gonna be a tough time. Like taking out all 4 is definitely gonna take an even huge effort. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what he can play here that can allow him for a 4K.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about wolf survivors, okay? Not just any survivors, but wolves survivors. And how often do we see wolf survivor get a 4 kill kind of situation? Like once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon. Like so
and the moon's never blue.
Exactly. That's the whole point. So
yeah. I mean, maybe they do against other IPL professional teams and against, you know. But here, it's just kind of... I think Chocho's just painting a picture that it's really unlikely to get a 4K against Wolves in this position. Not when you're in a position where you have to make a 4K at least. Like, it's so stressful for Mitake. And it doesn't help that the win rate's also shown on the screen, 100%.
Yeah, 100% win, sister. So, very difficult, especially now. Not only is it both survivors, but it's also a survivor meta, and we also see how like Alex also struggled against GH getting this 1 elimination in their previous matches. So Mitake getting a 4 kill is highly unlikely, but there is still a small chance that it is possible, and we shall not forgo this possibility at all. So fingers crossed.
My God, he's really going for the Hell Ember. Yeah.
My goodness.
I mean, Hell Ember. He's just trying to have fun here. Yeah, he's been smiling ever since he got to the seat for the second half. So maybe they're just here to, you know, to have fun, enjoy themselves, have a little variety. So, ladies and gentlemen, Hell Ember incoming. Let's see what he does with Wolves. And Chocho, I don't know about you. Technically, if he managed to get at least 1K, I think that's an achievement with a Hell Ember. A 2K, that would be an achievement.
Yeah, actually though, because this is because actually this is not the first time Mitake is picking a Hell Ember. He actually did pick it on the first day of group stages when they're against GR at Chinatown. He picked the Hell Ember and he actually got a 1 kill. Unfortunately, I think. Or was it a tie? I forgot. It's either a 1 kill or a tie. Not very favorable, especially when you need a 4 elimination at this point in time. So we're seeing the spawn locations over here. Hunter will be spawning at the small boat while the survivors are actually in the L formation. So possibly Hunter might be going for the person nearest to him, right in front of him. So we'll see how this really plays out.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Papa Leo before. Oh, the limited B skin.
You even know it's limited B skin.
Yeah, I mean it's limited B skin because that's the sound from the puppet, right? What's that movie? It's called. They got this from. Silent Dead Silence. Is that?
No, this guy has a name. This guy has a name.
Oh, I can't remember too. But you know what? If any of you in the chat has any idea what the name of this skin is called, please do let us know in the chat. Again, it's Mitake versus Wolves survivors. 4K or nothing. Basically, if even one survivor escapes, that's it. Wolves is gonna sweep this 2-0. Let's see if Hell Ember is able to do something against the pack of wolves ready to play. And mind you, I mean, 487 Prospector, we're gonna have ourselves a show here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, probably a good one. So they finally pick a harasser, so we might be able to see some interesting OV harassing kind of situation. And we see Lion rotating away to 11, and Hunter will be going straight towards possibly Psychologist, or if not, Prospector at the front, at the big boat area.
Yeah, she's 487. We'd like to see 487 kite. I mean, 487 is just so far away. He's even hiding. You see, like I know there are a lot of players that are really good at kiting, but they're like you can see they're not like running out in the open saying, "Yo, chase me first." They really have this discipline. Hide first, transition. If you can't hide, transition, run, and then once you really can run, then fine, take the kite, and that's exactly what 487 did. Mitake was about to spot the psychologist on the board, on the big boat, right? So he decides to reveal himself. 487 versus Mitake.
Yeah, and 1 minute into the match, we do see that Hunter has brought insolence, so there's something to note. And Prospector will be getting this first chase, stunning the Hunter using one of his magnets. Great discipline over there by 487 to not just vault that pallet and possibly get a Terror Shock. And they're rotating around this area. 487 will be vaulting this window and are interrupting the mercenary cipher along the way.
Yeah, I mean, 487 still has support from the music box. Has to be really careful not to vault. Yeah, he's gonna vault now because you know it's yeah, because he's afraid of exactly that, right? Like the blink Terror Shock. So he's really afraid of that situation. But Mitake is gonna unleash the fireman.
Yeah, and 487 no longer has any magnets though, and he somehow has already used his flying wheel.
Game.
Ooh, it was a red light bait, right?
Yeah, that was a red light bait. And like,
my goodness.
487 was just running with no care at all. And my goodness, you can see Mitake like sort of like a grin going on there. He's like, yo, I got 487 down. I got a Prospector down. So pretty good start from Mitake, but only one cipher's done, 2 minutes in. But hey, 487 overall, 2.5 ciphers, not too bad.
Yeah, and I mean, considering this a Korean hunter, Mitake, yeah, it's actually considered quite a fast down against possibly one of the strongest survivors in the Chinese mainland region, 487. So something to comment about. And right now, Hunter might be possibly trying to deny this rescue by Lion, but is Lion going to go for this rescue though?
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. They definitely need like a double rescue going on because I'm pretty sure Mitake has the tricks. His camping is actually really strong. So without a double rescue, do they really want to risk it? Lion's coming. But does he really want to risk it? Or is he just gonna sacrifice 487? Like, yo, bro, you kind of less. He's just gonna focus target 487.
Yeah, and he still have 2 magnets to use. So, yeah, will he be able to use it properly to probably get this stun or probably get some distance? But getting that basic hit though, great trade. Oh, what? Wow, Mitake with his Hell Ember, who would have thought?
That was beautiful, man. Like, play with the magnets around and then finally like, you know what, it's fine. I want you to stun me, but I already have a puppet standby. So, standby. I mean, if this isn't a 4K kind of situation for Mitake can easily secure a draw here. So, nicely done so far. Already eliminating one wolf, 487 at that, and cipher. Yeah, 3 ciphers are done. Yeah, I'm still in awe. Like beautiful execution right there going on.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to agree with you wholeheartedly. I honestly thought that when he was up against GR, it was kind of like a joking pick, but it seems to be that Mitake is kind of like I wouldn't say this is like a no-skill kind of Hell Ember. This guy definitely has tried to, play around with Hell Ember during rank sessions and probably worked out once or twice, but seeing it able to be worked out right in front of us against a Chinese mainland team, especially when it's against 487 as well. Not sure if 487 was really expecting that kind of game from Mitake, but Mitake will be trying to get this free hit onto Lion, but unfortunately not able to do so. Last 2 ciphers at 90% as well as 60%, all being pushed.
Yo, he missed! That was such a crucial moment. Mitake with that miss blink hit onto Lions, and Lions is still running around. Like, he still has one more pad to create the distance. Juan is dismantling the puppet, and it's just very unfortunate. Mitake is just a sliver away, just like a little bit of presence away from full health to unleash the second puppet. So yeah, Mitake has to switch targets now. He has to go back and camp that last cipher because he knows one cipher remaining, that cipher has to be the last one at 90%.
Yeah, and we see that Jelly is psychologist actually just slow walking this area, giving the tinnitus though, feeding the tinnitus, but not showing himself. So Mitake is kind of confused to where exactly the psychologist is, just stamping this palette first. And we see Juan possibly opening the 6th cipher at the 11 corner area. So Mercenary has opened up one chest and it has a magic wand, so it might be useful. Not too sure, but he's opening the 2nd chest at this point in time. So 6th cipher is being pushed and Tinnitus is being fed over at the shack area by Psychologist.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after this game they're gonna have a little bit of laugh about 487, but so far none of them are giving any chances to Mitake at all. Like, look, no one's getting injured so far. Jelly with the flywheel, wow. Yeah, escaping that. Mitake is still starving for that last bit of presence. Oh my god. Cho, the longest second presence unlocked ever at 6 minutes.
Still just a little bit, you know, but finally opening his second skill, finally, and the cipher is primed already, popped in fact. So Lion is at the shack area, and Hunter seems to know that the gate will be using that the puppet to get to 11, coming back to the back gate area, and will be possibly getting this hit onto Mercenary very soon.
Yeah, but again, he is a walking Hell Ember with no blink so far. Oh, and the perfume! Yo, perfumer in the play, bro. Lion's like, yo, I'm tired of Naibu. Let's play Vera. So that's exactly what he did. Juan trying to dismantle. Careful. Has a blink up in about 10 seconds. No, Juan!
Oh,
my
but
God,
unfortunately though, getting that down, that slow music box actually didn't help him get any much distance away from the Hunter, because Hunter, when he uses the puppet, he will actually get the speed boost when landing. So very unfortunate. There will be cheering Juan at the small boat area, but the other gate has already been opened by Psychologist, which confirms at least a one escape. So objectives are fulfilled, and Lion will be kind of, you know, stuck at this area with no tools and is a full health Mercenary.
Yeah, and can I just say, are you serious? Mitake? My god, he's gonna activate the puppet, right? Yeah, he has the puppet to activate.
Oh.
He's fine.
Oh, will he be able to get a 3 kill against Wolf Survivors though?
With Hell Ember?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. He's farming presence.
Oh, yo, oh, yo. Oh, good job, Mitake. He's like getting a 3 kill. Wow, with the Hell Ember.
3K Hell Ember against Wolves. My goodness, if only I bet they're like, yo, if only it wasn't a 4K compulsory kill in order to bring it to game 3, because the Naiad Alex definitely gotten the 4K. So even if Mitake with the Hell Ember getting the 3K here is amazing, while it really is, it's not enough to bring them to game 3. And ultimately, Wolves, it's fine, they're still smiling. It's still a 2-0 sweep for Wolves. So GG, well played. Wolves.
Being the winner for this first match. Very well done. Getting a fast match though, 2-0. First time ever for Nell. So
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, congratulations to us.
Congrats. How do you say congrats in Korean?
Chuk.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Congrats.
I'm a bad K-pop fan then.
You are a bad Gen Z too. So yeah, but seriously, it was just amazing seeing it, and yeah, I'm just in awe of what Mitake did with the Hell Ember there, securing that 3-man kill. So that was amazing to watch. But of course, one can argue, he was starved for presence, right? Until the very end at 6 minutes. So still very well played for MS though. It's just very unfortunate that they sort of got 3K'd by Alex in the first game. Sorry, 2K'd by Alex in the first game.
Oh yeah, 2K tied.
4K'd by Alex in the second game with the same Hunter. So that was a situation that was really unfavorable for MS. So, but they still played a really good game.
Yeah, and still though, I mean, congratulations to Wolves for sure, but something to note as well, because I mean, just now we were talking about the skin, right? I thought we would be seeing Slappy the dummy, so thank you Posh for telling us which one it was, and also for the chat for telling us. So it's Slappy the dummy, but we don't see that skin unfortunately, but all's good. Leo Slay, I saw in the chat, Leo Slay getting a 3 elimination against World Survivors, one of the strongest. Also, according to our statistics that we mentioned at the start, Survivors actually do average get a 3 escape in this group stage, and Mitake himself, using a Hell Ember, got a 3 kill. So that's something commendable.
Yeah, let's hope someone, appreciates Hellember now and decides to use them in rank, and then like, oh, I'm not Mitake, help! Why is this not 3K? No, the survivors are killing my puppets. That could happen. But honestly, Hellember is just starving for presence. But the chase is really weak. But Mitake made it work, and with spectacular fashion as well. So really, really good show. But the final score is still gonna be 2-0 in favor of Wolves. Congratulations, Wolves. Wolves has won every single game in their group stages. MS, they still have one more team to face, right?
Yes, MS has one more match with Zeta, and Wolves have one more as well with GR. So
yeah, that's hard. Yeah.
Pretty tough matchups.
Yeah, Zeta, and then you deal with 487 in Wolves, and now you have to deal with Kazuneko, in Zeta. That's gonna be a really, really long day. But hey, they've done their best. Definitely nothing to feel ashamed about. Very proud with the Hellember Papa Leo gameplay there. So yeah, but you can see Lions. My God. 122 seconds and even managing 112 seconds.
Yeah. They were just cypher rushing. But yeah, so somebody in the chat, a true Korean fan or probably a true Korean pop or actually Korean, said is Chuka Hamida, which means congratulations. So yes, MS, regardless, even though the results wasn't as favorable, that 3 kill by the Hellember, it was so impressive, and it really did take us aback with that kind of performance against Wolf Survivors. So yeah, MS on top, MS Slay, Hellember COA, very rare.
Exactly.
So thank you, Mitake, for showing us such a spectacular performance using a Hellember.
Yeah, shout outs to Cosmo for giving us the translations. Chuka Hamida. How about thank you? You have to go thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Kamsahamnida.
Cosmo Chan. Oh shit, that's Japanese. Yeah, but beautifully done. Unfortunately, it is going to be a 2-0 sweep again. I sound like a broken record, but MS by no means is it an easy game at all. MS has made it really difficult for the Wolf Survivors, especially, I would say, and they definitely played it really, really hard. But yeah, the scores are just in favor of Wolves, and you can see as well, like the early down with 487. It definitely caught Wolves off guard, and the fans as well. Like they were laughing at the end. I'm pretty sure they were laughing about his down towards Papa Leo.
Yeah, Papa Leo for sure. And yeah, we might be moving on to the interview section right after this. But before that, we have to decide on the MVP from Wolves. So now, is there a possible MVP on in your perspective?
The MVP is always gonna be the fans out there, the viewers. You guys are the MVP. Yeah, but if you're talking about this game, I feel Alex should be MVP with that 4K Nayat. Beautifully done. Since it's the winning one. So yeah, final score 11-6. Well, it's 2-0. Pretty good so far. So Nello T is not Nello T today. It's Nello O.
Yeah, because because I'm around, so we shall not have any LT, and hopefully the last 2 matches with Posh and Eli, though, they'll be coming in later for match 3 and 4. So to take note of them, and we'll see whether the true OT king Eli will probably get all 303s as well. So keep a lookout for that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Chocho and I, we're gonna be hanging out at McDonald's with the McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And we'll be watching the game from there. But it's just an amazing match to watch. And no surprise there, Alex with the best deduction, MVP of the game. Yeah, I mean the 4K has to do it right. Seals the fate of MS there. Very well deserving. So once again, for the final time today, please join me to spam the wolf's emoji for Alex right there. Don't be shy. We all have some inner wolf inside us, waiting to howl. I mean, it's fine if you want to bark, but yeah.
If you want to bark.
Yeah. But Alex, he's just so stable. And even when he got the 2K, no expression. Even when he got the 4K, also no expression. So it's like, It's as
expressionless.
Expressionless indeed. It's as what he said in his interview, like during the promo video, right? He was saying, we pretty much proven everything that we need to. We're just here to play the best that we can. So staying true to his words, Alex from Wolves, guys.
Yeah, and yeah, hopefully the chat is really hype about this, and later the Chinese interview will be upcoming, so translations by Eli, just kidding, it will be by probably me and Nell, so hopefully everybody will probably stay on soon. And match 2 though, something to anticipate. Oh, but the interview will be starting now.
So we have Chocho to translate. Please welcome Chocho.
Asking for Day7. Winning today's match kind of confirmed our spot in playoffs. So, what are your thoughts? For Day7, I'm very happy. And today we got a lot of points, so yeah, very happy. Alex, yeah, we'll do our best. And the first match you guys went against Dreamage. What was the planning and cutting rotations like? Just put the boxes at the factory and then allow mechanic to kite over there. And then just die at the corner so don't affect any ciphers on the outside. Alright, so asking about the inner voice call communications. Oh, you're just shouting where the spawn locations of where each survivor is at. Not asking Alex in the second match. You banned the composer. So what was the preparation against MS? Oh, so just ban his better as well as composer, which is their common picks in the other matches. He's asking about the Priestess portal at Arms Factory at Sandbags. Alex didn't know actually. Alex said that like this portal could actually be done, huh? What was the thing that you do to kind of like find your rhythm in that match though? Oh, I couldn't quite catch that, but in the second match, you used Naya again, and you did a wonderful 4 elimination match. So, Alex say, yeah, just okay. Yeah, he's being very humble right now. For Day7, do you guys manage to predict that Hunter will be picking a Hell Ember? We thought that he's gonna pick a 4 elimination Hunter, but yeah, he picked a Hell Ember, which was something that we didn't really expect. At the point in time, what was the kiting route like? Because we were actually quite okay, not very pressured, because Alex really got 4 elimination. So he was just trying to rotate around the map lah. He say he's the SB, which means like Sharpie, which means like a bit dumb during his kite. He was a bit dumb during his kite.
I mean, we all get those days sometimes.
Yeah. Okay, so when mistakes like this happen, hopefully at the back, right, all the little details done by survivors are still are done correctly, then it should still be fine, even though the kite wasn't very long. Okay, so you guys still have one more match. Is there any? You guys still have one more match? Is there any words that you want to say? So we want to get the number 1 spot. 加油, fighting. We shall get the top 1 spot. Alright, so moving on to the fan section, where a fan of Wolves will be coming onto stage.
Welcome. Welcome. Okay, I'll be the female MC, okay?
Okay.
Now you come to the grand stage. Are you happy? How do you feel?
I didn't hear anything she said because you were talking.
Okay, you go ahead.
Okay.
Too fast?
No, I was I lagged out a little bit. Her voice was.
深渊6将冲冲冲，努力不留遗憾，然后一起领金雨。
Alright, so COA 6, just do your best. Just win basically. I think she's quite confident also because Wolves perform very consistently in these group stages, so it should be fine. So we'll be taking the photo now after receiving the Gardener plushie. And it will be moved back to us.
Okay, we're going to go for a break. Come back real soon.
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区成都积极求生者选手皮皮参。我们队伍已经成立3年了，并且参加过圣约4、圣约5，还有 IVL 等赛事。我们队伍有着求生者选手顾草草，顾草草是我们队伍的一个牵制位兼救人位，是一个很强力的牵制选手。还有着18他的一个 OB 位，因为他是我们队伍的花火位嘛，所以他的一个 OB 位玩的是特别好的，并且他也是可以补足我们队的救人位的。然后就是我们队的一个很稳定的前锋位皮皮张。他的发挥也是比较稳定的，然后也是我们队的一个 OB 位兼救人位。另外一个求生者就是我们，因为我们队已经有3个救人位了，就是都可以兼救人位嘛，所以说我这边的话就一般就是不兼救人位，就是打的是一个6个位兼 OB 位的一个位置。接下来就是我们队的监管者西安乌梦，他的打法比较凶悍，并且他有着一个较多的选择在角色池中，是我们队的一个顶梁柱吧。然后就是我们另外一个监管者猫饼，他其实在队内的一个训练中是有着一个较为优异的表现的，就是希望以后能够期待他的发挥吧。我们队的一个口号就是积极积极，永远积极，亚军开心，冠军嗨皮。
Hello everyone, we are Club B4U from NAU, and I'm Sprinter, the main hunter for B4U. Our club has been formed for 3 years. We've played in 5 tournaments, COA 4, 5, and 3 IVTs, and we will be playing our 6th tournament, COA 6. B4U has a total of 7 members, with our survivor team consisting of Schmitty, Problems, Myleg, and Roland. Hunter side including me and Pitstoppers, and our coach Aaron. Our 4 survivors have grown immensely, going in with a dominant approach, while the hunters have an underlying, hard but strong desire to win. We will see you for the 3rd time in COA as we strive to win. You can only say so much to express determination. It has to be expressed on stage. Bye bye.
Hi everyone, welcome back to the Identity 5 Call of the Abyss 6 Group 7 of Group Stage. And we have your caster here, Chocho, as well next to me. A very daddy-like figure, Nello Mello, right next to me here.
Why daddy though? I mean,
That figure. Gotta be daddy figure.
That figure, okay.
Yeah.
I like it, daddy. No, no, not really. But thank you so much for the introduction, my Gen Z daughter. But I'm not a boomer. I'm still millennial. So So it's a oppa.
Oh.
Oppa. Try and say it with me. Oppa. No. Okay, she can't. Yeah, it's okay. I was just kidding. But welcome back, guys. I hope you guys had fun during the break. By having fun, I mean just drinking and eating your snacks while watching this game, obviously, with us. We are in for a treat. Yeah, because right now, tell us, what game are we going to watch?
We'll be watching GG versus Before You, which is Group A brackets, in fact. And this match is actually not too crucial, but it kind of, if GG do win though, it kind of solidify their standing in Group A as the top one. So this would be crucial for GG for sure, but for Before You, because of consecutive losses, unfortunately, so this match would lean more towards GG if we're talking about the importance of this entire thing.
Yeah, I mean, the stats might not show it, but Before You has definitely won the hearts of fans with Sprinzer's amazing performance. Not to mention, even the Survivors team has actually powered up, right? Like, they managed to get draws, and even a 3-man escape, which is unheard of. Like, this is history in the making, so, like, anything's possible. The sky's the limit. Yeah, and right now we will be reacquainted with the GG team, Shalma in the middle, PP Shia, Survivor Team 445, and the rest of the team. And of course, Before You, we have Sprinzer as the hunter, Pit Stopper, we have yet to see him, Schmidi, and My Leg Roland, Problems, and Aaron. We haven't seen Aaron yet too, right? So
yeah, we haven't, unfortunately. But yeah, speaking of Before You though, they had a very close matchups against GW, like a neighbor name towards next to GG, but it was so close to a point that I was actually in chat with the rest of you, and I was ready to lose all my apples just for Before You to win. But so unfortunately, so close yet so far. Before You lost, unfortunately, to GW. But it's okay, we are still seeing Before You survivors coming up for this first BO1 match, and it means that GG Hunter as AWM, Xiang Wumong, will be coming on the Hunter side of GG.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to be seeing that. But before we go into the band pick screen, while we're at it, shout outs to you guys. My God, Hanako, YMM's Toilet. Why are you calling me Papa Nello? No! Of course, Sandwich, shout outs to you. Sheriff Tan, always there, seeing you. Divorce as well. Of course, there's Pues. I hope I called your name correctly. Hello. Antique Lover, Nico, Mugiru, Mugi, Cats. I love you, Nello. I love you too. Fukiame, as always. William, hello. And any shout outs you want to give, Chocho?
Yes, but before that, I mean, even though I couldn't really say Oppa Nello, there's so many people saying Oppa Nello. This is for Nashi, Sharap Tan, Oppa Nello, Nai.
I see Grandpa Nello. My God, I just shout out to you, man. Just like moments ago. Why? I mean, but yeah, we're just gonna take one step into the team's introduction. No stranger to the team. Schmidi had an amazing game, right, Chocho? Amazing game as Antiquarian, amazing game with the support stunt. And of course, the most recent one, the Acrobat, unfortunately not very successful as the first kiter. But other than that, the support was really, really good. Definitely stepping out of expectations. He also has the he has Acrobat to kite. He has the Antiquarian. Of course, he used to be the forward main, but now with the Antiquarian, well, obviously we're not going to see a lot of forward.
Ooh, and right now moving on to Roland. Personally, I feel like even though he's just a rescuer, right, picking like mercenary first officer, right, I do feel that Roland is usually quite stable, especially when it comes to rescues as well as backdoor rescues, like knowing what hunter is prioritizing at that point in time and then going for that free rescue. That's really important as a rescuer, and Roland can do exactly that, and hopefully he's able to perform as well as we've seen in the group stages. And yeah, 33% escape probability as well as 94 containment time, and very stably decoding one cipher, 103%.
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of people saying Arrow's the coach, but you know, Nine Memos is the coach too, but he plays as Survivor, so maybe there's a hope, right? Yeah, but right up next, My Lake from B4U, dedicated mechanic, and mechanic, like since we see a lot of the rise of Tracy in this tournament, definitely benefits to have this character in their pool. I mean, it's definitely a very strong Cypher Rush decoder. Like, it's either you have to chase him or you chase the bot. If you chase the bot, the body's already far away. So he also plays the entomologist and psychologist. Just overall, a player to watch out for, my legs, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, in the previous match, he actually brought out a doctor. So maybe you might see another interesting pick from Before You Survivor side. And moving on to Problems, their last survivor, seated over here. Problems actually picked the priest as well as female dancer. And we could see an entomologist as well. So a 48 containment time, not very long, unfortunately. So it seems to be that he kind of put his music boxes, his bees on standby. And then usually focus a lot on decoding, as we can see from the 158% decoding as we can, as on the right side of the screen. So yeah, giving a peace sign to all the fans out there, you know. Yeah, Before You fans, do show your support for Before You. They need the support, especially going against such a strong Chinese mainland team like GG. So we see the Xian'ai Wumong right now.
Wow, Xiao Ma, the hunter. I mean, he definitely brings me to tears. Apart from the fact that Fuas is calling me Grandpa of Host again. But yeah, I mean, oh my god, I'm lucky I'm hiding behind this now. But yeah, Xiao Ma, definitely a hunter to watch out for. Ever since Pipicia went to the Survivor section, Xiao Ma has been carrying the team pretty well, right? Like his main go-tos, Bon, Breaking Wheel, yeah, we see him once in a while in this tournament. 4K potential still there. So far the win rate's like every single Breaking Wheel is like a 4K, it's like a win game, except for the most recent one, unfortunately. That's one loss, if I'm correct, if I recall correctly. But other than that, Xiao Ma's just really crazy. Like, he has the Clark as well, he has the Spider, he has the Wax, he has the Bloody Queen, and you know, the Disciple is also in his arsenal. So very excited for this game, Jojo.
Yes, and yeah, I mean, a big anticipation on Xian'ai Wumong's side, but we did see how Xian'ai Wumong kind of got like consecutive 4 kills against their previous team, which was FPXZQ, GW. It was one of those teams. Okay. And it seems to be that Xian'ai Wumong kind of struggles to get 4 eliminations, and in fact kind of leans toward a tie against a Japanese team in their group bracket, which is RC. So kind of strange. You don't usually see Xian'ai Wumong with like a tie situation, but hopefully he'll be able to perform well in this match still. We see GG's with the map selection this time around, Red Church, and Before You has picked their Survivor side to come up first.
Yeah, I mean, Before You, they definitely want to make an impact here to try and give a better time for Sprinzer in the second half. So I like the strategy. As long as they can get a draw here, it'll be looking really good for Sprinzer. Like, at least Sprinzer will be able to play without much of a stress of getting a definite 4K. But yeah, looks like we are gonna be seeing the dancer getting banned off first for very good reason, right? Because dancer's just so strong in Red Church. Like, just place two slow boxes in the middle of the church. It helps your teammates already, right? You don't even have to be there after you put it. So
absolutely. And yeah, moving on from there, we did see like the two of the strongest rescuers in this current meta, Mercenary as well as First Officer, being banned out, and Before You, with little choices left, pick the Gravekeeper. And lastly, from Xian'ai Wumong, we see the Mechanic being banned. So it could be a possible Bon because we see the best rescuers being banned. So camping with the chair should be much easier for Bon. And then Mechanic with that fast decoding as a Bon, you don't want that. So it seems to be that case. And servers have confirmed their selection. We see Antiquarian, Priestess, Postman, as well as the Gravekeeper on the Survivor side.
So we're gonna be seeing Postman getting utilized instead of the usual Mechanic. I mean, because it's been banned by Xiao Ma, recognizing the potential for Cypher Rush. I mean, what's the option for Xiao Ma here? Like, against an Antiquarian, against a Priestess, against a Postman, against a Gravekeeper. I mean, they pretty much have the composition to cover it, but Xiao Ma, you think Bon first game in Red Church?
Bonbon Red Church actually is still fine. I think really depends on skill though, but we did see how Xian Wumong really goes real crazy and all out with his bomb links and getting the chip hit onto the survivor side. So I think we will still be seeing that. And if you're talking about Bonbon rescues, right, it's very difficult. And as a Gravekeeper, you do have that level of pressure against a Bonbon, but we see the confirmed pick on Xian Wumong's side, a Bonbon. And also just to give a little stats from Before You side, right, we did see what we have a survivor escape rate of 1.67, while on GG's Xian Wumong's side we have a 2.22 escape rate. So this stats is not from me, like I mentioned again. This is from Weibo, account called 夜鸟小姐当暗管. Alright, so not from me. Alright, credits to the person and references all from that person as well. So even though the Bonbon was picked, right, and Bonbon is notorious to be known as one of those tireable hunters. But then again, this is Xian An Wumong that's using this character. So
I mean, well, we'll just have to see. I mean, it is Xiaoma we're talking about. The only thing is he just needs to have a comfortable position. I mean, this is the map that GG chose. So I feel like he should be really comfortable here. Like what Jojo has mentioned just now, ladies and gentlemen, Bonbon not necessarily a very tough place, but again, you do have to recognize that without the dancer, it is gonna be less of an annoyance for Bonbon. I mean, the priestess is still gonna be very annoying with the portals, but we'll see how it turns out. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, spawn location is going to be revealed. Spawning next to my leg. Let's see if he's going to go for Roland or my legs, or I don't know, man. Go for Pablo first. But honestly, I feel like he should just go straight for the postman. Just, eliminate the Kaigar first. That would make a lot of sense. But Schmidty on the Antiquarian. Let's see if he's going to be able to make a difference in this game with his rescues. But for now, it's me, Melo and Chocho, commentating for Before You versus GG. First half of the game where Before You survivors are going to go up against Xiaoma from GG.
But this time around, though,
yeah.
But this time around, though, we do have the personas being seen before we enter the match. So let's go through it a little. Shmidi, we have the Flying Wheel. Problems as well as My Leg. We have Broken Windows, Bill, and Roland with that tight turner. Xian Wumong has brought Tension, Trump Card, and the Blink skill. So chasing wise, I know he's very confident with his bombs, but still bring the Blink just in case to get that quick down within 6 seconds of the match. So, but not going for the postman, unfortunately, like you've predicted.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going straight for Gravekeeper.
Wow, really? I mean, it sort of is the plan. Get the Gravekeeper out first, right? I mean, you get the Gravekeeper out first, maybe like there's no more stable rescuers going on. Oh, he's just baiting it. My goodness, should have seen this coming from a mile away. Baiting the shovel, and then as soon as Roland uses the shovel, it's gonna change target. Destroying the portals after this? Oh no, yeah, he's just gonna go through it. Probably gonna move towards My Leg now. My Leg's hiding all the way at the back gate.
Yeah, will he be able to spot out though? But no, it seems to be that he'll be focusing his attention onto the Antiquarian, which is Schmidty. Schmidty trying to kite towards the graveyard, which is one of the changing targets once again. Blink will be up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, he really wants the postman. And My Leg is gonna reveal himself! Oh my goodness. Antiquarian? I feel like Antiquarian should be okay taking the first kite. The dog's gonna miss, unfortunately. My Leg getting that first dodge. The second bomb's really important because then
there's an instant knock possibility. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, really unfortunate. Blink not even needed to be in this first kite. Postman getting the immediate down. Pretty sure that was at least like a 20 seconds, right? Like at most 30 seconds.
But Chocho, one thing to mention though, Priestess is in the middle. She has 2 portals. Why not use it to support? Is there a reason for this? Like,
I think
keeping it for something?
The thing was that Postman couldn't even reach towards the possible portal placement over if Priestess do put a portal over there. So that's really unfortunate. I mean, bringing Broken Windows is actually a great idea to kind of pull established distance between a Bonbon. That's what you want when you kite against a Bonbon. But honestly, every time when you bring Broken Windows, there's always this flying wheel thing where you're like, oh my gosh, that little more distance that denied Bomb would kind of, allow me to enter a portal if Priestess were to put one over there, but really unfortunate over there. Will Gravekeeper come for this rescue though?
Yeah. I mean, Gravekeeper has to make this rescue at least once, but it feels like he's a little bit too late to the show if he really wants to rescue. So, yep, he's just gonna sacrifice Mylek. Unfortunately, this is gonna be the end for Mylek in this first half. Gonna be sent back to the manor. 4 ciphers remaining. Jojo cipher is not going as fast as it's intended.
Yeah, we see that Hunter has changed his skill from Blink to Teleport though, so yeah, Hunter hasn't opened his second skill unfortunately, but it seems to be that Roland will be out from his shovel, a portal right into the face of the Hunter unfortunately. So the portal wasn't used for support, but in fact kind of like a distraction for Hunter. Oh, but another portal support though.
I mean, portal support's there, but it's just very unfortunate it's not as fast as intended, because now Gravekeeper is at half health, and with just a little bit of shovel left. Yeah.
And Priestess doesn't have any portals to use, so it could be a possible one more chip damage onto the Priestess. So one basic hit and Priestess will be down, getting baited over there, missing that swing. Any portals left? No, it seems to be the down will happen once again. Cypher completely not enough. 4 ciphers left, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. And fortunately, Smitty has finished 1 cipher. He's already on his way to finish the second one. So you can see that the support here is mostly done by problems on the Priestess. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to save Mylek. But now, after Mylek's gone, rotating towards Roland, removing the shovels, and he's at half health, they really should stop and heal now, because the first thing Roland should do shouldn't be to rush Cypher. The first thing he should do after getting half health and chasing Priestess should be to get healed from Schmidty. I feel that's the case. Get to full health and then maybe try and come rescue problems. But now, none. My goodness, Jojo, I don't know how they're gonna play into this. 3 ciphers done, but 2 ciphers really. The last one is really new.
Yeah, this match gotta give sort of like MVP for Schmitty to kind of decode this 3 ciphers. This should be a best decoding kind of award, you know, and then this award would definitely be given to Schmitty. Decoding 3 out of the 5 ciphers and 2 ciphers left still. Last cipher not even decoded, and like you've mentioned though, they possibly could have healed up, but then again, Xiao Umong with that very strong chasing ability, and Cyrus on the other side don't have a lot to work with unfortunately, and away the Priestess go back into the manor, and Roland at the top broken, half health, and Hunter is second skill already.
Yes, Roland gonna be the last hope for B4U here. Schmitty again starting his last cipher. You know, teleport's not gonna even. Oh, teleport's gonna happen. I sort of jinxed it, eh? So Schmitty, Schmitty's just gonna be kiting, taking the kite now. Roland probably needs to focus on finding a chest, getting himself healed up. Because if Schmitty's down, well, Roland will definitely need that extra health. Keep himself. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like a losing game so far. Like a downward game for B4U, but Roland's actually doing the 4 ciphers, so a lot of faith on Schmitty doing the kite, and as you can see now, he's actually doing pretty good.
Yeah, quite a good kite on Schmitty's side, and able to use his antiquarian flute to kind of establish more distance and also disarming Hunter, but getting that chip damage though, and missing that swing, unfortunately great discipline on Xiaomon's side, and the flying roll that we're seeing, and another disarmament, and Schmitty might be down the next second. Will we be able to see an accurate bomb link on Xiaomon's side?
Yeah, I just have to say he's doing really good now. Of course, he's trying to. Yeah, I jinxed it again, right? But,
yeah, that's right.
No, it's so obvious from a standpoint that it's not my fault.
Oh wow.
but Xiaoma's definitely not gonna chair before you, Schmitty, because you know why chair now? He has to try and bait the cipher. Oh, he's gonna chair now. He's really confident, and here's where it goes kind of hard, because yes, Roland finished the 4th cipher, but now he doesn't have any heal to work with. Is he gonna just sacrifice Schmitty? I think he should just try and rescue.
Oh, but this gives opportunity for this backdoor rescue, but Hunter has teleport in 2 seconds time, so will Xiaomong teleport back once he realizes that there's no Tidus over here?
I don't know. I mean, he can go, but yeah, it's already past the halfway mark. I think it's really smart. Maybe they're really not gonna go and rescue. Roland's just gonna. Was it the bird?
Not too sure though, but Tinnitus is popped already, and instant down. Oh my goodness.
he was trying to hide as long as possible, but unfortunately, Xiaoma, the moment the prompt happened, he knew exactly where the location of the Gravekeeper is. Just instantly teleports, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Xiaoma casually 4Ks with no expression on his face, like
Yeah, the 4K king.
4K king, yeah. So it looks like the survivors they're unable to defend against the attack of GG in the first half. But guys, we still have Sprinzer in the second half. So before you, I think I know the reason. We didn't assign an emoji, right? So
yeah, we didn't assign emoji. It's so like there was no support before you.
Exactly.
Couldn't feel the support from us, and that is on our side. Yeah, now it's you.
It's definitely me. Yeah, so sorry. But we're gonna assign them the emojis in the next half. Don't worry, guys. I mean, it's only first half of the first game. Second half, Sprinzer is gonna come in this game. Pretty sure he's not gonna bring Bonbon, right? Because the last time he played Bonbon, it didn't really work out that well. The question is, will he commit to a Dream Witch or a Clark?
This map is actually great for Dream Witch because it's kind of small map. It's easier for Sprinzer to kind of map and cipher control. So Sprinzer might still go for that. But then again, GG do know that he has a Dream Witch. So might make possible counters against it. So looking at the statistics though, my leg 18.9 seconds kite, unfortunately, a decoding process of 2, so it was a very fast down, unfortunately, and the second one as well, Priestess, fast down as well, so really unfortunate. And it comes to beg the question though, because right at the start we did see how Xiaomong with the Bonbon hit it straight for Gravekeeper, but after he became in shovel form he left. But this is the meta where once you go into the ground, you come back up, you can still use that shovel as the second one, you know, like it's not like it kind of drains. And if he decides to chase Postman from the get-go, why didn't he go straight to Shag, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I think he's just trying to run around, wasting resources, trying to throw before you off their game a little bit. It's definitely not about skills. It's more about maybe the communication definitely needs to be stepped up a little bit more. Communicating the presence, like I feel like Priestess could have accompanied Postman, especially in the first part, to help him with the portal placement. Because Postman is really a strong kiter, and I'm pretty sure Miley has more to offer. But you know, the moment you're down and Bonbon's camping and ciphers are not enough, even if they wanted to give him a chance to go rebound kite, it really isn't as easy as it seems. So but yeah, Xiaoma doing an amazing job so far in the best of one with the Bonbon 4K. It's definitely going to set B4U back a little. Not a little, but it's going to set them back for the first half. But again, they also have Sprinzer tanking the hits in round number 2. You know, like B4U's done defending this round, this half. They're on the attack. They're on the offense next game. So but for you, Chocho, like Dream Witch, I know you say Dream Witch is pretty good for this map, but you think Dream Witch is a good choice if they counter his Dream Witch here with compositions, or do you think Clark is more manageable for a 4K?
Clark could be more manageable for a 4K, but it kind of depends how it really progresses because, like we've mentioned many times, it's very crucial for the first cut of Clark to be less than a 3 cipher cut if you're aiming for a 4 elimination, because once you pop your second skill, your map and cipher control, it's much more aggressive to a point that survivors kind of are put under pressure. So if it's that, then yeah, Clark, but we do see more consistent performance with Sprinzer's Dream Witch, and that's something that he has been known for the longest time, and something that he usually plays for BO1. So most likely you'll be seeing it, but then again, now, do you have any other opinions about Sprinzer's Dream Witch?
I mean,
first picks?
I'm pretty sure they've seen enough of Sprinzer's Dream Witch to know his gameplay, his play style, his the routes that he goes through, right? I mean, if I see him play often, I would know, like, oh, that's what he usually does. That's what he usually do. This is where he blocks off survivors. Here's how his control, the level of his control. But again, this is GG we're talking about. They definitely play a lot. And they definitely train a lot. They definitely research on their teams. And you know what? So far, it doesn't seem like they're underestimating any teams at all. So B4U should be no exception. They wouldn't be underestimating Sprinzer. at the very least.
Yeah, and we did see how GG were all smiles. GG servers were all smiles. Pressure is not on them because the Hunter got a full elimination right from the BO1 first half. So pressure is not on. But looking at the players introduction, we have PPZ from GG Survivors. He has the first officer forward, psychologist, great people, mercenary, resource, antiquarian. He does both rescues as well as support, harassment. So he's actually all GG survivors actually all well-rounded. Like there's nothing that they're actually lacking in. They can all rescue, they can all support, they can all decode, they can all kite. So it's hard to counter like a single person in GG, and that's exactly what GG wants. The pressure they want against their opponents. So yeah, PPZ though.
PPZ, the PP team, like, right? PP,
Yeah.
PPZ. I mean, I don't know, man. Is it like a symbol in China?
I don't know. Like it was at first PP Shen, then after PPX started appearing. So
yeah, but yeah. Next up, we're gonna have Ku Chao. Ku Chao's the only one I've seen that's like, has a coordinator and really plays it. Like I don't think I've seen anyone play coordinator in this tournament at all, except for him. So he made it work as well. Definitely didn't shoot walls like me. So, I shoot walls, and then I make excuses that I love.
It's okay. I made a field toy when I was playing Toy Merchant when we were playing together.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. We're good. We're good. Ku Chao also plays the mercenary, the psychologist as well. But up next we have 18. Whoa. He's
18.
Really strong. Yeah.
Yeah, we see the thief, acrobat, entomologist, prospector, and patient. Containment time of 106 seconds, at least a 3 cipher kite, and 115% decoded ciphers. So decoding is done, containment done is for sure done, 80% escape probability. So we're looking at this at a possible surviving until end game and escaping entirely after kiting for 3 full ciphers. So very scary player. And moving on to PP Xia.
Yeah, PP Xia, man of the moment. So far, MVP. I would say he's really stable. So far, he hasn't made any mistakes at all in all his encounters with the other teams. In fact, I would say he's like the MVP. Like he's the MVP of almost all the games, and it's just crazy how good he is, considering he used to be a hunter main and now moving to survival main. So I don't know, man. Maybe the story is, if you feel that you don't fit in the hunter section, well, maybe you should move to try your hand at surviving, and vice versa. So
and yeah, PP Xia really showing that hard work really does to pay off. And yeah, moving on to Before You Sprinter. We have him playing the Dream Witch, Wax Artist, Clerk, Geisha, and he has a 17% of 4 eliminated rate, so that's still pretty high. And the first kite is usually around 73 seconds, but 0 Terror Shocks unfortunately, and a 1.83 survivor eliminated, so leaning more towards a tie or below kind of situation. And yeah, if you're looking at the stats fully by itself, GG survivors actually do get a 3 escape on average throughout the entire group stage, while for Before You's Hunter is actually, this group stage itself is tie situation, 2 kills. So this will be quite tough for Before You Hunter.
Yeah. Again, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is GG, one of the strongest teams in China right now, versus Before You, the representative from NU. Again, I know the panda. I mean, I don't know, man. Fukia, why do you want to hug the panda so much? I know it's comfortable, but I'm comfortable too. But of course, I can't hug anyone because I'm not a panda. But Tracy cosplay going on right there. I mean, I think it's time for emojis, right? Because you know what?
Yes.
Yeah. Before You, orange. Before You,
How about
orange.
lemons? How about lemons?
Yeah, lemons. That would be nice.
Lemons, yeah.
Lemons for Before You. As for GG, panda emoji, right?
Okay.
Oh my god,
I'm loving
isn't
it.
that bad? Isn't that bad? Because like pandas kind of eat lemons, right? No, do they eat lemons?
I think they eat bamboo, right? I don't think they eat lemons.
Yeah, that's
right?
true. Okay, so pandas for GG. And of course, lemons for Before You. I mean, Sprinter needs some lemons, When life gives you lemons, you make lemonades. That's what they need now. Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, one more fun fact. Before You, like many other non-region teams, they're not professional teams. They are not paid to play full-time. So Yeah, considering the circumstances, well, they definitely did really good going up against all these full-time professional IDV teams. So guys, more support.
Yeah, and before you always see them in COAs, you know, always appearing and representing their region, NAEU. And definitely not easy feat, especially for Sprinzer. Sprinzer said this is his third time, so just not in the interview, during the break itself. And yeah, excited to see how Sprinzer's gonna perform against such an experienced team like GG. And GG, mind you, they are the team that has this direct entry without having to play the qualifiers. So very formidable team, I would say.
Yeah. Well, we'll just have to see, because ultimately, it's no easy feat. I totally understand this situation. Even the expression, I mean, win or lose, I feel like his expression is always the same. Like, like Alex, like, win or lose, like Alex is always like expression
as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, as cool as cucumber. That's the name of the vegetable of the day. So eat your veggies, guys. So, yep.
Nice reminder.
I know, right? Yeah. So, Sprinter taking out all the harassers, antiquarian. Yeah. Yo. I mean, 18 has got to play Thief, right? I mean, what do you think Sprinter's gonna go for? Because he's allowing all the healers to come out. He's actually taking out all of the stunners plus mercenaries. So what's going on?
Yeah, and the first officer picks up a very stable rescue. So like, he removed all the stunners, but he removed like 3 out of like the many stunners, and they still got a Thief to pick. So it really comes to show that like there's just so many other support characters, harassing characters that GG has up their sleeves, and they shall not be stopped. And looking at this, 18, like you mentioned, will be playing the Thief, notorious for being one as well. So Ku Chao with the Psychologist, First Officer PPZ, as well as PP Xiao with the Seer.
Yeah. I mean, if he plays Dream Witch, it can definitely work too, right? He can stun the follower while he's moved targets. So when he swaps back, well, he's like, yo, I'm stunned. What? So that definitely works. And again, the flexing of the 100% with, my God.
Oh my goodness. What? Is this like a deja vu period? This is a deja vu period with Wolf Survivors as well. Oh my goodness.
This is even worse because everyone has 100%.
What is going on?
Everyone.
Yeah.
Oh,
hopefully though, because 18 is a Thief this time round, hopefully he can steal all our hearts away with his amazing gameplay as a harasser, stunning the hunter repeatedly over and over again. And
I know, right?
Sprinzer probably has to get ready, himself. Get ready himself.
He needs lemonades.
He needs lemonades for sure.
Yeah, no more lemons, guys. He needs lemonades. Yeah, no surprise there. He's gonna go for Dream Witch. Well, the thing is, even though GG doesn't have a barmaid, well, they still have a psychologist, and pretty sure, I don't know, man, allowing the psychologist and the seer to come out, it just kind of shows Sprinzer's more afraid of stuns than supports, than, like tankers and all support. You think it makes sense with this ban?
Yeah, seems to be though, because, with the Thief itself, definitely much lesser pressure compared to an antiquarian prospector as well as forward. Once Thief uses up his flashlight, there is nothing that he can usually work with. And yeah, we have the first officer with a very stable rescue, still with the bird support, as well as the psychologist with that Wi-Fi whistling, healing kind of thing. So yeah, looking at the spawn locations though, right at the center, right smack at the center, we have Thief. So
yeah, he wants the action.
Chase?
I mean, he wants the action. He can definitely make that action work. But again, he probably doesn't want to chase the Thief first. Maybe he can consider taking out the psychologist first. I mean, psychologist. Yeah, he's tanky. No, I feel like even the psychologist will be so hard to chase because the moment that happens, well, he has 3 hits to take. So what happens is obviously he can just run towards the grave. The moment the host is up, going to the middle, the support's gonna be there. I feel like he should try and waste PPZ's watch first before going for either the Thief or the Seer.
Yeah, and this really relies on basic kiting skills because we don't see like female dancer or antiquarian, you know. So it's just a solo kiting kind of situation unless the thief do come though. So right at smack at the start, decoding progress will be very, very fast. There's no like support needed actually. And looking at the personas, we do see 3 flying wheels in preparation for this Dream Witch. PB Xia 18 as well as Ku Chao, PBZ with the first rescuer, first officer, tag turner, and for Sprinzer we have very basic personas, detention trump card, and the skill patroller.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he doesn't change to listen by mistake. That would be weird. Yeah, but Sprinzer again, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just here tuning in, it's me, Nello Mello, and Chocho. We're commentating B4U versus Gigi. Well, Gigi has gotten 4K in the first round. Now it's up to Sprinzer from B4U to get that return 4K already. Leeching the first officer, maybe trying to make him waste the watch. I mean, it can definitely work. Or he can just go straight away for him. But I don't know, man. PPZ is really hard to hit.
Yeah, I feel like this Hunter's just on a different league, you know. All the predictions that we make that, you know, Hunter's possibly gonna chase, it goes the opposite way all the time. And now chasing the first officer like you've mentioned and putting down the patroller and possibly might be biting the first officer but seems to be quite lost on where the first officer is.
Yo, he's gonna find, but no, he's not gonna bite just yet. My goodness, he's already so far away, and none of the leeches are moving. The spawns are not moving, but fortunately, there's one spawn that's really, really near. So PPZ can definitely make this happen. Oh my god, he's really... Yeah, the owl's gonna help.
Yeah, but this owl was a little bit too near, but then again, Hunters do hit that bird, so safely entering the middle broken and making Hunter waste that patroller. So second patroller has to be used now, and the last watch is being used.
I'm not really sure about committing towards PPZ with a Hypno watch. Like, that's kind of crazy, right? He should probably just change target the moment he used the watch, right? Because right now, I don't know, Chocho, 3 ciphers about to be done, and no damages so far.
Oh my goodness! And coming back onto first officer like you're talking about, and yeah, 3 cipher kite though, and not even only 1 single damage hit onto the seer, and still missing that hit. Finally getting that leech hit, and we'll be able to, you know, leech first officer one last time without any tools on first officer side.
Yeah, and it's gonna unleash the doggo. I mean, that's not exactly doggo. The patroller, the mini monster. Gonna put him down. Oh, the timing really, really good so far. He's making his rotation away. PPZ, you can see getting bitten. He's gonna go down pretty soon, but doesn't really matter because 3 ciphers have been completed. Only 1 leech on the thief. Can definitely make things happen. Seer does not have any more owl, unfortunately. Gonna be started on a new cipher. Ku Chao probably gonna be doing a cipher as well. Let's see.
Yeah.
Actually, it's the thief doing a cipher.
No, thief is actually
Ku Chao's the one that's thief.
Yeah. So psychologists will be coming for this rescue, and yeah, leeching on the psychologist can tank 3 hits before she's down. So patrolling onto the psychologist and possibly trying to make her go for an overhand rescue, but no! Getting the free rescue instead.
Yeah, gonna try a body block. My god, pulling off the body block as well. My goodness. But PPZ, not out of hot soup, gonna take that hit finally. I mean, there's 3 leeches here. GG has to be really careful. The leeches have not been removed. You know what happens when you have too many leeches? Too much cipher controls, too much pressure going on. So Ku Chao has to get out of there or just stay there and rescue again. I mean, basically both of them are finishing the last 2 ciphers. So
but there's this possibility that Sprinzer might be able to deny this rescue on Ku Chao because he can see the psychologist already. But will he be able to deny this rescue? Though this is a very close one.
Oh, the chair hit! What? Ku Chao! Ku Chao!
Oh, but the flying wheel, they're unable to tank that hit for first officer, unfortunately. And first officer will be seeing the chair, and the last cipher is at 90%, everybody.
My god. But again, it's not really that bad for GG because ultimately they just need a 1 escape, right? So yeah, Sprinzer's the one who actually needs 4K. But so far so good, already eliminating PPZ. But that's the thing about chasing first officer first. Cypher's prime, and he only has 1 first officer. First officer sits on the chair really, really long. That's the thing. So Sprinzer now only has 1 leash available. Oh my god, I don't know, man. He's gonna go for PPCA, but
But
the
the gate
gate's
will be
gonna be
open
open.
though.
Yeah, and he has
There
fire
is,
will,
but
right?
he has flying. Yeah, he has flying will. So this will be an immediate escape. This leech will absolutely be of no use. Sea's still in the vicinity, though it's not gonna leave just as of yet. Hu Chao is still kiting for his life, trying to sandwich Ku Chao over here, but that seems to be impossible. Ku Chao running straight towards the front gate, but front gate is still being opened by the thief at 30% only.
Yeah, I mean, this really is so hard. Sprinzer's just trying his best to just camp around this area, but honestly, Ku Chao, he knows where the dungeon is, right? Actually, he's not even.
It's at
gonna
back gate. It's at
dungeon.
back gate.
Yeah, he's just gonna try and make the rotations. He knows the host is nowhere to be near. PPCA probably gave like an indication, yo, host is still here. So yeah, let's have a look. No, Ku Chao got down with a blink hit. Beautifully done by Sprinzer. So hey, 2K.
Yeah. You know, not making the points being further that it already is already with that 4 elimination by Xiang Wumong, and settling for this tie situation because that's what GG is offering as well. Tie, so this is a 7-2 in favor of GG.
Yeah, not too bad, man. I mean, you have to cut yourself some break. You are going up against a really, really strong Survivor team after all. Regardless of the results, it's definitely, yeah, you definitely won the hearts of the fans. You've tried your best. Dreamwitch getting the 2K, ladies and gentlemen, in that game just now. You can see why going for first officer first is obviously not the best choice, right, Chocho?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, chasing the first officer first, you use up the watch, yes. So and you also kind of like waste the tide turner because very fortunately that was the only tide turner in the match. So the idea was definitely there, but being kited for 3 ciphers, right? It's not a good look onto Dreamwitch. Yeah. I mean, if you decide to chase the psychologist, right, she has no tools to work with, so it'll be 3 basic hits, but it could be a lot of leech hits instead of a follower's hit, in fact. So there's a lot of ways you could go about doing it, but turns out that this is actually one of those that didn't really have the best outcome.
Yeah. I mean, it's more like pick your poison, right? Do you want to chase after someone who's mind gaming you with the clock watch, like with the hypnotism, or you want to chase someone who's potentially able to take your leech hit instead of the spawn followers? You have to waste time to re-leech and then chase back. So, or you want to chase a thief, which is actually kind of far away. So many options. Unfortunately, going after the first officer, hey, not too bad. Less than 100 seconds, but 18 and PPCA has the best time ever.
Yeah, best containment time. Added together 0 seconds, and added cipher progress actually 400%. So they decoded 2 ciphers each and relied on Ku Chao for the 2 rescues. So very beautifully done, perfect stats that we're seeing over here, and getting a tie. Very unfortunately, that match seems to be like a 3. If that flying wheel from the psychologist could have helped first officer dodge out that first hit, that could possibly be a 4-minute detention period, and Sprinzer might lose this second half and adding more points onto G's side. So
yeah,
good job on Sprinzer, still securing that tie regardless, even though it's not a 4 elimination. And we'll be moving on to BO2.
I mean, moving on to BO2, I was about to say B4U. B42. B42. Oh man, new name, new team, bro. Consider me in B42, yeah. So, again, this is sort of like the situation where you're in a monster group, right? Like everyone you face in this group is just scary strong.
Yeah.
Like let's revisit their journey. They went up against GW, almost got a win against GW's Ani, but Ani pulled back with a reversal 4K. That was very close. And then there's also the next journey, which is against FPXDQ, which is also another really, really tough game. But yeah, more about this after short break. So see you guys. Yo, beautiful message. GG win at Lillian. Simple and short, it's like for our short attention people like me.
Yeah, words of wisdom in that short span. We
Words
love it.
of wisdom. I love it when you say words of wisdom because it makes me feel like a boomer. So
What?
yeah, because words of wisdom is usually things you say to people who's like, yo, dad, words of wisdom there. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Oops.
But yeah, moving on. Before you support Chocho, go ahead.
Yeah, we see Roland, Milex, Princess Trinity, Pitstopper, Poblin, as well as Aaron. This is the exact post that they have for their poster, this COA6. So, amazing fan art. Thank you for sending in your fan art on hashtag COA6 global support. But it's okay, we do get it. And at the SG5 champ, hashtag before you win. I do opinion to support you guys. Hope the players can see for themselves. I'm definitely sure that they will see this when they look back at this replay. Right now, they're probably focusing on their BO2 match. So do show their support. And if you're here though, if you're the one who drew this, if you're here, do say that you're the one who drew this, okay? Because we can't really know your Twitter name and also
Identify yourself.
Yeah, identify yourself.
Give us a sign. I mean, I don't know. Do you play Phasmo? Because yeah, but give us a sign if you're there. Just ring us up. We definitely would love to shout you out as well with your handles. Yeah. But Chocho, I can't say that I won't see that coming, but it was pretty tough. It was a pretty tough game for you in the first game. I mean, getting that 4K has definitely got to be a really huge deal to deal with. But honestly, in the second game, I mean, yeah, just a little bit of reference from the viewers, the chat itself. Robert Spencer, he mentioned that Actors did it. Yeah, exactly. He did it as well. The thing is, he says it's not too bad. It has been done by Act. You gotta send your followers away in time of the watch, and then the watch doesn't work. But unfortunately, that wasn't what was done in that game, right? Spencer didn't send the follower away, right? So obviously it didn't work the way he wanted. But well, I would say despite that rough start, 3 Cypher Kite, still getting a draw against GG is very commendable. And honestly, if Spencer's like committed, I feel like the Chinese mainland after COA, I feel like these IVL teams, they can easily just recruit him, and then playing in China scene will definitely help him improve much more if he wants to, because getting a draw, that's not easy, man. Like, or even getting a win, yeah, it's not easy. But he's done it before, so
yeah. Yeah, we'll agree with you. I mean, we did see how one of the players from previously in NEEU, Ching H, in one of these Chinese mainland teams. So, yeah, very excited to see whether Sprinter might be offered a chance, because like you mentioned, it's not an easy feat to go against GG Survivors, and still getting a tie in this current meta where Dreamwitch is not seriously like not the one that's one that you kind of want to go for elimination, because there is that risk. It's either 4K or nothing. So but we do see he still get a tie though regardless, and thankfully though able to kind of being, even though placed under such pressure, able to perform normally. It's not something that every single hunter can do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard. Again, it's one brain versus seeing 4 brains moving together at the same time. So it's definitely very, very hard. But hey, before you Survivors, very positive. I have to say, I definitely love the positivity coming from them. Like, despite all odds, they're just calm, man. They're just calm, still smiling, and just doing their best. And I guess the key is to just build a memory. To have memory and the experience, the learning experience definitely matters. Going up against these giant teams. But yeah, I would say B4Us are definitely not out. They can still make it happen in the game number 2.
Why does this remind me of something?
Oh yeah, it reminded me of the time when you're bottom, Posh middle, and me top.
Oh yeah, but sorry, you were saying something. Sorry for interrupting.
That was so funny. Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say, but yeah, it's okay. Wait, let me try and rethink. Oh yeah, just saying. What was I saying? Oh my god, boomer memory. Oh yeah,
no, it's not just you.
Yeah, I was saying one brain is it's definitely harder to deal with 4 brains moving simultaneously. Whereas we've talked about this. I mean, I talked about this with Eli before. He said it's so survivor-sided, and I kind of agree, because, well, survivors, you make a little bit of mistake, you can still salvage the situation, right? You can still save, like, oh, early down, yo, terror shock, yo, double down. You can still salvage. You can still get a draw. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's very common. You guys have heard of it before, or probably experienced it before. But for hunters, you make one mistake, bye. Everyone's just dancing at the gate. Yo, they're just waving you goodbye and start spamming you emotes because, you know, you got the first down early and then you sort of like thought you would win. But no, Cypher Rush is real and bye. But yeah, anything can happen. It's definitely no easy feat. But moving on to the game picks. It seems like B4U is choosing Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, quite an interesting pick, I would say, because if we're talking about the previous matches that we played in group stages, right? Before you went up against FPXZQ as well as GW, and they actually got a better advantage at a map called Chinatown. And they decided not to use it because GG actually also excels in that. GG against GW got 8-1, 8 on GG side, so that could be a possible reason why they didn't pick Ever Sleeping Chinatown, but picked the Ever Sleeping Town instead. But moving on to the Banquet phase.
Yeah. Moving on to the Banfic phase, it's unfortunate that Sharma cannot ban the tram because I mean tram factor is definitely there. Yeah, but hey, at least he managed to ban out the sports coming in. So this time, we are gonna see a series of supports and decoder bans. So mechanics gonna be banned too. Probably sealing off my legs mechanic. Be really good, and of course Problems Dancer will be a really bad would be bad news. So honestly, I feel like they should. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many things they need to play, and they need to pick first. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say don't pick Mercenary first, but considering how Gravekeeper wasn't even able to make the rescue first, they kind of have to lean with Mercenary, right?
Yeah, because if they don't pick it, then like Shenmon's gonna use that 2 picks consecutive one, you banning the Mercenary as well as First Officer. So they just want to secure the Rescuer for Roland first.
Yeah, but do you agree with this Composer? We're seeing Composer here. Mylek hasn't had success with Postman earlier on against Bonbon, and now using the Composer, and Composer doesn't even help buff the teammates. It doesn't even, have stun potential on the Hunter. You think it's gonna work better than the Postman?
I think it might just work out better than the Postman because it's really hard to say though, because we did see how like the Postman got an instant down. 18, sorry, okay, it was like a less than 20 seconds kite if I remember correctly. And yeah, I'm not giving the respect back onto Bonbon. Right now we'll be seeing it once again. We have to see that whether it will bite them in the back once again in this VO2. So really risky play, and we're seeing a 67% win rate on Xiang Umong. Not even a tie, but a win rate of 67%. So
that's scary.
That is very scary, and what's one thing Bonbon really hates and is scared about? Fast decoding. And we see the Composer possibly trying to but we see such a cute anti-Korean art on the screen. But anyways, going back, distracted for a bit. Composer.
The attention.
Yeah, it's attention span, you know, and then being distracted.
Yeah, you're Gen Z certified, I know, for sure. I mean, we all are, kind of, like, you know, anything less than 10 seconds, I would probably swipe up. Anything more than 10 seconds, I would swipe up. That's me on TikTok, by the way. You're talking about yourself. Yep. Here's why you need to listen to me. Well, yeah, but yeah. Cat video? Okay, I'll stay for it a little bit. But no, dogs. Yeah, let's go with dogs. But yeah, it's just a lot of things to focus at, and can't blame anyone because this generation full of attractive things going on around. Even the game itself, we just find ourselves swaying from one side to the other. But unfortunately, it's as what Chocho said, no respect ban for Bonbon, and let's hope it doesn't bite them in the back. I totally agree with that. Mylek, one thing's for sure, Mylek needs to make this redemption kite. He needs to make this
please.
work. Yeah. Because
I want him to
yeah, because if he doesn't, well, technically he should, because there's problems with the toy merchant, and you know, Bonbon is pretty weak against chasing. Pretty weak in chasing, and with the catapult might help my leg, but we'll just have to see.
We have to see how this goes well. And yeah, spawning around him, we have the Antiquarian, Composer, as well as Toy Merchant. He might go for this chase onto the Composer regardless, because he knows that that's kind of like the opening for him. But looking at the persona-wise first, Problems to Schmitty with the Flying Wheel persona, Mylig with the Broken Windows, Roland with the Titan as usual, and for the Hunter side, Detention, Trump Card, and Blink, exactly the same as the Red Church match. So we might be able to see something possibly similar, but hopefully a different outcome on Before You Survivor side.
Yeah. Hopefully it's gonna make a difference, because they definitely do not want Sprinzer to tank much more pressure than he did in the first game. He's already gotten a draw, so technically if Before You gets a draw here, that will be ideal. Problems, hiding away from his problems, Xiaoma at the moment. I mean,
like that.
Yeah, just like that. I mean, problems, yeah, you gotta hide. You gotta hide from your problems.
Yeah, you can't.
No pun intended. Yeah. Problems, oh my god, he's running towards the hunter. Bro! The bomb's gonna hit him. Shit. No! He got one. He got one chip. But the 5 seconds gonna keep him here.
Oh my goodness. Getting the second bomb, getting him cornered over here. Xiaomon doing a great job doing exactly that. She does not have anything to work with. She's a toy merchant. But going over there, will she be able to have time to put on? No, not having enough time to do that as well. We'll be trying to kite this out, but there is almost 0 to none kiting potential over at this area, and we'll be getting this down immediately. Really unfortunate on toy merchant's side, and this is a minute into the match, and we see that Cypher progresses not much.
I mean, if he had the flywheel, he should have just used it there, right? Yeah, but unfortunately, he's gonna be the first casualty of the game. As you can see, the Cypher progress isn't exactly the best. Well, it's still 5 Cyphers remaining, but technically we know it's almost 2 Cyphers kite. And someone just bombed the Cypher.
Wow. Yeah, but at the same time though, Before You, Problems, Toy Merchant, if we did but we see the rescue roller. Terror Shock! But getting the rescue regardless though, but Antiquarian is here for the support, and Schmitty seems to be quite scared in fact, and Xiaomon changing targets really? No, not really. And Toy Merchant will be using this catapult to get into the graveyard, but she will be down regardless. So seems to be that she doesn't want to affect any of her teammates, Cypher and possible Cell over here.
Oh my god, this is gonna be so hard. Xiaoma, I think Xiaoma's kind of regretting the fact that he didn't even bring teleport, because he's not using it at all. He's not even using the blink to down any survivors. Xiaoma, is he not gonna find? Yeah, he's gonna probably go around the corner and gonna see. What? Bro!
A possible chance for Before You to come back over here.
No!
Xiaomon missing absolutely everything that's in front of him. Problems hiding over at the corner, but he didn't see him. Problems could stand up right now. Problems 30% is only quite slow in fact.
But it's really good that Problems committed towards crawling away, and he made the right choice, crawling towards the side. Oh my god, this might be the break that Before You needs. But no, why Xiaoma? He should know that the survivors around here. No, he's gonna fight Problems. Antiquarian's around the corner, but no, he's already healed up. He's gonna set up the catapult.
The swing.
Kind of missed. Oh my goodness, what is going on? Xiaoma's like, my eyesight can't be that bad, but flywheel? He already used the flywheel, yeah. He's still on cooldown, unfortunately, but Problem's gonna go down for the second time. But that's a lot of time being wasted, like from a double down situation, right?
Yeah.
Even Roland's healed to full health. So.
Yeah, exactly. So Antiquarian unable to give any form of support over here. I think trying to play it safe as well, because Hunter hasn't used Blink, which means that there could be a possibility of an excitement in respect to Schmitty's Antiquarian. So definitely not eliminating that possibility. And yeah, will this time bomb be hit onto Roland? Unfortunately,
not.
No.
Tram, let's go. Tram gods manifesting. No, not really. It's gonna move really, really soon. Schmitty, I feel like they just have to sacrifice Problems at this point. He's done his role. While all that was happening, 3 Cyphers have been popped.
Yes.
So they can still pretty much go for a draw here. So
yeah, this is looking so much better considered that the kite from the Toy Merchant wasn't sufficient, but that hiding, that Toy Merchant placement and flying towards the area where Xiaomon couldn't actually see a blind spot in fact. But Roland getting this first chip damage using his elbow pad, last elbow pad in fact, and has nothing to work with anymore. Will he be able to get this chip damage? Yes, and a basic hit will secure this down immediately.
oh my god, yeah. Roland's used up all his pads, so technically the only thing going for him is, well, he's tanky, but doesn't matter to Bomb because the moment he gets that chip damage and one hit, you're gonna go down pretty much instantly. And you can see before you survivors, they're starting new ciphers too. What happened to the old 50% cipher?
Not too sure though. Maybe it could be a communication issue because there is no reason, because there is no camping of ciphers. Hunter, and the Graveyard Cipher is not touched in fact. So Mylate will be coming for this rescue. A far range bomb link, but nothing happening. Mylate will be getting a very safe rescue over here. And Hunter has no skill, but has many bombs and second skill to work with. So would it be a possible instant down of them getting this chip damage, half health?
Yeah, I mean, he's already at full presence, so the bombs are gonna recharge really fast. Mylate! Mylate gonna end, and yeah. But the saving grace is, hey, at least the 4th cipher has been done. Probably should be looking for the 50% cipher. Mercenary has no item, so that's the only thing not going well for B4U. B4U, if they can get another draw, that'll be nice, but technically it's not really possible. Schmidi's already been spotted by the Bon. I know, man, Chocho, he's just committing to Schmidi at this point.
Yeah, I mean, coming to Schmidi, it seems to be a good choice. Schmidi do have a lot of swings to work with, so will he be able to use his disarmament?
Flywheel, nice.
Flying wheel, but missing the swing once again. Oh, missing it. Not missing it this time round. Finally, will he be able to get this bomb damage? No, unfortunately. And Mercenary and Composer will probably take this time to heal up. Maybe, maybe not. And the ciphers are on the... Oh, ciphers are being pushed, in fact, so there is no healing. They are pushing for ciphers objectives.
Yeah, they have to, right? Because they're trusting Schmidi to do the kiting. And even if Schmidi goes down here, they can always come back and rescue. But no, Shelma's gonna try and waste their resources. He's gonna try and push them away from this cipher. What?
Being baited. Nice, good job on my left side.
That was a bit too soon, right, to bait. Yeah, he wasn't out of line of sight.
But Roland is pushing a cipher right behind this Bon, though Shenmue has no idea that's happening. So we see on the bottom left.
Oh, he's watching! Oh my god, Chocho, you're the one jinxing it now.
Yeah, I think it's me.
Yeah, but now Schmidi has already used up self-heal. Roland, try and avoid that bomb damage. Composer's already starting a new cipher. Cooldowns, the teleport's still on cooldown, so yeah, I think it's good that he's focusing on the Graveyard Cipher, so definitely buys a little bit more time for them to recuperate. Shelma's gonna have a hard time trying to chase.
Yeah, they're trying to push for both ciphers, the center as well as the Graveyard, so there's very hard for Shelma to kind of camp this out. And teleport is still 40 seconds cooldown, and Schmidi doesn't have self-heal though, so it's important that Schmidi doesn't down, but trying to swing over that is kind of... The distance established was... Yeah, that was like...
Too far. Like, yo, bro, I have extended claws. I know. But yeah, so far they're doing so good. So if all goes well, this should look like a pretty strong draw situation. Yeah, you can see that the ciphers are almost prime. Composer's just doing a great job at the Graveyard. I mean, yeah, game reaching in 8 minutes. Roland just needs to tank a little bit more. No, ciphers are gonna be done in time. Oh no.
Yeah, but teleport will be ready in a few seconds though. Here's the question though, because the center cipher, it will be primed, which means that Composer is coming for this. Oh, are they popping immediately?
Composer should pop. Oh no, Composer should be coming to coming to the code. Mercenary. Oh wait, they're just gonna pop.
Yeah.
What?
And teleport is ready, there's the tension, though Schmidi doesn't have self-heal. Why are they pushing for the Graveyard Gate?
Okay.
This comes to a question.
It works, it can work.
Yeah,
it can work, but let's not forget, my leg shouldn't be the one doing the gate. My god, because he doesn't have anything to kite. Schmidi should be the one doing the gate. My leg, he has the speed boost, but the moment he gets caught up, it's yeah, it's gonna be really hard.
Yeah, it seems to be that it could be a potential 3 elimination because Hunter has used teleport already. I can't really see what Schmidi is deciding. Oh, Schmidi will be opening the other gate.
What? What? He sidestepped?
Oh, that was nice. That was nice. My leg. Redeeming himself.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, but there's a fine bomb. He's finally gonna get my legs down. Apparently, Antiquarian's gonna be the only one leaving the gate. So, not too bad. You know, avoiding the 4K elimination like what happened in game number 1. So definitely an improvement over the first game. 1-man escape by Schmidi, gonna flywheel his way out of freedom. But GG, man. 3-2-1 in this game.
Yeah, considering that this map is not favorable for Bonbon, getting a 3 elimination is very good on Xiaomo's side, and also for Before You survivors, even though it was an instant down onto Toy Merchant right at the start of the match, still able to prime and pop the ciphers, getting that one escape is still commendable. So good job on both sides, not getting, going up above and beyond with their objectives. Definitely Xiaomon's trying to get a tie, and Sora's trying to not get 4 eliminations, so both objectives are met.
Yeah. Not getting a tie, getting a 3K instead. So that's definitely better than just a draw. Well, it's not a 4K elimination, but it's still going to be a very hard game for Sprinzer after this. Second half is going to be... Yeah, he still needs a 4K, right? If he gets a 3K, he can still go game 3, but I don't think that should be the case, because even if you go for the draw in best of 3 in the third game, the points difference is just so huge, like 8-1, right? Yeah, so if he can win here and then, that would make a difference.
Yeah,
like one win here and then game 3 reset, just go for the win, and the points doesn't matter anymore in the third game. Yeah, unless if you draw.
Yeah, but then again though, this map is a selection by Before You, so maybe Sprinzer might perform better than what he did in BO1, which was a tie, and that could possibly result in a 3 kill in this map. So yeah, not impossible. And like to mention though, because my legs a little sidestep over there, I would say it kind of redeemed him, even though it might be little, but it still did, kind of like a smart play over there instead of just being impatient and jumping over that and destroying that jump possibly.
Agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see Schmidi. Yeah, just looking at the stats itself, Schmidi, Roland, triple digits containment time. But obviously, you know that Schmidi is spending most of his time with the decoding as well, right?
Yeah.
So problems, not really doing the best that the team might have hoped for. I think less than 60 seconds going to be sacrificed right off the bat. But of course, a lot of time was bought, right? Like the Xiaomao was having such a hard time finding problems, and it's just so crazy how much time that bought. And I think like if he found it instantly, that would have been a 4K.
Yeah,
but fortunately because of that, it's not a 3K.
Yeah, but also something to note though, Xiaomo kind of forced them to decode their 6th cipher, so they kind of prolonged the time where the ciphers will be primed, and great job on Xiaomo's side. But because he really changed to teleport, and as a Bonbon you can't really cipher the gate control like how Club can, so kind of securing only that 3 elimination, which is what he can at that point in time.
Yeah.
But like you mentioned though, that kind of MIA situation on the Toy Merchant really did change and turn the game around, and gotta give kudos to Before You. Well, who was the person that was using the Toy Merchant game?
Problems.
So Problem did a great job trying to disappear from the face of this earth. But we see Mini is watching you. Mini is watching you.
It's pretty girl, by the way.
Yeah, and that is actually a female cosplay by Liang Happy, if I see that correctly. So.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he qualifies for both, so yeah, as in handsome and pretty. So, well, we'll see. Yep. But more memes going on. Again, let's not forget, if you guys have any memes, for me, we would definitely want to showcase it in front of the screen. Again, it's me at Nello at the world. At Nello the world, and of course it's Chocho_IDV. Or is it
IDV _Chocho, and then we have other casters as well. Poch Spice, right? Wait, what is it? Spicy Poch? Spicy Poch. Yeah. And then for Eli, it's, what is it?
Eli IDV. You should see his picture with him flexing his gun, so you won't get right.
Maybe later we can see him flex his
guns. Yeah.
This is the guns. This is called the guns. This is called the guns.
Yeah,
why is it called the guns?
You know why? Because when you flex it, it goes pow pow. So it's like the muscle goes up, it pops off, and so it's like the guns.
Alright, so we can anticipate that from Eli O later on when he's casting with Posh in match 3 and 4 after this. So do keep a lookout for that. And yeah, right now both teams are just prepping for this BO2 second half, and this could possibly be the last match for Before You as well as GG for today. So Sprinzer pressure is on for sure, and yeah, he's getting ready as we can see on the screen. And yeah, the earwax, I cannot forget what you said. Wait, was it you or was it Posh talking about the earwax situation on this earpiece that
Oh,
they
that's
wear?
definitely Posh.
Oh my god, I cannot forget it now that I'm looking at it. Oh, it's like
Earwax
imagery
artist.
kind of things in my head right now.
Yeah, I know. Fortunately for me, and a lot of people who hopefully is like me, our minds are empty. So
Oh, mine's empty.
yeah, my brain is practically empty now. So you know this is a funny illustration, right? Like
Yeah.
you know there's a post like where the women's brain and the guys' brains are different. So women tend to be more attentive and they kind of like ask you questions to show you that they want to know more about what's going on. Where some of the guys are like, yo, empty brain, clink, 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 playing Fortnite or just sitting there like, yo, quiet.
It could be possible. Not too
Yeah.
sure, but
Yeah.
uh,
I mean, how about your brain?
my brain, I think I have to kind of give it to my personality though, because I'm kind of like an extrovert. I tend to like talk a lot firstly, and also like be the one to approach someone if I really want to get to know them as well. So
Yo,
yeah,
proactive girl here.
so I don't know, because if you guys do DM me though, you realize that I'm actually like very open with
Slide into her
whatever.
DMs now, guys. She's still single. Are you still single?
Maybe not.
Okay. Okay. But yeah. Oops is the name of the game, but no oops here by Spencer because he took out the priestess and the dancer first. So no pro support, no music box slows. Pretty standard, good start bad so far.
Yeah, we're seeing exactly that, and yeah, just a very tough match for Sprinzer. He has to get this 3 elimination, if not more, which is a 4 elimination, so 3 or 4 elimination. If not, this would be a GG game for GG, and yeah.
GG.
Yeah, and
No pun intended.
No pun intended. And yeah, we see the Seer as well as Antiquarian being locked over here. A Kaita as well as a Harasser role confirmed. And Sprinzer might be taking this chance to possibly ban out the 2 of the best rescuers that he knows, which is the Mercenary as well as the First Officer, forcing GG to kind of pick one of those weaker rescuers. And maybe Sprinzer could actually capitalize on their rescuer being weak and then, you know, get that double down, possibly Terror Shock even, or Denied Rescue. So that could be possible. But no, we're seeing a Mercenary as well as Entomologist ban. Moving on
Yeah.
here.
Moving on from here, I mean, Embalmer would be nice here. Technically, they just need a 2-man escape, right? They just need a 2-man escape. That's it. But yo, GG really wants to let 18 play that thief so much, man. It's like this sound in your brain, like, you want me to play thief so bad. You want me to play thief so bad.
Yeah, 18 is because we're so starved from not seeing ZTMX playing Thief a lot because he getting banned. So right now GG18 is feeding us with this Thief picks over here. And yeah, actually we've seen how Ever Slipping Thief can actually be very, very overpowered, very OP kind of situations. So we might be seeing that as usual. And another OB character, which is a forward. So we have triple harassing characters, Thief, forward, as well as Antiquarian in the Survivor picks.
Honestly, I feel like the support here is gonna be quite a lot. Let's hope that they don't over support. Man, what are we talking about? GG, they know what they're doing. Let's just see if Sprinzer will be able to capitalize on this dual harasser thing going on. Again, flexing the high win rates. Fortunately, it's no longer 400% win rates. That'll be very demoralizing to see. Gu Chao, I mean, I don't know, man. They're not showing it because he probably doesn't play forward.
Forward a lot? That could be it.
Yeah, I mean, well, one thing's for sure, Sprinzer's in for a really hard game. Whereas GG, they are lying back on getting a draw and just winning this 2-0. So, question is, with all these bans, what do you think Sprinzer can go for here?
He can actually go for... He has actually performed pretty good with his clock, but the end results wasn't something favorable for him. And we might see a clock possibly because there is a respect ban on the Dream Witch onto Sprinzer already. So Sprinzer has very little choice. But then again, we're seeing the Wax Artists, and we've seen how Wax Artists do have this kind of 3 elimination, 4 elimination potential. Really depends on how much support is given from the Survivor team, and we're seeing a 50% win rate onto his Wax Artist.
I mean, yo, roses in the mouth. Yeah.
你看我美吗？你看我美吗？
You think I'm pretty? That's exactly what's mentioned, not me, yeah. It's this guy, the caster from Chinese mainland region. Of course, I feel like, yeah, Clark's strong, but in my mind, honestly, I feel like Sprinter, all this while, he's just gonna go for Wax Artist. That's about the only thing that has going for Sprinter. I mean, I definitely wouldn't recommend Bonbon again. It's just so high. It's just so hard to play with the Bonbon against this lineup. We've seen the last time he used it. So yeah, definitely Wax Artist would be a much better choice here.
Yeah, and right now I'm thinking about how this match is gonna go about. We always talk about how like Antiquarian can kind of disarm the Hunter, but Hunter can still use the skill. For example, Bonbon's bombs, Wax Artist Wax. But then again, we're seeing the Thief over there. Can you imagine a double kite from Thief as well as Antiquarian, preventing any hits as well as cancelling out all of Hunter's skills available to be used at that point in time? It's gonna be a difficult match for Sprinter for sure, and Hunter will be spawning right next to Thief.
I mean, 18 must be dying to get that kite as a Thief first, right? But but unfortunately, as a Wax Artist, well, Thief doesn't really. Well, if you're the one getting chased, right, you can't really flashlight your way out of it, right? Because he can just shoot you from far away. But that's the thing about Ever Sleeping as well that makes it so good for Thief. Because if you're not in the distance to get hit by the flashlight, even if you can shoot Wax, well, the Thief can make cornerings in Ever Sleeping Town. And when you corner, you break line of sight. You break the line of the wax bullets.
Right.
And
Correct.
yeah, so I just say they definitely had this planned out. Sprinter just gonna go for the one detention max trade, and then with the teleport. So yeah, it's an all or nothing Wax Artist, ladies and gentlemen. A draw would allow a GG to win this 2-0. Sorry.
He needs a 3 kill and above.
A 3 kill above.
Yeah. Correct.
And for the survivors, a draw. That's enough, right?
Yeah, and this could be a potential last match onto GG versus Before You match. So do show your support in the chat. Lemons for Before You, as well as Pandas for GG.
Let's
and
go.
a lot of you expecting this Wax Artist, so hopefully we'll be able to see great plays on Sprinter's side.
Yeah, he's practicing first, like he's going into the game, he's practicing first with his aim. It's like, yo, let's block off the ciphers first while I look for someone to play. But honestly, that just gives time for the survivors to transition away. PPZ is going to be spotted out, but he is the Antiquarian. My god, Sprinter has to break this pallet while that's going on. PPZ is going to rotate all the way up towards the second floor. So that's an option he can go for. No, he's just going to rotate
but that's
straight.
not it. Yeah, and Hunter spawn next to Thief though, guys, do remember that. Because Thief actually can eliminate Hunter's skill, and a 0 skill Wax Artist actually is just a walking Hell Ember, so getting that disarmament though.
Yeah, he's just gonna get rid of the Wax. Yeah, that's a strategy people use now. Yeah, just like that you're about to get max Wax, right? So technically you just stun. You just double stun. And then when you get waxed up, well, that's where you kind of what?
Getting that pallet stun, a field mind game on Sprinter's side against PPZ's Antiquarian, but still getting that basic hit. But the blood support, amazing gameplay.
My god, just slip through. Yep, PPZ. No, Sprinter, he's gonna chase straight for PPC. PPC has no more owl, but oh my goodness. Changing targets here, I mean, yeah, that can work. He knows PPC doesn't have any more owl to work with. The flywheel?
Yes, the flywheel entering that pallet, so no free hits given. PPC doing an amazing cut off here. Sprinter still trying to wax PPX though, but seems to be that the wax will not be 100% yet, and the basic hit will be happening, and there is this wax gloop that Sprinter can do though. Will he be able to get this instant down to Seer?
My god, PPC is gonna get hit here. Yeah, I feel like he thought that he might have confined space. PPC probably thought Sprinter had confined space, so decided not to just loop this area again. Maybe just trying to run away from the cipher he's decoding as well, so that is also another factor. But the Thief is around the vicinity. Again, 4 ciphers remaining, not too bad. Everything has progressed though.
Oh, but now though, we do see that forward is having 2 items, the full bow as well as an elbow pad. So maybe, but it can't give to Seer though. Maybe to Antiquarian?
Yeah, it probably is. I mean, the forward can definitely make something happen here. Can go for the support. You can. Pipicia, yeah, he's gonna take that hit, but it's fine. He just wants to leave this area, right? Because the thief is here decoding the last cipher, and then he wants someone else to go finish up his cipher in the grave. So just very good communication so far going on. Pipicia, I'm pretty sure he's about to have his second ult. Yeah, we'll
That could be. We're not too sure, but the last 3 ciphers are actually looking very good. We have the last cipher, third cipher almost popped. Last 2 ciphers at 81% as well as 70% at this point in time, respectively. We see that Ku Chao as well as 18 might be coming for this double rescue. So we'll see how this goes about, because a denied rescue could change the game around.
Yo,
but no!
What? Coming in the stun and now a thief? Oh my god, this is not what you want. Oh my god. Yeah, he's gonna get the thief down at least, like avoiding that stun. Thief is gonna take he's gonna take the place on the chair now. Obviously they want all the survivors to leave this area, right? Because the last cipher is here. But unfortunately Sprinzer knows, so he's like, yo, I'm just gonna stay here, steal the cipher as much as possible. But again, Pipicia can easily go for another cipher. Yo, that's one long range.
Oh, this is physics at the same time. Can he wax it?
I suck in physics, but no, he didn't.
Oh.
He did?
He didn't.
Yeah, he got a little bit on Pipicia, but Cypher's still going on. Yeah, my physics sucks, but yeah, the trajectory, you know.
I don't know how this physics works, but it does work though. I've seen it work before. So, PPZ though, Springs are trying to lock the Cypher once again though, and Antiquarian will be getting this free hit over here, but then the free rescue onto Thief. Right now, Sia and Thief will be on their last chair, but Hunter will be teleporting towards Pipicia. And the Cypher might be prime anytime soon.
I don't know, man. The Cypher in the grave is definitely more than the one here. Oh my god, it's gonna happen. The owl's gonna happen. He has no choice.
Yeah. Oh, but flying will be done. Yes, and Sprinzer will be having to chase this here with nothing else to work with, because he has already used his teleport, and the third bird is not ready anytime soon. So an instant down on PPCR right here, and the gate is already opened by the thieves. So this kind of confirms the 3 escape onto GG side, securing this 2-0, and congratulations to GG winning this BO2 as well.
Wow. I mean, GG players they're just giving it the best that they have, like no expense spared. They're just going really hard, and you can see like the teamwork going on. Like they try to make the rotation away, but unfortunately, yeah, Sprinzer used up his teleport. When the new cipher has been started, he has no way to control ciphers anymore. Yes, physics has been involved, but ultimately GG, congratulations to GG pulling off the 2-0 against B4U. Definitely proving why they're one of the strongest teams in China. But of course, Chocho, we have to extend our congratulations to B4U as well. I mean, going up all the way until so late in the group stages, and you know, just making fans left and right because of their plays. Again, very unfortunate that they're in this bracket. They would have definitely achieved more. The results might have been different if they were in a different group. But you know what? I would say it's a double-edged sword. It's bad, but at the same time, you face the best. So when you fight in the regions again, you're ready. Like, yo, it used to feel like Mike Tyson beating me up and I'm guarding. It's so heavy. Now all of a sudden it feels like it's just Chocho beating me up. So so it's okay. It's bearable. So that kind of situation, you know. But
yeah, extending our congratulations once again to GG, securing BO1 and 2 very swiftly, and also securing their first spot in Group A. And also for Wolves, so they also secured their spot in Group D with that win. So most likely a direct advancement that we would be, not direct advancement, but like we'll be able to see them for sure in the playoffs, GG as well as Wolves.
World's top 12. Even the name sounds so good, eh? World's top 12 feels like
World's top 12.
Yeah, I mean, world's top 12. Like, yo, how often can you listen to this title. You know what? I play IDV. Oh yeah. What's your rank? I don't. We don't talk about rank here. We talk about world
Top 12.
top 12. Right? Because it's not an easy feat to be here.
Yes, definitely.
Being here as well. Yeah, but honestly, everyone in the chat, yeah, everyone's just congratulating as well. GG both teams. Vanilla kinda. Shout outs to you being always positive, man. I mean, yeah, just shout outs to everyone here. He, Pan, TH as well. It's okay. Before you guys did well. Energy with the dad going on, pretty good. Okay, so thank you so much for the supports going on. Again, this is not the last we'll see of them. Before you still has another game, which is
Yes, they
against
do.
RC, right?
Correct.
RC.
And GG has one more with FPXZQ. So one each left, and since GG's already secured their spot, FPXZQ, we'll have to see whether they'll be able to secure their second place spot in this Group A once again.
Yeah, I mean, overcoming adversity with determination. I mean, no doubt it's a 2-0. No doubt the result might have been different if they're in a different group, but they still did their best. We talked about this before as well, like the nerves of being on stage, competing in front of everyone. And you know what's the worst thing about being on stage? The fear of being judged. And
the fear of clowning, the fear of
making
yes.
it like clowning around.
Yeah.
So many things involved. So let's just put our hands together and say, you know what, good game, well played, regardless of the outcome. But you know what? Here's the stats for the match data. Sprinter, 11 hits. Not really a lot of hits. Yeah, he definitely took a gamble with the Waxatus, with the teleport, but you know, it's GG we're talking about. They're just so used to meta characters, right, Chocho?
Yeah, they are. And yeah, once again, you know, like before you actually performed really well and much better than the other COEs that we've seen them play before. And it's really commendable for them to go against such strong teams in Group A. We keep saying that over and over again, but just looking at the teams itself, we do see GG, FXZQ, RC, as well as GW, 3 Chinese mainland professional teams, as well as 1 Japanese team, and that's not something that you want to go against right from the get-go when you enter a group stage. So good job on Before You side. I hope they learned a lot of things, and hopefully audiences, while you're watching this, you do learn a lot of skills as well as playstyle strategies, and yeah, especially the MS Priestess portal at Arms Factory. That's really incredible.
Yeah, for sure. Yo, Jam, yeah, Nelly, we know you love tears. Okay, buddy. Yo. Yeah, I know, man. I'm so sad. Honestly, being on Titan 25, and then I would look like an elk if I go up on stage against them. Because you know, it's just
I will also.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, MVP of the game, Xiao Ma coming in. Very well deserved, I would say, because the consistent 4K. Average elimination of 3.5, so that's like, you know, 4K and 3K is really, really well deserved right there. So congratulations.
Yeah, very well done, I would say. And yeah, and also in their opponent's map selection, getting an advantage is not something that's really easy, and we could see GG doing that over and over again. So GG themselves, they do know that, and they're also proving to us, the Wolves as well, that, you know, we get this direct entry ticket. We're definitely going to show you guys what we got, and they did exactly that in this first 2 matches. So
for sure.
Yes.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, today, yeah, Posh is backstage saying curse has been broken. I totally agree. Yeah, we're seeing 2-0s today from both games. Yo. But right up next, you know what's up? It's time for Translation with Chocho.
But the host so pretty.
Oh, is that the translation?
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding.
Asking for Kucha's feelings as well, Kucha's thing. Oh, we're quite calm. Oh, we're quite calm because we actually expected that our Xian Wumong will actually be getting very good results for eliminations consecutively. Xian Wumong getting the MVP, what's your feelings? I still need to work harder because my condition is not so good. In the first match, What was your cipher control like? Map control? At the center is definitely for sure Gravekeeper giving the tinnitus. If Gravekeeper would continue decoding the center cipher, I would just change to teleport and teleport to him because there is the ability as a Bonbon to instant down a Gravekeeper. Was there any pressure onto server side? Oh, he keep boosting this Xian Wumong, saying that like, you know what, pressure not definitely there, but because our hunter is Xian Wumong, the pressure is not too much. Yeah. When you're on the chair and then you're coming for the rescue. What was your mind game like with the hunter? He's trying to recall. It was his Dream Witch match. He put the Patroller. Oh, he just immediately went for the rescue without waiting for the Patroller to even bite. In the second rescue, the distance between the psychologist as well as the chat post officer is actually quite far, so I tried to bait that one hit, and luckily Sprinter actually hit the chat and I got that rescue. During the detention period, how was the late game like? Hunter was aiming for A4 elimination on my opponent's side. So we have still actually at the gate already when the cipher was popped. So the gate was at the big gate would confirm be opened, which did lah. And then that kind of secured at least a one escape already. Bonbon is still a very strong character. Because the camping of the chair is very strong for a Bonbon, so I just want to quickly get them down and then do the camping of the chair and possibly get more objectives done. Oh, Toy Merchant using the self heal. What were you thinking? Oh, I didn't. Oh, shit, I was like, oh crap! I didn't expect this to be happening. What do you guys say in the backstage? Oh yeah, what were the backstage like? And then Kucha was saying that like, yeah, whatever lah. I mean, we know that he'll still be able to come back from that situation. So a lot of trust on Xiaomeng's side. What was the communication like in the second match? PPX kited very well. The Seer unfortunately didn't kite very long. Forward had a elbow pad as well as the ball. Okay, so we could see that both sides, Survivor as well as Hunters in this team, is very well coordinated. You guys trust each other a lot. Sorry, got my pen.
Oh, it's fine.
The pressure for my teammates is actually too much. Oh, then Shen won't say he's gonna give himself full marks. Oh, wait, I'm not sure if he's giving himself full marks or giving the Survivor team full marks.
Yeah, everyone gets full marks.
Yeah, I mean for that performance for sure.
Yeah. Yo, Gem, he's saying like, you know, yeah, the fans are gonna come up. Speaking of fans, yo.
Gem flirting with Nello for real.
Bro.
What are you guys
I
flirting
love
about?
peanut butter and jam. There you go. And I didn't ignore you, Pasta.
Alright, so GG managed to get a 2-0, so how are you feeling? Oh, okay, so she's not in ICU because it's a very easy win and an obvious win for GG. Is there any words for GG? Playing normally, strategically, and doing well, and condition of the players on the day itself, and just do your best. Oh, a coordinator plushie this time around, a new one. Alright, now they'll be taking a photo. The pandas are cute. And then thank you for 3 of them for coming for this interview segment.
Alright. So there you have it, the translation's going on. We'll be right back from break.
家好啊，我是来自东南亚赛区的 JT 战队队长萌新，也就是 MX。JT 战队嘛，虽然是去年刚创建不久，然后也没参加过以往的深渊，但是队伍一些成员是参加过深渊的老面孔，就比如说我。然后呢，我们也是去年参加了东南亚赛区的2022年 IVC， 虽然我们很可惜止步于亚军，但是我相信我们会打得比之前更好。然后目前现在 JT 战队有6名队员，人类方面有西子、跑不了、金杰、番薯，还有我。我们人类的打法可能就偏比较快乐一点啊，我意思是拼一点，对。然后屠夫的话，我们就秒拍一个人，虽然说就秒拍一个人，但是他的打法就比较偏怎么说嘛，排位里秒人那种说法，对，顾名思义。然后这次的目标嘛，我们想说就可能快乐第一，比赛第2吧。然后最后我们想对支持我们人说，真的要说吗？有点害羞，好吧。今から君が僕のダーリンだ。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区から参戦しているフェンネル戦隊のラオリーです。チーム内の役割はサバイバーです。所属戦隊での参戦経歴は、フェンネルは結成から約2年が経ちます。これまでに日本地区の IVC、IJL などへ参加してきました。フェンネルとして COA の出場は初めてになります。所属戦隊メンバーを全員紹介。フェンネル戦隊のメンバーは現在7名で、サバイバーは自分とマエケン、ヨー GG、マカ、ウンピー、ハンターはハシャ、ピピチャーの7人です。サバイバーは少し特殊な編成を使うのが好みで、ハンターは、ハシャも結構特殊なキャラ範囲なんですけど、ピピチャーは結構いろんなハンターを使えて結構幅広く戦えるのが特徴です。今回 COA に参加するにあたり、チームの意気込みは練習してきたことをフルで出して上がれるとこまで上がっていきたいなと思います。
And we're back, folks, with more IDV action here at the Call of the Abyss group stage, day number 7. Potch Spice, and, well, it seems like it's Chocho and Nello Mello, but if you guys aren't going to look at the captions, we are Potch Spice and Eli O here on the commentary. What's going on, Eli O? Yep, we're back to our regular scheduled programming today. How are you feeling about the next matchups we're about to see?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, you know, we saw two pretty fast matchups in front of us. It really goes to show it's really we're really getting into the stage of the tournament where you really see the strongest teams sort of separate themselves and moving into those first place spots in their respective groups. So this next matchup definitely is going to be a huge deal breaker right now. We have FL and ZT. And honestly, Poch, this is both these teams. I think going into this, many people expected, obviously Japan to be quite significantly stronger than the rest of the teams in this group. However, we've seen ZT. They haven't played against any Japan teams yet, but they have started out 2-0 and are already looking quite strong. So this matchup, a big deal breaker here. The winner of this will most likely find themselves in that second seed spot in this group.
Yeah, and speaking of ZT not facing Japan teams, actually the matches they have here on out are pretty tough matches because not only will they face
Japan
FL
teams.
now, and then they got to face AXZ their last match, I believe, in Monday. So that's going to be a good one. Yes, ZT had the easy, I would say, the unknown matchups against them. FL did go up against AXZ and they fell down to them. And like you said, it's going to be a battle of the second place. So stylistically, how do you think this is going to play out? Is it going to be Hunter or Survivor sided?
I feel like, we've seen we talked about how ZT had a very strong Hunter in Meowpie, but he's been a bit inconsistent in this tournament. It's really been the ZT Survivor faction that has sort of propelled them to their 2 victories. And, I think another thing to consider as well is that going against a team like FL, on paper, ZT, of course, being at a disadvantage, but it's, obviously it's anyone's game here. As for the side of FL, we've seen some really incredible displays of strength from their Hunter side. With Hasha, we've seen in the OM matchup 2 4 Survivor eliminations, 3 Cybers and 4 Cybers remaining in both of them, which is very impressive. And then, of course, we also have PB-Tron on the Hunter side as well, who's been very consistent in previous COAs, although in this one, he did have a difficult matchup against AXZ. So I think it's really going to be, will the Survivors have strong matchups against these Hunters? Because, again, Meowpie, the key for ZT is consistency for him. He needs to be able to at least secure draws in these matches if ZT wants a chance against this Japanese level team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Especially since the previous match, we did just see Hasha just take the reins. We didn't really see PP Cha in the previous match. But now let's see the strategy, because I think there's going to be a mix-up. We're going to see Run actually take the stage. So that's going to be another a substitution that we might see. Yesterday it was 9 Mammals to grace the stage. And yeah, actually Run's going to be here. So she's actually replacing CZ. We see that Zed, Run, Potato, and MX. We will be introducing them in just a bit, but this is kind of, I would say it really reminds me of the ZT of old, with Potato being added to the mix. So Run, if you guys haven't seen her just yet, we will introduce her in just a bit, but she's one of the most stable rescuers on the team. And I'm super excited to see how she's going to fare up against Tasha, which usually is on that first round Dream Witch.
Yeah, so getting into, so it is 0-2 on the Survivor side, and getting into, and again, how this matchup will play out. We see the FL team typically start with Hasha in the first round, and then you go to PB-Tron in the later rounds. Although we did see against OM, Hasha go 2 rounds, 2 very effective rounds. So let's see if he continues with that display of strength as we talked about earlier on. That's going to be key here. If he's able to put up good numbers against ZT, I do believe the FL Survivors will be able to have good matches against Meowpie, considering that Meowpie is just, he's able to get the bare minimum here and there. He's able to get at least a kill every round, but he has struggled to secure consistent draws. So I think the most important thing right now is, can Hasha shut down the 0-2 Survivor team?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited once they switch sides and see how Meowpie performs, because we have yet to see like a cementing status for him. But let's introduce the Survivors here. We see Zed. He's been really coming into his own in that Prospector role, as well as his Antiquarian. Usually it's CZ that also uses that character, but Zed also being like first chase usually, and his containment time kind of speaks for itself with an average of around 128. So I was looking for it, and holy smokes, that's 3 digits, so that's huge. So Zed usually wants to take that first kite.
It's in terms of, again, in terms of who has the advantage, we're going to get into a Run as well. We see the rescuer player for ZT. In terms of, again, who has the advantage of this, in this matchup. Again, I still think FL is advantaged statistically, but I think it's just, I don't know. The other thing I want to point out as well, actually, now that it comes to my mind, is, are we going to see ZT go with sort of unique strategies in terms of map selection? We saw them go with maps like Sacred Heart Hospital. This has a good impact in later rounds, because hunters like Dream Witch are not bad on Sacred because they have easy access to things like Hospital. You can have the leeches to follow, the spawn followers to follow into Hospital. We do see Potato on the Survivor side. But Hunters that can get looped inside Hospital, such as things like Wax Artist and maybe something like Sculptor, they're not going to be as strong on a map like that. So will we see ZT have that approach in the later rounds? And of course, it doesn't matter who has map selection first. You get into a round 3 situation, and whoever selected the first map will also see. We'll also be able to pick the third map, and we do have everyone, the fan favorite Survivor MX here on the side of ZT.
Shoutouts to Wafro. She sent me a meme of him. I'm pretty sure we'll just show it in our socials. Again, just follow Eli on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram. We'll show it there because matches are going by so fast today. We weren't able to prepare for it. But yes, MX. It's always a spectacle seeing him on stage. And like you mentioned, yeah, it's really interesting to see how that they're going to play this one out. Are they going to go with an interesting Survivor pick of a map? But then again, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot with Meow Pai coming in, and he hasn't had the most consistent results. So I think it's a big decision that we're going to have to see them make, because most if not, it is their survivors that really gain the victories for their team. And I would say having Run in the team is going to add a lot more questions. But what I do know is that Zed and Run, along with MX, I guess their synergy would be put to it's already been tested in previous years of them being ZT.
For sure, and we do have the Hunter side with Hasha, Clerk, and Dreamwitch as the two main Hunters there. But we also saw Sculptor in the Omega matchup, so we'll see if that ultimately does come out from him. But typically speaking, we only see Hasha lead with that round 1 Hunter situation. We see PP come in the later rounds. So I don't know, are they going to have that approach, or are they going to mix it up a little bit? Typically, again, what often happens with these Japanese teams, you have your round 1 Hunter and you have your late round Hunter, and they almost always switch their first round Hunter out after the first round. However, FL's really been one of the few Japanese teams who sometimes will mix it up a little bit. So that's definitely something to consider as well when it comes to map selection. It comes to character pool too. Something I'm very interested in, Poch, and definitely love to get your opinion on this. But do you think we'll see the Lawyer or Thief potentially come out today?
I don't think that's a question. More of like, when are we going to see it come out? Because I don't know. When with the performance like what MX did, and you were there to witness it yourself, it was just unbelievable. And you kind of hit the nail on the head here. ZT going with a very Survivor-sided map. We're going to Hospital, and with MX in the mix here, I'm pretty sure we're going to see an interesting strategy of maybe a doctor, maybe a lawyer. If he's going to come up with that Dream Witch, maybe he'll lean more towards the doctor. But I don't know. He was a man unhinged. What are your thoughts on the map, though?
You know, it's really interesting to see them go Sacred right away. So typically, again, we were talking about how it's better to pick a map like this in the later rounds to throw the opposing Hunter off. But when you go into Sacred first, Hasha still has Dream Witch available. Dream Witch is not that bad on Sacred Heart Hospital. Again, it's one of those maps where you want a Hunter that struggles to deal with Hospital loop. Whereas with a Dream Witch, she has a lot of pressure throughout the entire map and can also get inside Hospital easily. She can trap survivors, cut off the loop with the leeches. So I think that realistically, picking Sacred first could actually hurt ZT in the long run, but we'll have to see ultimately if it works out for them or not here. And yeah.
We see some ZT fans in the studio. What's going on? I would say that also home crowd advantage. I don't know, you're into baseball. Like, how much do you think that's going to play a factor here? Because I'm pretty sure most of the people in this studio are going to be for FL, since they are in enemy territory.
You know, it definitely does play, when it comes to, at least from a sports standpoint, it definitely has an impact. You see, statistically speaking, on the home field, whether that's basketball or baseball or any sport or any esport in general, for the most part,
so
the team with the home field advantage usually is able to win, right? Because
I'm really scared to see how MX is gonna pop off if he has a good Forcipher guy, and like all the time he's looking into a sea of Fennel fans. So witness that, chat. So again, big shout outs to everyone that's still joining us. Again, one's gonna have to give. They do want to vie for that second place spot. ZT has yet to face a team that has given them a big challenge. Yes, they were able to win against RD at the skin of their teeth, but Fennel could pose that challenge as we head towards the picks and bans, banning out the Merc Priestess on the second ban, as well as the Antiquarian. So they chose to pick up Seer and Forward to start off with.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I do feel that compared to some other regions, Japan in particular is very the fans at least are very respectful when it comes to even when their team loses, there's always a round of applause. There's always respect for the other team, and they always will cheer on the other team when they make good plays, even if it is against one of their own teams. So I feel like that's something to keep in mind as well. So I think it'll ultimately be okay, and if anything, that might actually even the matchup up a little bit. You know, oh, we see a Gardner. That's gonna be the
Wow.
first character. So that definitely was MX's selection, I would imagine.
Signature.
But yeah, but then when it comes to playing on a stage like China, the Chinese fans, of course, will make a lot of noise. They're always cheering for their favorite team, and obviously, there's nothing wrong with that by any means. That's how it is in most, esports and most professional sports as well. But yeah, over in Japan, it is a little bit different. We've seen with the fan reactions. But yeah, here we go. Getting into the character selection for Hasha. This is interesting, Posh, because we do have a very anti-Dreamwitch team comp, with the exception of the Gardener. But when it comes down to it,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, Clerk and Dreamwitch both will not have a very strong matchup against this team comp. So I'm interested to see how Hasha will approach this.
Yeah, the Gardener kicker. If you guys have been following MX's career, this is one of the survivors he has been been soldiering on with, and he's been really popping off with. I believe if you're in tune with Eli's stream, when we did interview him, he did the Gardener dance, and he did a little cosplay of the Gardener yesterday.
He did.
If you follow them in their 02 IG handle, so check that out. But Gardener coming in, yeah, it's a very big mystery, and now Hasha not leaning towards that this counter Dreamwitch thing, but it's gonna he's gonna go with that Clerk, and he's gonna have that Cypher Rush under control. How do you feel about Clerk matchup versus this lineup, Eli?
You know, it's a little interesting. I think that here, so Barmaid Seer combo, obviously, as we know, is very strong, because you take that as Barmaid, you get to take the Owl, and then you're able to get your heal off. And so, especially against something like Clerk, Clerk has no way to counterplay that. So the Barmaid, chasing Barmaid is actually probably, Barmaid and Ford will be his weakest targets here. Gardener is interesting. I actually think that a character like Lawyer is a little bit better against something like a Clerk, in that obviously the Cypher Rush is important against a Cypher Control character like Clerk, but also you can avoid getting Terror Shock, so you can take risky vaults. For example, if the Clerk uses the forward recording to throw the pallet down in your face, you can take the vault and risk the Terror Shock, and sometimes it'll still pay off. Or if they block the window with a vault recording, you can still risk the Terror Shock. And you can get away with it sometimes. And then on top of that, obviously, if you vault, you get a broken window speed boost or a pallet speed boost, still take absorb a hit, and get a veterans bonus at the same time. You get an insane boost. You can get literally into hospital within 2 seconds from Shaq. and you make so much distance, whereas Clerk takes a very long time to catch up. Whereas with Gardener, obviously, you still can get the veterans bonus, and camping pallets against Clerk is, in some circumstances, a viable strategy, in which that also allows you to farm your bubble while you stand still. So Gardener can also be effective against Clerk as well. Looks like we're going to see an up-down build as well. So this is really just a tie-oriented. I mean, obviously, Clerk with a lot of win potential, but this is more tie-oriented rather than aggressive from Hasha.
And MX actually bringing Tide, so he's the only one that's going to go for that rescue. It's a very risky strategy because he wants to be able to play whatever role he can. And that's what I wanted to bring up as well. So he wants to kite and rescue and maybe be the sacrificial lamb. Zed coming into the birdcage here is going to have to be very careful. At least he's going to go. He's going to actually get the attention away. So you have to be very careful playing as you cannot drop any pallets, or he will do that recording. And she's also brought confined space. So now let's take the chase to the hospital.
So first chase forward usually isn't that bad, in which you can create a situation, and we're going to see Zed make it to the window here. You can create a situation in which you eliminate the only Tide Turner character, the main rescuer. But in this case, that's not the situation, right? We have the Gardener with Tide Turner. Now we are getting a lot of football out here. Zed needs to be very careful on this mind game. Does he go for the swing to the pallet here? Trying to get this mind game off, drops the pallet. He needs the football right now. So this is where we do see Ford being a pretty good kiter against the Clerk, because if they do go for the pallet pickup, you do have that to work with. We're going to see Hasha use this for vision here. Does he go for the swing at the pallet, or does he walk through here? We see Zed use the football, reverse stun here, and the pallet stun. There's no excitement. What a play from Zed to avoid that hit there. We do have Blink here for Hasha, who needs to be careful vaulting this window. Is Hasha going to go for the Blink? And he does not take the Terror Shock. Excellent discipline from the forward. The Seer Owl is still available. Flywheel still available. And we're going to see the forward position towards hospital. With Blink out of the way now, things become a lot more challenging for Hasha.
Can I just say that Zed being able to do a 360 stun in that tiny area was just amazing. I thought the barmaid was going to give off a drink, but it seems like they're going to try and support with the owl just to prolong this kite. So Hasha going to try to record here at the pallet, and another mind game being played, but Zed has bought so much time, chat. And now let's see if he's going to drop the pallet down. The recording's going to help him out. He's going to flywheel through the Eli.
Beautiful play. He still will go down here. We can see Hasha. Oh, misses the swing as well. This kite's going to last even longer. We see that finally the down is recorded for Hasha. And something else I want to point out is Pasha's recording management is very good. You see, he has a recording setup for every situation. He had vault recordings, he has palette recordings. A lot of Clerk players make the mistake of not getting the right recordings and they don't have them for the right circumstances. Pasha has everything available because he's timed these so properly. He's utilized these recordings perfectly. And even with all that in mind, it's still a 3-cipher kite. Now, the biggest issue here for ZT is you don't have as much rebound kite potential because you don't have any football left. And we're going to see Gardner come in for the rescue here. There's actually no item as well. Does Hasha have a vault recording? He doesn't have one here. It looks like Gardner's going to camp the pallet. She can also farm a bubble in the process. Yeah, I think Gardner's probably just going to try to body block this out here.
Yeah, we see the MX just holding down the fort here, but we're going to see the recording come out. Hasha again, he in hot pursuit of this forward, and it's doing an amazing job trying to get the hit and tries to go for the down onto the Gardner. Able to get it, so let's see if he's going to switch targets, and he will be doing so with MX.
Right. Yeah, losing the Gardner here. This means he can share on the Seer Cypher machine, and the Cypher progress is not enough for this Cypher, so this actually still works out for Hasha. It looks like he's gonna... I think Seer got a little bit too staying on the Seer, walks through the pallet and does get the hit. I was gonna say Seer got a little too aggressive there because now this forces an early rescue. And also there's no tie turner. They have to body block and he doesn't get the bubble and dies on the Cypher again. So Seer needed to rotate earlier because now they lose less time to decode. They have that last Cypher, but the Seer is dead on it, and this is a Clerk. They can constantly record it. They're going to record this other Cypher machine as well here. And it looks like Forward actually has a syringe too, so not a useful item there out of the chest. It looks like Seer's just trying to farm an owl, but there is Blink available. I think Seer's just being a little too aggressive here, Podge.
The forward is also here for the support, able to get the rescue. Can MX get to a safe spot? He tried to go for the body block, but the Blink is going to connect. Zed is here to try and gain some support, but he just has a syringe, so I'm not quite sure. Hasha, though, walking straight to a pallet, buys enough time, but Eli, they can't push this Cypher. This is their last Cypher, and Hasha is able to get this 1K at least in this matchup.
Yeah, and now they're forced to stop and heal up. We can see Forward use this syringe to heal themselves. Seer will get healed by the Barmaid's drink, which means Barmaid does not have any more drinks available. And he's actually going to change to Forward. Now the question is, does Forward have that heal primed, or does he not? Because if he doesn't have it primed, this could be a problem. If he's able to get the down, if he's able to catch up to the Forward here before the heal's ready, he's going to be able to get Forward down, and that would be a wasted of his syringe here. He's trying to use it. He doesn't have it just yet. There's the drop. He has the flywheel. Flywheel's the pallet, and is able to get that off. Does not have a recording to work with as well. Gets this drop, has the pallet break, and does get the down, which means he did not actually have the heal ready. They're trying to push this last Cypher. Hasha gonna record the Barmaid here, and this is the second share for the Forward as well. So this means they have to get this Cypher machine done. And Hasha might have worked into a potentially winning position now.
Yeah, as now this forces Run to actually reveal herself to try and buy enough time for this rescue to happen. But Hasha is actually putting her away, trying to actually Run does have an owl, and that heal prime was so close. So it was just a matter of time. But now we see the Forward is saved. He's gonna try to farm another one. This needs to time it very well, but he's gonna get the recording onto Run. That Cypher isn't primed just yet, and Hasha is gonna change target here. We are gonna see the Barmaid already primed that Cypher, and Zed is already gonna just make himself known to get this rescue down pat.
Here's the problem, is that if you go for this instant rescue, Hasha can record the Cypher. No, he doesn't get the recording on the Cypher, which means that they can actually get the rescue off here, and we are into the end game. Seer has Owl. Can they potentially give Owl to the Forward? He needs to give right now, and they do give the Owl, which is going to keep this Survivor alive a little bit longer, but Zed doesn't have any items to work with. This is just a mind game at these pallets. Does Hasha go through the pallet here? And he does. He misses the swing. Oh, but he gets the down onto the Forward. He does not have any recordings pot, so he has to wait 9 seconds. He might look at the gate here, just to they're playing it safe. Does he go for the pickup or does he go for the recording? Let's see. He goes for the gate, but he records the wrong Survivor, and they can push the gate, and now the recordings are on cooldown. This means that ZT should be able to, they will be able to secure the draw here, but excellent turnaround from Hasha. Considering that it was a 3-Cypher kite, you lost your first target, you're forced to change targets there, and he's still able to get a draw there, sharing on that last Cypher. He really goes to show the strength of this hunter.
Yeah, considering, with all things considered, right, Zed had an amazing first kite, and he kind of got lost in the mix there when the Gardener fell. And then, unfortunately, the chair placement on ZT's side didn't favor them since the Seer was there, and forced to go for the early rescues was run. And I think that was kind of the pivotal moment to where the Hunter really claimed the match. So I feel like with Hasha getting a tie, since he is the point hunter, and they know that ZT are the main offensive line of the team. They just have to be able to kind of really put pressure on Meowpai, and they can claim victory in round number 1, which, as we brought up before, this was ZT's map selection. So for them to be able to counter their survivors here, I'd say that's a win on FL's side.
Especially because it's Sacred. The fact that you pick a map like Sacred and you're going against a Clerk, you're picking it so you can have a winning position against this sort of hunter. You know, if you're picking this map just because you're picking it so your survivors can gain an early lead, they're trying to have the same approach they did against RD. So now it's very difficult for Meowpai to actually tie here. And it's just simply because it's Sacred Heart Hospital. It's such a hard map for hunters to be consistent on. And considering that, and this is why I would have liked to see this later in this matchup, because now you're in a situation where, again, Meowpai hasn't been very consistent in this event thus far, and you're picking a map that's going to cause him to be even less consistent. And you're also sort of in a situation where if you don't win on the survivor side, there's just even more pressure because, again, it is Sacred. So I think the start was very good for ZT. They positioned themselves well, but the biggest thing was Run was forced to save too early because she didn't rotate away from that Cypher quick enough, and then also he was shared on the last Cypher. That was the other big thing.
Yeah, and it was just if you look at how the match was going, yes, everyone is already saying it's a draw, it's a tie. This is going to be really intense. I think I agree with Eli with ZT being put in a tough spot because now you played so heavily to a survivor heavy strategy that now Meowpai has to kind of pick up the pieces and try to at least tie things up to push for that round number 3. But based on our statistics, he really just found some success early on, but when he was faced against adversity, he kind of buckled under it. And considering his hunter pool, it doesn't really favor Hospital. Yes, he can bring out the Dream Witch, but we saw how Clerk is, and I don't know how his mental is if he can use a Clerk in this map, since they are going up against FL, and I believe Unp is here as well. So their survivor teams really go all or nothing, especially when they went against AXZ. Even though it was a 2-0, they tried their best to get 4-man escape in the first round.
Yeah, I think the idea with Sacred is that Meowpai is going to play Bonbon. I mean, you can play Peeper Bonbon on this map. I mean, we talked about how Peepers have sort of taken over a little bit. You can also play Blink as well. Bonbon's not bad on Hospital because it's it creates a situation where, yes, Hospital Loop is very difficult even for a hunter like Bonbon. But once you finally do get your first down, your camping ability is so strong. You know, because the ways one of the ways survivors win on Hospital is that, one, you kite into Hospital on your first kite, and you kite there for a while, and then you rebound, and the point of rebounding is to try to support your rebound kiter to get back into Hospital, and they can just keep using it over and over and over, right? And so if you have a hunter like Bonbon, once you do secure that first down, your camp is so strong where it's very difficult to actually get the save off in the first place to get them back into Hospital because, again, your camping ability is incredibly powerful, and it's also hard to support a rebound kite against a Bonbon because it's hard to body block. It's hard to deal with all those bomb chips coming in. So I think that's sort of the main idea with the Sacred Heart Hospital round 1, and then Meowpai will probably go out and play Bonbon.
Hopefully that would play out in ZT's favor because FL, their main offensive line is these survivors. UGG, we see as an antiquarian, and they really heavily lean towards that little girl strat, especially in the previous match. But UGG also has a barmaid, also uses the antiquarian. And Little Girl as well. So I'm excited to see. He's got multiple MVPs as well when it came to the qualifiers. So this is a survivor that's going to be tough to pin down, I would say.
Yep, for sure. We also have Rari as well, a female dancer and toy merchant on the side of FL. Average containment time around 76 seconds. So definitely, above average. We see anything above 70 to 75. If you're able to get above that, of course, it is usually enough to push for a win against most hunters. Of course, it depends. It does depend on the type of hunter. Characters like Bonbon and Clerk, maybe not so much because of camping abilities and because of cipher control. But again, we will have to see here. It is Sacred Heart Hospital. And that hospital loop is so strong.
Yeah, one thing to add about Raori, he did get Priestess MVP, so hopefully the bans are going to go according to plan for Meow Pai. But we're going to move on over to Maiken here. Maiken being, I believe, the main rescuer of the team. He's always used this mercenary, the first officer. And we've talked about it yesterday, right? Mochi even said, like, I wish I would get MVP because rescuers aren't really highlighted as much. So we'll see how the clutch rescues of Maiken are going to come out. Because looking at my stats too, even the qualifiers, rescuers don't necessarily get it. It's usually antiquarians, the kiters, all that to get the best deductions.
Right. And so I think that overall here, we also have Unp as well. Actually, this is another thing I wanted to point out is Unp. You see average game time of almost 90 seconds. Unp is actually a lot of the Japanese teams have at least one very strong, consistent kiting player. And for FL, that is Unp. You can just tell from those statistics. But yeah, overall, we see Seer and Antiquarian. We should see those mainly be the characters coming out here. Also, Entomologist is another one we have seen in the past. And I'm interested to see the approach that FL goes into this matchup because, again, you're probably going to see a Bonbon from Meow Pai. I think that's, again, the main idea of this Sacred Heart map selection. So I think that realistically, it makes the most sense for them to take characters that you have to take transitioning characters and then characters that have easy access to hospital, things like Patient. Something like Toy Merchant isn't necessarily bad. And Entomologist usually isn't as good against Bonbon because the bees go down quickly to the chips, but Entomologist is an excellent character for supporting your rebound kiter to get into hospital.
So with that being said, we're introducing Meow Pai now on stage. Again, he's going to have to calm his nerves here. Again, a tied game is not too bad, but considering that the stats that he has bolstered, he really needs that big win, and this could be a big statement that he can make in the group stage if he's able to at least tie against the survivors of FL. And we talked about it, right? He's going to set up for that Bonbon. So how do you think he's going to approach this type of pick and ban? Is it going to be Priestess ban for, like, are we going to get rid of mobility first or harassing?
Right. We should say Priestess ban first no matter what, just because it is sacred and, also Bonbon isn't really scared of Seer. So I think that it makes the most sense for, we're going to see Priestess right away and then probably just back to the Antiquarian. I don't know if we'll see Merc Antiquarian, though, because, again, you actually don't mind if Merc gets banned because you still have Officer, and Officer being a more consistent rescuer against a Bonbon than a Mercenary actually is. So I think that it doesn't really make sense to lock in a rescuer right away unless they're worried about a double rescuer ban, which is also a possibility for a character like Bonbon. So we will have to see here. I would imagine anything other than Priestess would surprise me here. And
we're just going to have to wait. Drum roll, please. But while we're doing that, again, big shout outs to everyone in chat. We have 8,000 strong, and we're going for the Priestess band to start off with. Now, yeah, I think Antiquarian, you have to pick that up. Not necessarily sure. Maybe we might go with the Toy Merchant, well, not necessarily Toy Merchant, but Patient, something that could really emphasize transitioning towards that hospital side, right? It seems like they're going to go with double harassment. We could have the elevator strat if ever.
You could, yeah. I think the idea, so Prospector as well, is it's one of those characters that can help not only rebound kite, but rescue off a Bonbon. If you're able to stun with the magnets, then you can, have your rescuer get a free rescue in the process. Now, sometimes we do see Bonbons go for a double rescuer ban. You could go Mercenary and, you see the flexing the muscles.
Flexing the muscle, man. Hey, when are you going to have a push-up stream, dude? This Raori guy is challenging you, man. He's challenging
I know.
you.
We'll see.
Every survivor that escapes should do a push-up, I think.
Okay. Looks like, okay, so we're going to have Merchant and Merc. So they actually does give up Officer here.
Yeah.
Again, Merchant's one of those free access to hospital characters you don't really want to have to deal with. So I think that is reasonable. We should see Officer get taken. I don't think they take anything else other than Officer because they're expecting it's going to be Bonbon. You need a consistent rescuer, and if you don't, then you don't have any rescue characters left, especially for dealing with the Bonbon. Yeah, we will see the first Officer here.
Yeah, so this last ban is going to be kind of tricky because, yeah, you kind of have your double harasser, then your stable rescuer, just in case. And FL just needs to play for like a 3-man escape, and or even a 4-man if ever, just for them to solidify their victory. And statistics show that ZT doesn't. I mean, Meow Pai doesn't necessarily have the numbers to threaten FL with, but with that ban of that Patient, at least he doesn't have to worry about the hooks being kited to the hospital. And this is definitely going to add a lot more pressure on Meow Pai at the start because we're going to see a mechanic pick on the side of Umpy.
So mechanic here, of course, as we talked about, that Cypher is so difficult for a hunter like Bonbon to deal with because the Cypher control is so limited. And so I think that's probably why. And again, we've seen Mechanic kind of get selected as a character when a lot of teams are preparing to go against a TIE hunter like a Bonbon. So that's sort of the strategy, is just out Cypher rush the TIE hunter and play for a win. That's really their approach here. So what does Meowpie actually go with? I still think Bonbon makes the most sense, and that's why they pick Sacred. But yeah, against this team comp, it's challenging to play Bonbon here. Prospector, Antiquarian are both effective kiters against Bonbon. Mechanic Cypher Rush is very difficult to deal with. Prospector's rescue support is very difficult for a Bonbon to deal with. And then First Officer guaranteed rescue against a Bonbon is completely a counter to Bonbon's main strategy of camping. So this entire comp is built around dealing with a Bonbon, especially on a map like Sacred. I don't know if Meowpie can safely play Bonbon right now. But we'll see.
Well, he has to bring it out now, right? Because they were kind of building toward that strat. But it seems like he's going with the BQ. So again, they're still pretty consistent against the BQ, and I guess he's really leaning towards that tie. My only fear is that if you try to aim for that tie, you might not be able to get it. You might get a 3-person or even a 4-person escape. And yeah, his BQ, not necessarily the best numbers on his side, but on this map, yeah, you have to swat them away from that hospital because the elevation changes. The ruins area could actually ruin some mirror placements. It's gonna be tough. He needs to go after Rowry, but they're building this enclosure to keep the Bloody Queen from chasing Rowry.
You know, I do think that Bloody Queen, in terms of at least this team comp, Bloody Queen makes more sense because again, Bonbon struggles against this entire comp is built to deal with the Bonbon. So I think, again, the main strategy is round 1 Bonbon here, but they know this. FL knows this. That's why you build this team comp, because you can deal with every situation Bonbon has available. Whereas Bloody Queen's going to have a lot more of an effective time. Now, the question is, do we see Broken Windows or Flywheel? I would imagine, okay, we're going to see triple Flywheel. I was going to say Flywheel would make sense just because you don't know if it's going to be a Bonbon or a single hit hunter like Geisha or BQ. And so they're trying to avoid, or even Breaking Will for that matter. So they're trying to avoid playing too hard into one hunter. And Flywheel, obviously, Broken Windows is quite effective against Bonbon, but Flywheel is also good as well. But Flywheel against BQ could be a difference maker here. Looks like we do have Blink here. No excitement, so he does not have direct options for the Antiquarian and Prospector. Right away, Potch, we see the typical Sacred Heart strategy, run straight to Hospital.
Yeah, and UGG gets cut off here, so now Meowpie really needs to make usage of this mirror. UGG trying to use the 5% speed boost to head on over, and now forcing Meowpie to actually change. So that is a good kite out of the mirror image. So now it seems like he's kind of settling in from UGG, and the longer you chase this, the more the mechanics bot is going to be out and about. And now we see that the mirror cooldown is ready. So can he try to cut this kite short?
Let's get that hit onto the Antiquarian. It's very important that you get that early, because Antiquarian can be a counter to Bloody Queen in some circumstances. Does he change to Mechanic? No, looks like he's going to continue after Antiquarian. I was going to say, in some circumstances, Antiquarian, of course, if she's close enough to the main body, she can cancel that the swing, and that means that you can no longer use that mirror image. You can cut out a mirror image that way. Now, Antiquarian still has Flywheel available. We see Blink from Meowpie, but this is exactly why Hospital is just so weak for hunters. You just constantly loop this, and he's just unable to get the Blink. We do see the Flywheel from the Antiquarian there. Does he have this Blink available to work with right now? Prospector goes for the stun. It is a short one, so it's not going to buy that much distance, but already the Cyphers are taking off here, and this is looking like a very good position for FL.
Yeah, the mirror image just shortly after when he went for that swing disappeared, but the Blink, oh my god, he tried to counter it, but in the end, Antiquarian has fallen down, so decent progress on that Cypher, and also a pretty good down on Meowpie's side, so now he's gonna have to harass and try and defend this chair. He does spot someone, he's able to down the bot, so that's actually one less body to worry about. Now we see that the first officer is here for that rescue.
So the thing is now, I was going to say, because if bot was out, they would have actually enough Cypher progress to win, but because bot's no longer available, at least for, well, actually bot, there's no more energy left on the bot, so because bot's no longer available to decode here, I think that this does open up a small window of opportunity. And we see the farm. That's actually really important, that he was able to farm Antiquarian off the rocket chair. Because the Prospector was here to harass, the goal here was Prospector stuns to get the Survivor inside Hospital. And Prospector still will be here to potentially support this. Oh, he clips that. Wow, he gets that hit up the stairs there.
Okay, so yeah, Meowpie getting some injuries on the board. This is super important. Gets the farm off the Antiquarian. Antiquarian is back on that rocket chair. And seems like Cypher progress isn't going to be enough to threaten an endgame pop, so now they're forced to go for this rescue. Luckily for them, that they still have 2 safe survivors, but it's going to be a toss-up between how they're going to try to play this one out, since Prospector can't be there for the support.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Poch, this is still sacred. So there's still an opportunity for Antiquarian to potentially rebound into hospital with a good rescue here. The Cyphers obviously are not enough, but they are in a position. He's going to try to farm the Antiquarian. This is really smart. This is what you want to do, but you have to be careful because Prospector can stun. You have to try to get the farm off here. It looks like we're going to see just a lot of baits here. Prospector trying to save with, goes for the charge attack. Doesn't get that there. Prospector has the magnet on, goes for the stun. He hits the mechanic instead, and now Prospector can stun him into the tree here. He's going to try to break the magnet, is able to break it. He does have blink back in 35 seconds, so if Antiquarian does go for a stun here, the question is, can they prime those Cyphers before the blink's ready?
Yeah, Cypher progress isn't looking too good, but you know what? UGG able to get the disarm and just, you know what? Hospital is the best friend. Can he get the drop down hit? He's already healed up. He's going to go for the charged up attack, but now he's able to hit the Prospector, so this adds more seconds onto the kite of the Antiquarian. So this is actually a great, well, rally back on the survivor side as they try to push for more Cyphers, but Eli, it seems like he's going to try to catch up with this mirror image. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get a hit, and UGG is just playing to the strengths of this hospital, just going in and out, obstructing the view of the of Meowpie, and now goes for the blink, but unable to get it.
Yeah, that might be the game changer right there. Just impatient blink there from Meowpie, and now Antiquarian stays alive a little bit longer here, still has this pallet to work with, will be able to make it into hospital. Prospector back up to harass, and I think this will be enough here for FL, that last Cypher machine. They're not currently on it just yet, but Prospector can body block this out for quite some time. And now that the trait is on cooldown, and yeah, we see the Prospector go for the stun. That last Cypher machine, 90% of the way done there. He's going to mirror to the Cypher instead, it looks like. Going to go for the switch onto the Officer. Can he get this basic hit? Misses the hit as well. Able to avoid that around the pallet, and now they're just going to heal the Antiquarian back to full.
Yeah, now Meowpie is in defense mode. That was huge. That blink attempt there, unfortunate for Meowpie, wasn't able to get it. That could have been the down of the Antiquarian and his first survivor down, but now he's got to go in triage mode. He's got to be able to swat people away from that Cypher, which does open the opportunity for them to heal up the Antiquarian since she's dead on chair. So now this first officer doing a great job, and Meowpie still trying to play around this area here. They might have to open up a new Cypher, but they still haven't touched that yet, Eli.
Right, and so now he's going to use the mirror angle. It's not going to find anyone. It's not going to find the officer here. So, yeah, it looks like we're just going to see Umpy is going to go to the last Cypher here. Just going to go ahead and get it primed. Does have teleport back in a little bit here. Will they go for the pop now while the mirror's on cooldown, or are they going to wait it out? They may wait for Prospector to get a few more magnets back. So we will have that for endgame kiting. But it looks like... just trying to find, he doesn't even have anyone to chase right now, so yeah. FL is really positioning this well. We see Officer has a watch and an illusion as well, so we might give one of those items to the Antiquarian. This way they both will have endgame kiting options, or potentially even mechanic.
So yeah, Tinnitus is leading Meowpie to this area, but he doesn't know that Unpy is actually ducking down. No one is actually there just yet. And let's see how they're going to play this end game pop to happen. And Meowpie is kind of lost without any survivor to go after here. So this is a really tough situation for him, folks, since he knows that the end is nigh and he has to be able to try and down a survivor. Luckily, he finds the Antiquarian. He's still not going for that pop just yet. Antiquarian making her way to the hospital, and now they go for it. Unpy is going to be the last, well, detention chase here. But, I mean, they could still go for a 3-man escape, and that's going to be a win for FL. So Meowpie really has to make haste.
Yeah, he needs to at least get 1 kill here. If FL's able to get 4 out the gate here, that would be really, that would put them in a huge lead, especially on the opponent's map selection. So we are going to see the mirror image here, trying to get this magnet to go for the cancel, goes for the switch here instead, hits the stun onto the Bloody Queen, and that means he can kite out this mirror image potentially if he stays in front here. Yep, and he still has magnet, still has flywheel to work with. He's going to get the second one. This was a little bit shorter, though. And Umpy actually doesn't have an escape route just yet. But he is going to go ahead and push for that dungeon. Keep in mind, Flywheel is still available. So Meowpie needs to get the Flywheel out right now. And he doesn't even need to use it right here. And now he can just push the dungeon. He needs to be very careful. Flywheel is available. Will he go for the swing? Able to get the juke. Gets the magnet speed boost. Going for the dungeon. Where's the Flywheel? Does he get it? And a 4th survivor escape for FL.
FL live into the one of the best survivors out there moniker there. My goodness, for them to be able to do that and Unpeak taking the last man kite. I mean, it started out really well for Meow Pai. He's had some decent moments of success, but the way they were able to bounce back from that once he lost the Antiquarian and we spent a few seconds for him looking for a new survivor was just tough to watch for any ZT and Meow Pai fans out there, because FL was ready. They knew how to handle that situation. They knew what the pace was of the match. They knew when to go on defense and they knew when to pop. And that was an amazing endgame kite by Unpi, which you said is one of the strongest kiters in the team. And I feel like they really do build their compositions around really helping Unpi, especially bring him that prospector.
For sure, yeah, definitely. I mean, overall, this comp was pretty... Obviously, it was very well-rounded to deal with Bonbon, so that's why we saw him go away from Bonbon. But it's very interesting to see if he hits the blink onto the Antiquarian, the one that he missed, that would have most likely resulted in a draw because they don't have their last cipher ready yet. And the end game will come a lot faster because he's able to... Well, it's hard to say. Obviously, there's still a possibility for a prospector to kite to dungeon, but you're in a position where, Meow Pai has a lot more to work with, right? So that blink onto the Antiquarian was the entire game-changing play there. You have to hit that blink there. You have to knock down your blinks, especially as a Bloody Queen player, because every hit is important for this sort of single-hit hunter. So blink missing that blink there obviously was the big game changer.
Yeah, and it also begs the question, like, if you brought the Bonbon, how they would play it. But then again, they were ready for that Bonbon, and it just seems like strategy-wise or like mechanically-wise, they knew what to do up against a Bloody Queen, especially from Meow Pai. So this is kind of devastating on the side of ZT. We're gonna see how they're gonna try to bounce back from it round number 2, but the lead is definitely apparent. It's a 7-2 lead in favor of FL, them winning round number 1. So yeah, ZT are gonna have to answer back quick in round number 2 just to push even for that round number 3.
For sure. Yeah, so I mean, it's really just and especially because now FL gets to pick the map going forward here, because it's a 5-point deficit now, a 7-2. It's a situation where you really have to, as ZT, you're probably gonna have to win both of these last 2 rounds here, because it's very difficult to come back on points. I mean, I guess technically, if you tie one of these rounds and then you go for you have to win the last round 7-2 or one of the other rounds 7-2. So realistically for ZT, their best approach right now is to go for 2 round wins in a row. But now that FL gets to pick map, they do have that advantage going into the second round. Things are looking very bright for FL right now.
Yeah, and on the ZT side, they're gonna have to deal with that. Again, like their main offensive line is the survivors, but now we're gonna have to talk about that after the highlights, I know, but we will be discussing how PP Cha might be coming in now. I believe Hasha's did his job. He's already tied things up, and PP Cha coming in, he's got, I would say, a big hunter pool that they have to worry about, and they're for sure gonna buff that with the map pick. And yeah, it's looking like ZT is really gonna have to step it up and really show up and show out here in round number 2. So, any predictions on what map you might think we're gonna see in FL side?
Well, obviously it depends if Hasha stays in or PP Cha will find his way onto the stage here. I think that we will review this in a second. But we're gonna go to a short break and we'll be back in a moment.
コラボでやってる回避ナイスこれ起こした気持ち頑張ったナイス入れ替わったオッケー立て直しこれ運ピーがガイドカー使いに行って僕はよかしたナイスいけるナイスよーし
And there you have it, folks. That was a good intro to this fan art. I tweeted again because I replied the wrong tweet before. Thank you for being so honest. Fight for the World Championship. Make some noise. The one who enjoys the game most is the winner. Hashtag COA6 Global Support at Identity Champ. Hashtag FLWin. Hashtag FLIDB. I mean, look at that. It's amazing. That's like manga art at this point, Eli.
Yeah, for sure. You really see. Yeah, it's like when you go to get the. So I always used to read a lot of manga when I went to the library as a kid. They had a whole manga section. So I was just about to say, yeah, it's just really looks very specific to that sort of artwork. So very well done. It's very hard to do. I used to try to draw that when I was a kid and was not very good at it. So
I mean, yeah, we talked about how we're both visually not the best, or like drawing wise. So we'll leave it up to each and every one of you that's tuning in right now. Welcome once again to this match. Eli O and Potch Spice on the commentary booth here, because we will be seeing round number 2 between ZT and FL, with FL with a 7-2 lead in round number 1. So we're going to round number 2. Big question is PP Cha coming in, Hasha coming in. What are your thoughts, Eli?
Right. So again, it depends on how FL wants to approach this match. They do have a pretty significant lead now. 7-2 is quite nice to work with. So I think that it makes the most sense to. It's hard to say. I mean, Hasha did have a difficult first round. He was able to still pull a draw out of a bad position, but his start was very underwhelming. So I think that we'll probably see PB Cha come in here, just because that's sort of been FL's main approach. And with Hasha, I think Hasha playing 2 rounds against Omega might have just been because he had such a strong start. They wanted to try to keep that momentum. But now you're in a situation where Hasha's round 1 was not bad, but it looks like maybe, we're gonna. Yeah. Oh no, we're gonna see. Yeah, PB Cha coming in.
Yeah, I thought they had the same hair at one point.
For a second. Yeah. So yeah, PB Cha will be coming in. This would make the most sense for FL's typical hunter strategy.
Yeah, PP Cha being one of the most sought after hunter. He's come to Southeast Asia. He's been in other regions as well, and now I mean he's already cemented himself as one of the top hunters in IJL, and here as well. He's the Alf in Fennel, right? He's the one that comes after Hasha. So now the survivors of ZT, I think they had an amazing go. It's just unfortunate with the chair placement in the previous round, but it seems like Run coming into this is definitely helping out a lot, and it seems like their communication is still very on point. So now we're seeing Ever Sleeping Town, so this can possibly build into PP Cha's hunters that we've seen. Like I believe we saw Naiad, but I think he's also has Sculptor, he's got Dream Witch, he's got a lot, but we're just gonna have to see. Eli, but what are your thoughts on Ever Sleeping Town?
So this is just a very standard meta map selection, so I think this is probably fine for both sides. It's probably just kind of chosen because, I mean, I guess FL has the lead. There's no need to take any risks right now. So just sort of stick with the consistency that they're accustomed to. And I think that for ZT, for the hunter side of ZT, Meowpie's approach, I mean, obviously we've seen Breaking Wheel from him. Breaking Wheel is just, it's not as strong in the currently, so it's very difficult for him to play that in, because most of his hunters actually struggle against Flywheel, with the exception of Bonbon. We see Breaking Wheel, Bloody Queen, characters like Geisha can struggle against Flywheel, characters like Dream Witch. So I'd be interested to see Meowpie as Clerk as well. I think that would be quite good. But on the hunter side for PB Cha here, we do see Sculptor. We saw Naiad being sort of his very common hunters, but has options for a lot of late run hunters as well. Even has the Clerk too. So and Dream Witch. So he really has. He's able to cover all bases.
Yeah, so some interesting stats in the qualifiers. PP Cha actually brought out the Sculptor 4 times, and considering that this map, it's pretty big, you can have that chisel to come in, but you're gonna have to gain that presence. So I wonder what he's gonna go with coming into this one. He's also brought out that Bloody Queen. He's also brought out a Geisha, and I feel like Geisha picks these days are so rare that you kind of have to pop off when you see one. So it's really ultimately up to how PP Cha is going to play this one out. Again, he can just go conservative and just go for ties, since they have such a big lead. ZT is the one under pressure now, because they're the ones who have to go on the offense and try and get as much points as possible. So in that mentality, they can play more risky, and that can in return not give so much reward on their side. So they have to be very careful in gaining points and taking points away from FL.
Definitely true. So let's see how they're able to, if ZT can mount a comeback at all here. That's going to be very key. Again, winning 2 rounds in a row here is kind of the goal, because coming back from a 5-point deficit is quite challenging. So I think that's gonna be the most important thing for them right now. And yeah, I wonder if we're gonna see what we're actually gonna see banned here, because again, PB Shaw, we know has you have Clerk, you have Dream Witch, you have characters like Sculptor as well, which is something that, as you mentioned, a character that he'll commonly bring out even when it's not exactly the strongest character as of right now in the Survivor meta. But Sculptor also not bad on a map like Ever Sleeping Town. So yeah, I think maybe the goal for the Survivors is they'll probably just ban Dream Witch or Clerk. That's kind of the most standard, and just go from there. Go for the Sculptor. And I also want to acknowledge chat. I did say BB Chai is Mr. Worldwide. I don't think Chocho's going to know who Mr. Worldwide is, but her Mr. Probably Worldwide is PP Cha, since he has competed all throughout. Again, while we wait for the picks and bans, just want to give a shout out once again to everyone in chat. I see Kino, we got Sandwich, we got Robert, we got Vanilla Kinda's here. YMM's toilet, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be his toilet. We got Robert, Just the Girl, we got everyone. Oh, Mania as well, Chu as well, just chiming in as giving some I would say insights in the game. But Eli, any shout outs or any messages you want to give out? I didn't have the chat up, sorry. That's okay. Anything we'll get to. I'll get to it in the next game. But we're focused. Yeah. So yeah. So right now we're just waiting for our picks and bans here. You see a lot of pressure on ZT again. You gotta work your way out of this 5-point deficit. So quite an uphill battle. I think it's also important as well to note that what most likely will happen is I think ZT. Even if ZT falls here in their next 2 matches to FL and AXE, they're still most likely able to secure that 3rd place spot. But you also have to be careful of RD as well, because RD still has an opportunity to come back. RD would have to take down, I believe, AXE in their... do they still have AXE or FL? They have to take down one of the Japanese teams, in their last matchup, but it's still a possibility. So ZT, even if they do fall in their next 2 rounds, they want to make sure they are able to keep as many, retain as many points as possible. Eli, can you clarify something with me? So first to third, right, are going to move on to the playoffs, and then we're going to have so as long as first and third have no bearing, because we're going to have this raffle thing to see where the playoffs are going to be, right? So as long as you secure third, that's fine. So typically, it's here's the thing. So for IBS, right, which is our other global tournament, the 3rd place spot immediately starts out in the losers bracket. Yeah. So I don't actually know how they're going to approach it with COA, because we have a different system now with 20 teams rather than the 16 we had before. It's a little bit different. So I'm not entirely sure how if third or if 3rd place matters or not, but yeah. But in a group like this, if ZT can secure the 3rd, just get to the playoffs, that's great. But I'm pretty sure if we watch the video again, maybe the 3rd place will have a knockout stage at the start. Well, the 1st and 2nd already advanced to the semifinals. But let's head on over to the picks and bans. ZT banning the BQ of PP Cha, while Priestess and Seer get denied on FL side. So getting rid of Bloody Queen. So that means they really want to win this round. They want to win the next 2 rounds here. So they're getting rid of a TIE Hunter like BQ. I don't really know if we're going to see BQ. I mean, Ever Sleeping BQ, obviously, as we know, is not as strong as most most hunters for this map. So I don't think that FL was planning on playing Bloody Queen because they did pick Ever Sleeping. I think Bloody Queen's obviously a great hunter for this sort of situation when you're up and you're leading on points and you want to make you want to hold your lead. Right. But I don't think they would have picked Ever Sleeping if they were going to play Bloody Queen. So the Bloody Queen ban here is a little bit interesting. We're going to see the Lawyer get taken now, which means that there's going to be no Thief. I would have actually thought that Thief would be a little bit more effective because there's a that does run the risk of now Clerk coming out. But Lawyer's also not that bad against Clerk, as we mentioned before, that Veterans bonus, plus the ability to risk those Terror Shocks when those pallets get thrown down in your face and when those windows get blocked. You can still run the risk of taking that vault, because even if you do get hit, you're going to get a very fast speed boost and make a lot of distance. And we actually see Prisoner, the final character. This kind of counts as a double decoder lineup. So Prisoner coming into the mix is kind of interesting. I would really love to see Thief. We saw how 18 was able to use Thief in his previous matches from GG. I mean, there are alleyways for the Thief to actually work his magic at, since you just have to moonwalk your way out of there. And I think you brought up something, the Thief really making a rise in the meta lately. But
MX has his own meta. He placed his own strength with that lawyer. So will PP Cha go bite and go after MX? And can MX actually capture lightning in a bottle once again and have an amazing 3 or 4 Cypher Kite with that lawyer and actually cancel out? Well, he'd cancel out Patroller. We're not even sure if PP Cha is going to bring out Dream Witch. So we're just going to have to wait and see, because this lineup, yeah, you have one you got 2 decoders, a harasser, and a rescuer. So really leaning heavily on pressuring the hunter.
You know, another thing that I was also considering too is, like, we're gonna see Dream Witch, because here's the thing, right? Is that Double Decoder isn't really scared of Bloody Queen, because your Cypher Rush is so fast. Like, obviously there's still a chance you're gonna tie, but Bloody Queen can also get out Cypher Rush by the double decoded comp, and you can still lose as Bloody Queen because the Cypher Rush is so fast. So that's why the Bloody Queen ban, in my opinion, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I'm very curious decision from ZT, but I mean, we'll see how it ultimately works out, because Dream Witch is like one of those hunters that's going to be able to deal with that double decoding sort of strategy. And characters like Prisoner and Lawyer are very easy chase targets for a Dream Witch. Although I did say this in the RD matchup and it ended up not being the case. So
on paper, again,
theoretically speaking, this is a pretty easy comp for a Dream Witch to deal with. But yeah, we'll see if it actually works out or not.
Yeah, again, we're just professional fans, folks, and again, we can't question the method to the madness of MX, right? He just brings out the lawyer in a matchup that isn't favoring him, but he's able to make it work and showing us the lawyer no terror shock buffs. But I couldn't agree more. Dream Witch is going to have Cypher Rush control, and because if he's able to position his body well enough for him to get leeches out there, so they're going to have a lot to actually consider coming into this. And now we see that Run might actually be the first chase here, while MX is far spaced away from PP Cha. So probably Run's gonna head towards that graveyard area, while Zed maybe would help out with the support kite or support rescue. So it's really how the first 30 seconds is gonna go and how PP Cha is gonna play it. It seems like he's just going to a conventional build, Eli.
Yeah, no, the thing is Prisoner doesn't have Flywheel, so that makes Prisoner a very easy chase target for a Dream Witch. So I think that, again, the non-Dream Witch ban is just so, it's very easy for PP Cha to play Dream Witch into this comp. So I don't know. We'll see. It looks like we're going to see Dream Witch immediately going to go for Prisoner with a right-of-way connection. Oh, not going to chase the Prisoner?
No, interesting. So PP Cha actually maybe want to go for the lawyer. So this is actually what they want, right? This is their wheelhouse. MX being chased here at Corner House to not disrupt Cypher Rush. And we're going to see how this one's going to go, because he's already leached onto MX. Let's see what kind of traps PP Cha is going to be placing, because his main body patroller is going to be ready in just a bit. We're going to see the spawn follower drop one first.
Yeah, already going for that follower patrol. Now the leech will follow behind. So even if MX does manage to kite out the spawn follower, there's a good chance he'll still be able to get the hit with the leech here. Because there's no flywheel, I mean, it wouldn't have been ready, but he's able to get this first one. Can he time this next patroller bite? Oh, 2 missed timings there. He wasn't able to get to the window, and he doesn't stop the leech as well here, Potch, which means the leech is going to continue behind him. Prisoner is able to get that shock to keep the lawyer alive a little bit longer. And we are going to see this broken window speed boost now come into effect, but that spawn follower is trailing right behind him.
Yeah, PP Cha just cleaning up the electric connection there, but we do see that PP Cha has positioned the main body at the corner here. Run, dropping down the pallet here and moving on away. So now this is going to be a little tough for Run, but PP Cha seems to be focusing, on both survivors now. And the leech cooldown is going to be good. Is he going to just focus on Run at this point? I think he's injured the lawyer enough and trying to focus his attention on Run at this point.
Right, and again, you see the 2 issues with this situation is, one, no flywheel means there's no opportunities to really kite out this patroller. And the second thing is PP Cha, as a Dream Witch player, you can just target down multiple survivors at one time, and both those decoders are being targeted, and you lose that Cypher Rush. We're going to see the Antiquarian come in for the support here. Double stun onto the spawn follower, but it doesn't stop it, as the main body was not out of range. Prisoner needs to drop down right now. Day's going to get the drop down. Does stop the follower. No, the follower continues as well. So it does buy a lot of time, though. So we're going to see the tram come into the vicinity as well. If Prisoner could potentially take this tram, this kite will be extended for a long time, but that follower is just right behind there.
Wow, Zed just escorting Run to just transition. And note that the Mercenary is the only one that got the anti-curse. So they have to be very careful, because they're not being proactive in de-leeching. And Lawyer still has his leech, and he's just focusing on decoding. But at this point, Run is doing an amazing job so far. Goes for the zap just to allow Run to transition. But now the lawyer gets hit, and that is at least good because PP Cha does not have a leech there, but Antiquarian gets leeched in the process.
Yeah, I don't know why. I guess they didn't stop to de-leech the Lawyer, so Lawyer just gets a free down because of that. So interesting decision making from ZT. We're gonna see Mercenary come in here. Mercenary needs to not give a free hit early right now. Because there's no blink here, it's most likely not going to happen. He needs to get the second L pad off before the follower gets the hit, and he's able to get that. So the rescue will happen, but the Lawyer, the down becomes a lot faster than it really might have been. Yeah, because the Lawyer just gives a free hit to the leech there.
Ooh, able to, oh wow, he tried to double back away from that pallet, unfortunately, go into that patroller bite. So MX, let's see how long he'll be able to last here. He's got to hug this pallet and just try to vault it, but he's gonna pop straight for the blink hit, and Lawyer is down once again, folks.
Yeah, and so now we're gonna see the survivors are, Prisoner has to de-leech them. Oh no, they were de-leeching with the Mercenary, so they're gonna stop and heal up here. So this game, even if they survive, so the survivor's goal right now is you have to stop, you have to de-leech, and you have to heal up. And once you create that position, you can create a draw position from here. But it looks like they're not even going for that. They're going extremely aggressive. They're just going to push ciphers here. But they don't actually have the third cipher yet. We have the Prisoner connection adding to it. But I don't think Mercenary makes this rescue anyways. So it's still a situation where healing up and slowing down the game might be a little bit stronger. But it looks like Antiquarian is going to pressure the save here.
Yeah, but I don't know if she's going to make it in time because we do see a leech position here, and the blink attempt hit, and he's going to land. Zed is actually miles away, but the Mercenary with a backdoor rescue. So this is huge. They're really heavily leaning on just pressuring down ciphers and pressuring this chair. So now Zed creating that distance. We're at 2 ciphers remaining. They have their last cipher, but it's still at 23%, Eli.
Right.
So it's still not looking like safe for the survivors just yet.
And there's also no survivor on that cipher. That's the connection that the Prisoner made. So the issue here is that ZT, this is, again, we see them do this a lot, where they play extremely aggressive and they push for wins at all costs. And it's sort of like a do or die, they have to win, which is not necessarily the case here, but that's sort of their approach in almost every game. And I guess it makes sense because they want to win 2 rounds in a row. But the problem is, again, now you're sort of putting yourself in a bit of a weak position. We do see the Prisoner is now on that last cipher machine. We're going to see Antiquarian pressure the save here. He has to stay on this follower because now Antiquarian can't get the stun and the rescue while he's not looking at it. But you also... Antiquarian didn't take the rescue during that time, it looks like.
Yeah, let's see if he's going to go for it. Antiquarian going for the stun, has to be very careful because one hit and the Antiquarian's going to fall down. Luckily, the Mercenary can sit on that rocket chair for a while. We do see some de-leeching happening from the Lawyer, so at least that's less pressure on the map here. But now Zed really has to make this game happen, but no, the Terror Shock. And now we see that MX eats the hit, allowing Potato actually to be free, but 2 survivors down. Stuffed rescue. They're opening up another cipher here, Eli, and the Lawyer is out of the game.
Yeah, Lawyer's dead on chair, so it doesn't really matter at that point. So now it's just this is a very strong position for PB Cha. So they have the Graveyard Cipher primed. And then they have that extra cipher over at Corner House is now 50% of the way done. So what needs to happen now is Mercenary, but see, you can just pressure the Prisoner here. So it's very hard to finish the cipher. They really overextended for this win. But Mercenary actually gets a free save. PB Cha lost sight for a second there. He has the blink, not able to flywheel that. And so PB Cha is able to get the down. Prisoner needs to move to a different cipher machine as there's really no way to finish this one. And we're gonna see it's gonna go right back to the decoding. It looks like the survivors are gonna try to de-leech. Does get the Antiquarian's leech off here, so there's no leeches in place, but he does have another one back, so he can actually just put the leech back on the Antiquarian and pick her back up here.
Wow, healing up in time. So just like that, ZT being able to flywheels a little too early here.
I think the cipher's going to be primed in time, actually.
Yeah, Prisoner is actually getting ready for that cipher pop. So now this is actually a great rally back, but now we see that Run is being pressured here by a follower, and now Prisoner falls down to the main body leech. So 64% on one cipher and 94% on the other cipher. It's a real nail biter here till the end game, Eli.
Right. So what really needs to happen is Antiquarian needs to de-leech. After she de-leeches, she needs to pressure the 60 cipher, and then Mercenary needs to pressure the rescue, and then they can try to double pop that last cipher. They're gonna put a second leech into play. How long can Antiquarian they might go all in on this extra cipher, on this 94 cipher. It looks like Mercenary is going to come in for the rescue here. Does have Blink. Is able to get the Blink here, but he can still get the save. Keep in mind, Mercenary is dead on Cher, though. So Prisoner needs to try to go for a shock here, but it looks like no, Mercenary will be eliminated here. And that Cypher Machine is not yet ready. So this is looking like a win here for PBCha. It really came down to if Prisoner could have popped that corner house Cypher, but fell a little bit short.
Yeah, we were talking about Cypher control, right? And PBCha is putting it on display here. Again, an S tier performance with how well he's been just pressuring down these Cyphers, pressuring the survivors, constantly changing targets, being completely unpredictable with where he's going to be at. I mean, he's able to hit out MX in the Cypher, and now they pop it. But you have one leech onto Prisoner with no anti-curse. Antiquarian also has no items to use, so they're gonna have to play this end game really well. Trying to go for the early zap, but no, able to get the window though, so this extends the kite. It's just so scary to try and touch exit gates at this point because of how spread out the main body is at this point.
Yeah, so the issue here is that because there's no... Okay, so what he's gonna do is he's using the Prisoner's leech to camp to chase the Prisoner, and then he's using the other follower to camp the gate. So Antiquarian needs to not go to this gate. The survivors honestly just kind of need to wait out detention. But here's the thing, you just leech this Antiquarian. But it creates an interesting situation. A Prisoner can get the leech off.
Elbow pads?
Does have an elbow pad to work with, is able to get it off, but doesn't... he's going to make it to Graveyard. I'll say Prisoner needs to get the leech off, which he does do here, and then push the other exit gate. That's really their only chance of getting survivors out right now.
Yeah, PBCha, again, you know, he's not out of the woods, and you got to give it up to ZT fighting till the very end. PBCha had an amazing control
not on the gate
of the first. Yeah,
they're going to wait out detention, I think.
I think that's the best bet, because now if you look at it, Dreamwitch is still a single hit hunter, so if they wait it out, that's great. But now Run has to be very careful. He's waiting for them to be able to open the gate, and the dungeon is here. PBCha still waiting for the main follower to be able to try and down Run, but another electric shock here is going to stop that main body follower. We're going to see, we still have 30 seconds left on the clock. This is a race against time for PBCha. He needs to down someone else for him to get that 3-person kill.
See, here's the thing, is detention is out in 15 seconds. He does have blink on the follower. He needs to blink Run with the spawn follower before detention runs out. He has 10 seconds to do it. Run needs to make sure not to get trapped in here. He's going to try to mind game. Goes to the blink and does get it down just in time. Now the question is, can he... he did. The trend misses there.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, can he get the follower to that gate in time? The answer is probably gonna be no, especially because there's no detention, which means that they are able to get one survivor out from this position. If Run actually kites out detention, she could take a hit and actually push dungeon at middle, so it might have actually been a tie. But because he does get that blink there, he is able to secure a 3 elimination. And again, it's just one of those situations where Dreamwitch is such can deal with that double decoding team comp, whereas Bloody Queen is actually more worried about double decoders than Dreamwitch. So going for that strategy, but banning Bloody Queen really did not work out here for ZT.
Yeah, definitely haunted them in the end. Now that how that round played out, and considering Run was so close, I think 4 seconds left was on detention. If she was able to kite for a little longer, could have ate that hit and just push for the dungeon. But that's not the case. PBCha able to make the Dreamwitch work. Again, we did say that the season of the Witch is kind of over. She's fallen down, but you can't deny the control that PBCha has, and he has been using this character for a while now. And you saw there, he doesn't really care about double decoders. He's just gonna he pressured the lawyer at first, and then he switched towards the Run, who was the prisoner. So he was just keeping everyone in check. And considering he was able to get MX with the main body leech, which also, I think one of the biggest things that PBCha capitalized on was them not being able to remove the leeches, and that really spread the presence of this Dreamwitch.
Yeah, definitely. Just incredible side control, dealing with both of the decoders early, and the lack of flywheel, of course, having an impact there. But you also have to give it to ZT as well. I mean, you're in a position where this team out of Southeast Asia, they have not. I think this is the first game they've lost from the survivor side thus far, and it wasn't even a 4-kill. They still managed to get one out, so they still keep themselves in this match. So ZT, again, out of Southeast Asia against these strong Japanese teams, their survivors are still staying pretty consistent. They're not really dropping any games here. The one escape is still going to be enough to keep them alive. But the biggest issue now is that even if Meowpie does manage to get a 3 elimination, which will be quite difficult, you're still in a situation where you're down 5 points going into the last round. So the one survivor escape is important to a point where if Meowpie can actually 4-kill, then you're in a spot where ZT just wins the last round and then ultimately wins overall. But if he doesn't, then ZT has to win by 5 points in the last round, which is quite difficult. So FL, PPCHA definitely getting the job done here with a 3 elimination and holding onto that lead.
Yeah, I think PPCHA is gonna have a big mountain to climb if they're able to do this. But yeah, we have to give a little shout out and our little flowers to ZT with how they played that, because it was looking like it was gonna be a 4K at PPCHA's side, but leave it to the Prisoner and the Antiquarian for just spreading themselves out for the late to end game detention not to be an almost non-factor. So for them to get 1 escape is still, I would say, a moral victory. But here are the probability, ladies and gentlemen. If FL just ties this game, they win the entire series. But if they just get 1 escape, then the series resumes. But FL put in a pretty good spot because well, the only loss they have in the record is against AXZ, and that's when they really went all out in round number 1 up against them, and they got 4-man killed. Here, I'm pretty sure they're going to play conservatively. They're going to try to ban, they're going to play these picks and bans we might see an Embalmer, we might see another Mechanic, just for them to be able to kind of turtle up and force Meowpai in a bad spot for them to be able to get at least a tie.
Right. So now that we're on Ever Sleeping Town, I think FL will probably ban Breaking Wheel just because, obviously, we talk about Breaking Wheel not being quite as strong in this meta, but Breaking Wheel is a hunter that does have probably the most win potential that Meowpai has available. So they're going to eliminate that as an option. You're not going to really give him any win potential option. We still are yet to see characters like Dreamwitch or Clerk from Meowpai. So, which is kind of a surprise considering that, there's been a lot of situations where, especially right now, this has to be one of those spots where you play one of those hunters, because we're probably going to see Breaking Wheel get banned. FL, I'm guessing, is not going to be scared of Clerk or Dreamwitch just because we haven't seen it at all yet from him. So I think that we're just going to see Wheel being eliminated, and then they're just going to have approach for Dreamwitch or Clerk. But I think Meowpai has to play one of those hunters because Bonbon, it's not going to do it when you need a high number of kills. Sculptor, obviously, it's possible, but it's unlikely, as Sculptor's win potential is quite limited currently. So we're going to have to see some sort of hunter from Meowpai that has that sort of win option.
Potential, yeah. And considering that you mentioned Clerk, it's going to be a little tough considering, we got to consider his mental state, right? There's a lot of pressure on him. He's at hometown advantage. You got Rowry flexing on him. When you play Clerk, you have to be very on top of things, and you have to see, you have to see 2-3 steps ahead with the recordings, with recording the Survivor and the Palette Slams and the recording of the ciphers. So, yeah, maybe Dreamwitch would be better. But yeah, the height of his power was really 2021 when Breaking Wheel was the meta. So I wouldn't be surprised, Eli, if they went straight up and just banned that Breaking Wheel. So it doesn't leave that much options for Meowpai.
Yeah, definitely. So looks like we are getting into our ban pick here. What are we going to see Meowpai lead with bans? Probably Seer. We see a little camera adjustment there. Looks like probably Seer Priestess first. Are sort of the more standard for this sort of map, but yeah, I don't know, you might have to, it's like Seer and Priestess. I think for the survivors, probably just Mercenary, Antiquarian, again, very consistent characters. You don't have to see anything too aggressive. They just need to get 2 out the gate. We might see character like we're actually going to see a Bonbon ban.
Interesting.
Which gives Meowpai win potential here. Bonbon, I mean, FL only needs 2 out the gate here, so they actually give Meowpai a win option now.
Yeah. Yeah, because I thought they were going to force him to play Bonbon or a Thai Hunter, but they choose to ban it. Now they go with 2 Kiters here on Dancer and Entomologist, so not picking up the Mercenary Stable Rescuers just yet. And this allows him to ban the 2 Stunners here, which is the Prospector and the Antiquarian, which gave him a tough time in the previous game. So I think, yeah, that was a definitely good ban on Meowpai's side. However, this gives Maiken a chance to pick up that Mercenary. So last ban on the side is going to ban a Mechanic. Oh, he's going to ban the Toy Merchant. So this kind of opens up a lot of options for FL to work with.
Yeah, so Merchant ban here is strong just because Merchant is a very strong counter to Wheel. Basically how that works is you put a catapult down and then you juke the Wheel from as long as you can. Once they get a Wheel from, you just get on the catapult and you fly away. And we actually see Thief here as well in preparation of Clerk. But because there's Breaking Wheel, actually Thief is pretty good against Wheel as well. As you get out of Wheel form, you're able to, flash the hunter with the flashlight, and you can cancel the traps as well, keep the hunter from using those traps. So Thief actually can be good against Wheel, and against Clerk. So I think that's sort of the strategy here. Be interested to see if Meowpie has something like Dream Witch, because that would actually work quite well against this comp. But a character like Clerk is not strong at all here, and Breaking Wheel does not have a great matchup against these survivors.
Yeah, I mean, the hunter he uses the most is that wheel, but it's gonna be a tough time, especially when the wheel is in wheel form and you have the dancer's boxes out, like you mentioned, also with the thief, Clerk as well, BQ. But no, I'm not sure if he wants to bring out the Bloody Queen here. No, he needs to go for more than just a tie. So there's a lot weighing on this decision of Meowpie. Again, this is the biggest adversity they face, so it seems like he's gonna go with that Clerk. We do see the locker room shot of ZT, because now I think they're kind of feeling the pressure of the situation going up against a JP team. Oh, look, a shout out from MX there. I wish, Jojo, could you translate that for us? Oh, there's more. There's more. Can you, Eli?
I'm trying to see. He keeps moving. I know the characters, but I don't know what they mean in a sentence, so I can't really say.
That's fine. There was a little chibi drawing of the postman, I believe. So it seems like Meowpie is going to gamble it all with this Clerk. Again, this is a 4K type of hunter. So let's see what his mental state is going to be at, because he's going to need to be on top of things coming into this match with this Clerk.
Right, and this is a direct Clerk counter comp as well, so it's really it's really tough. I mean, obviously you can see that FL was prepared for this. Now, I'm kind of curious if they brought Flywheel or Broken Windows, because if you have all Flywheel, you know, they were preparing to play against a Breaking Wheel, right? But if you have all Broken Windows, you're prepared for the Clerk. I think this, I have to think, you'd have to think they'd have all Flywheel here, because they're playing such an anti-Clerk comp, you wouldn't even bring Broken for the Clerk. So I think that might be their strategy. You may have like one of these survivors may have Broken, but I would imagine mostly Flywheel here with the Tide Turner Mercenary.
Yeah, so spawn points here. We see Meowpie spawning right in front of the graveyard. Well, Rowry and UGG and Unp just surrounding Meowpie, and Myken being the rescuer. He's going to play in a little later, but best survivor to chase, Eli, in your opinion, who should it be?
Probably Antiquarian or Dancer. I mean, obviously Thief is such a hard counter to Clerk, so you don't want to chase that. So I guess Entomologist, just because like Entomologist probably has Broken Windows too. So oh no, she actually has Flywheel. Everyone has Flywheel. Yeah, so actually so Entomologist is definitely the best chase then. I was gonna say, because with Entomologist, her bees are very good at supporting Clerk when supporting someone else who's kiting. But when actually chasing Entomologist, the problem is that obviously you're able to make distance. You're not make distance, but you're able to keep a good distance with the bees because of how fast you are. But Clerk swings so fast that she can eliminate the bees very quickly. So actually chasing Entomologist first is good. And it looks like he may actually, no, it's going to go for... It's going to either try to find Dancer or Ento. Either is an okay chase target. Yeah.
It seems like he's rotating towards the center. He sees the slow box being placed down, but he's going to turn a hard right to go towards that corner house, which is the best chase target here, the Entomologist. So he's going to try to record or cease anything that's going to happen, but he's going to pick up a pallet break, and now UGG is going to have to be very careful here, cutting out in the open while the chase continues.
Now, typically you don't see a lot of Clerks using too many recordings on ciphers when they don't have presence, because now you're going to lose recordings with your first chase here. Because this pallet is thrown down, he does have a pallet break to eliminate it, and so he's going to do that right here. He's actually not... He needs to take down the box now, so he's going to take down the box now, so that's no longer an option. And he's going to pick up a window vault recording too, and because he used a recording on the decoder earlier on, he now has only one to work with. Looks like he's changing to the Dancer, and actually, Poch, this is a better target because she only has, I think, one more box left. Yeah, so if you're able to find this now, this could be quite nice. We might see him actually just expend the blink here. No, it looks like he's actually not going to do that, and he's just going to take down the pallet instead.
Yeah, another pallet break recording, and he's going to destroy the box, allowing the Dancer to actually rotate away. So the chase continues, and Meowpie still has to down his first target, able to record Rowry. So the Cypher Rush isn't going to be as fast as FL wants it, and I'm pretty sure they have to be ready for this, right? Because of how they drafted this comp. And now we see Unp dropping down another box here, forcing them to go for this support of this Thief.
Yeah, and this is where Thief's going to become a really hard counter to Clerk. There's no counterplay. Like, Clerk does not have any counterplay to Thief at all. He's going to drop the flashlight here. Does he get the stun? He's actually just going to blink through here. He needs to make sure he gets this hit. Does Flywheel that swing there? Can he get this swing onto the goes for the charge attack? And he does clip the Thief with the corner of the hitbox there. So a good utilization there of the charge attack. But here's the issue: is now you're stuck chasing the Thief, and this is the hardest counter on this comp. To the Clerk, there's no counterplay for a Clerk. You just run in the open, you use your flashlight, and Clerk has no way of catching up.
And that's what sucks, because like the blink was already used, but now it seems like he's shifting attentions to Unpi, the dancer hiding behind this pallet. He's already rotating away, so Meowpai trying to moonwalk his way to try and get a hit onto this dancer. So it's a little unfortunate that he lost sight of that Thief, but best decision here is go after the dancer not risking a terror shock here. He's not gonna go for it, but the multiple swings on Meowpai, and finally he's able to hit the dancer. So seems like he's just content with going after the dancer. Has to be very careful. The flashlight play gonna allow the dancer to rotate back into the graveyard safely.
And he didn't break the flashlight either, so dancer can just go back to this window unless he has a window vault. Does he have two? He has one. She gets the vault, gets the swing, and does get the terror shock. You see the recording actually slowing down the dancer's vault there, and the flashlight does now disappear. So I think that because it's a Clerk, they technically have enough progress to win. However, it's still possible. I don't think he gets this. Yeah, it's just not possible. But it's still possible for Clerk to tie. The problem is he does have to go for a win right now. So, and as long as Meowpai can constantly pressure these ciphers, he can tie. But I think FL definitely has enough cipher progress to win even against a Clerk right now.
And look, they're just pressuring down Meowpai at this point. Yes, the Thief is away, but now we see that the Mercenary is going to go for this rescue. Unpi is going to try and kite towards the 11 area, making her way towards... Oh, just juking back and forth here. There is a pallet to use, but Meowpai is ready with that recording. Mercenary is here for that support, and we do see that the pallet mind games are going to be played once again. Dancer just moving on away. The discipline on Unpi to contain this Hunter with just the bare minimum here, with no music boxes at all, is just incredible. Meowpai has to be very careful. These pallets are quite close. He's trying to swing continuously, but Unpi dropping down that pallet. Now he has to circle around it.
We're gonna see him go for the charge attack. Does not have Flywheel back yet, but those last ciphers, that rebound kite was so long. We see those last ciphers. One of them is about to be primed here. The other one 90% of the way done. He's gonna chair on the last cipher machine. And he can't. The bees are gonna force him away here, which means that they are able to now go ahead and go for the prime on this cipher machine. This is only the second chair here. Keep in mind, he does need to go for a 4-kill right now. And we're gonna see, it looks like the Mercenary, just feeding Tinnitus here. Cipher machine almost primed, and they're just gonna double decode it so we can only record one of the survivors. And he's actually just gonna go to the cipher machine. Keep in mind, he has to do this because he has to win here.
Yeah, that's true. That allows the female dancer to get rescued. He's trying to pressure this cipher down. And yeah, both the entomologist and the Thief, you're starting to see how the Thief just counters the Clerk. She can't even get close, because if she does, she's going to get stunned, and that's going to allow them to move on away. We're seeing some heals come out from the survivors here, and this overextension could actually push for that last 93% cipher to move on through. So it's just an uphill battle at this point for Meowpai, but you got to give it up to him for him trying his best to continue on this chase and trying to get at least one survivor down and out.
Right, and it looks like he is going to go for the Mercenary here. I guess he doesn't want... I mean, I guess he knows it... Because Mercenary, you don't want to be full health in the end game. No, he's just going to record that last cipher machine. Again, it's really just a matter of time before they're able to get this prime off. We do see he does get on the trimmer. He's going to try to knock him off with the swing here. There's the swing. Does get the hit, but the cipher is primed. But Mercenary gets hit by the tram.
Wow, that's huge. So the tram god's giving Meowpai a little bit of a break here, but unfortunately, like, this is the first chair of this Mercenary. He still hasn't spent blink just yet. So we're gonna see how he's gonna try to record and stop them from going for that exit gate. But so far, it seems like they got double decoding on deck for the final exit gate.
Yeah, and so now we do have the pressure of the rescue here for the dancer. Actually has an elbow pad, to make the save here too. So looks like he's going to change onto the dancer. Goes for the blink. Does get the down onto the dancer. No flywheel there just yet, but we do see the gate is open, which means at least 2 survivors will be making it out here, and this will be FL securing the victory now. Meowpai just needs to chair this dancer. Going for a long chair here, but is going to get the chair there. Entomologist B is not there in time and 3 survivors out the gate, which means that FL will be going up 2-0 over ZT in this round.
Securing their second place spot, folks. FL has done it. Again, a pretty clean and decisive victory on both the Hunter and Survivor side. Again, you got to give it up to ZT for fighting till the very end. But you know what? The question was answered how they'd face up against the adversity of Fennel. And also, they do have another redemption going up against AXZ. So they have some time to kind of improve things and tweak certain game plans. But it just shows that, yeah, FL was ready for the strats that were being brought to the table by both Hunter and Survivor side of ZT.
Exactly. So now, yeah, looks like we're going to see players shaking hands here. That was actually the, I believe that was the second time that Mike has gotten hit by the tram in this against a clerk. As a mercenary. So that was actually an interesting thing to note. But yeah, we are going to see FL with the victory here. They will be advancing to I believe 2-1 now with their record. So they did drop, of course, one game to AXZ, and then they were able to win the next 2. So now that means ZT also drops to 2-1. So ZT and FL both very close now in terms of placement. It's really gonna come down to both of their last matchups here. So ZT will have a very difficult matchup against AXZ, whereas FL will have a RD, which I think is statistically FL is favored. So I think in that matchup, FL's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, it seems like we were talking about this group, right? And how we're going to try to place our apples. And yeah, for sure, it's mostly like we've favored, and the other casters as well favored the FL and AXZ. But the third place spot was kind of a mystery. But it seems like ZT, if they're able to perform kind of okay, because their next match is AXZ, right? They can still secure that third place spot if ever. So it's still a good performance. They still have time to prepare for that playoffs. But let's talk about that match, Eli. Again, we did say that Clerk would struggle up against this type of lineup, and lo and behold, it did.
Yeah, definitely. Even with Flywheel instead of Broken Windows, it's very challenging just for chasing a thief, because thief is such a direct counter to Clerk. And actually, just to revisit the placement one more time, so ZT can actually still beat AXZ and finish second seed. They can actually even finish first seed technically if they were able to get a 2-0 against AXZ. But the thing is, what happens now is because they dropped 2 net wins, they really needed to win at least one of these rounds if they wanted a chance at being first. Again, as we talked about, we're not sure if it necessarily matters or not for the placement in the playoffs, but it's really important to note that I actually think that FL is a more, statistically speaking, FL's been stronger than AXZ. So I actually think that ZT's most challenging matchup was this one, whereas AXZ obviously still will be advantaged being a Japan team. However, AXZ hasn't necessarily been as consistent when it comes to IGL gameplay. And then as for FL against RD, I think, again, we talked about how FL will have a big advantage there. So the 1 through 3 spots are definitely still up in the air here. RD will have sort of a must win, probably a must 2-0 against FL, which I think is just probably not gonna, statistically speaking, won't happen, but it is still possible. So we have to keep those in consideration. But yeah, just in this matchup, as you talked about, very difficult. Entomologist is a difficult chase target because you have so much distance with the bees. Female dancer, the slow box setup is very strong. And then the thief being just such a hard counter clerk in general.
Yeah, so, I mean, looking at the stats here, it kind of paints that picture of just Unpi just kiting almost 200 seconds. And Meowpie just kind of struggling to get his first down. He really had to wait for endgame to be able to go for that down of this dancer. And here we have the scores, ladies and gentlemen. FL with a clean victory over ZT. Again, they were the favored ones, and there were some successful moments and moments of brilliance on ZT's side, but I feel like this is the adversity that they were kind of looking for, and now they just have to rebuild and grow from this situation for them to face up against AXZ. I believe in the later days, April 18th, they'll be facing ZT in the second match. So tune in for that.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, FL, because they dropped 2-0 to AXZ in their first round, it's now a situation where I believe they 2-2, so they're now at +2 net for net wins with their rounds. They're at +2. So then if they're able to, and then AXC is at +4.
4, yeah.
So if CT, we are going to see, we'll get into it a little bit, but we are going to see Umpi here as the MVP overall. 173 seconds of average containment time, very impressive. We talked about how Umpi is one of the sort of the main strength kiter from FL, and we really saw that come to fruition in this match.
Yeah, considering he was the dancer and his music boxes didn't come into, it didn't even come to, well, it wasn't factored in with how he kited 198 seconds. So just a beautiful performance by Unpeep. He's always a survivor that we always want to highlight. And again, it brings that question like, rescuers. I want to see some best deductions here. I just feel like we're so focused on survivors and hunters. But now we're going to head towards the interview portion, and I'd like to call on the best translator, if Chocho's still there, for the translations.
欢迎 FL 战队的UGG 选手和获得 MVP 的 Unpi 选手，欢迎两位。
勝利おめでとうございます。
恭喜获得本场比赛的一个胜利。谢谢。
それでは早速ですが，
好的，那也就想问一下获得比赛后的一个现在的感想吧。首先是 Unpi 选手。
Unpi starting off.
在小组赛第一场的话是跟
In the
AXG
first
打的
match
时候，因为我
in the group stage, we have
当
a
时
match
身
against
体可能有
AXG.
点不舒服吧，然后当时
At that point in time, the point difference really did affect me.
很后悔吧。然後今天的
Yeah,
話，
it was filled with a lot of regrets.
我們 FL 戰隊的一個實力，所以說感覺
But today we are able to show the strength of FL, so it's still not too bad.
感無量という嬉しさですか？
そうですね。是很感動吗？獲得本場決賽勝利。是的。好的，那麼接下來想問一下比賽的一些問題吧。
Alright, so I'm gonna ask a bit of a match questions.
在醫院，當時 UGG 選
And
手使
Secret
用
Hospital.
古董傷，然後在最後馬上要通
There
電
was
的
this
時候，馬
anti-Korean
上
pick.
打開門診之前，你當時是受到了攻擊之後，也沒有立刻去。
Alright, before the detention period, you got a bit off start.
是怎麼去想的呢？
What was your game plan like?
那麼 Unpi 選手回答一下。
Unpi will be
當時
answering
古
the
董
question.
傷，
At that
因
point
為
in
要
time,
已
anti-Korean.
經是2掛了嘛。
Anti-Korean was already second chair.
當時就是打
So
開門戰，其
if we
實
played detention,
古董傷被掛到椅子之後，他其實立刻
once
監管
anti-Korean's
這
on
個
the
使
chair,
用傳送的話，我們還是
and Hunter changed to teleport.
所以當時就是考慮我們當時雖然是可以贏的，但是我們當時只是想
Although we could have won that
爭
match,
取一下4跑吧。
we were actually aiming for more of a 4 escape.
然後當時有飛輪，還有3個
And then we
磁鐵，
also had flying
所以
wheel.
說我想爭取我去負責最後一個牽制吧。
So I was actually achieving this, wanting to get this last kite,
點開
which
最後一個
ultimately
密
worked
碼
out.
機。最後的時間想去爭取讓每個人去開個箱子，保證。
Also, during that period of time when Prospector was hiding at the Tupelo window area, I was hiding there and then buying some time for my teammates to open the chest so they have more tools to work with during the
第一
game.
局最後一個跑地窖的那個地方的話，
Yeah, with that dungeon escape by the Prospector.
ハッチの方向と逆方向
在
一瞬こう外側
一開始你
At the start?
沒有往去地窖的方向跑，
You weren't actually running towards the dungeon yet.
把身體搖
The
擺了一
dungeon
下
was
再
actually in
使
the
用了飛
opposite
輪，當時是
direction.
怎麼去想的呢？因為
And then
當
you use a
時
flying wheel. Because at that point in time,
肯定是先
the
想去到
hunter
達地窖嘛。
would want to reach to the dungeon
如果
first before I
直
do.
接跑到，因為我直接跑到地窖的話，當時他那個牆，還有我走的這個方向的話，飛輪打的怎麼說？飛輪打出來不太好去判斷那個時機吧。所以我當時稍微往回走了一下，然後讓我自己。
So it's not easy to predict the flying wheel to go towards the dungeon immediately. So I kind of like had a side step backwards and then got the speed boost from from the cipher and then speed boost and then the flying wheel to that mirror and then escape.
機械師，然後也是
There was the use of mechanic.
もめたりつつフラホで他のハンターに対応
Mechanic
然
flying
後
wheel
也是針對一個對方的邦邦的吧，應該是。
to go against the
然後想問一
opponent's
下是
Bon Bon.
秒牌選手，當時你們
against 秒牌
在第一局預想會使用什麼角色呢？
What was the prediction for his first hunter pick in BO1?
我們準備在隊內訓練的時候是想的是對方會使用邦邦這個角色吧。
When we were training, we were actually expecting Miao Pai to pick Bon Bon and as Secret Hospital.
陣容搭配也是為了 去帮的去准备的，对吧
？Yeah, so you guys were preparing for a 1-1.
是的，我也看出来你们这个队伍
Yes, I could actually
非常
tell.
的平衡吧。
Yeah, I could tell that the ban picks wise was targeting towards a bonbon.
也是牵制了非常长的一个时间。
And also there was a female dancer able to kite for a really long time.
对方也是使用了
because opponent actually used
记录员吧，然后当时跟
clock.
尤其在板区博弈的时候，能够看出
And especially mind game at the pallet area.
基本上不怎么去倒板吧，然后一直都是去给一个假动作，感觉像是要去倒板。
There was a lot of fake movement instead of actually vaulting or actually doing something during the kite of female dancer.
被追了嘛。
Initially, it was entomologists getting chased.
我的这个音乐盒本来是为了去让我的队友
And the music box was actually placed for entomologists and my teammates to kite better.
虽然有点意想之外吧，但是我个人也是感觉。
So when the hunter changed targets, it was actually kind of unexpected, but it still worked out regardless.
ギリギリシントが電車にひかれそうになってひかれなかったり、最後マイケル選手は交通事故に遭ってしまったり、電車の事故も結構
At the end, we could see at Everton Town.
电车的一个事故吧。
Or we could see there is this tram accident, and you got hit by the tram.
怎么说呢？
What was the team reaction like? I feel that
有点缺乏紧张感吧，缺乏这种紧张感，对。
there was a bit lack in terms of anxiousness. And hopefully next time, they can play better.
先问一下 UGG 选手。下周一面对 RG 的比赛，我们
coming Monday will be facing against one of the opponent's team. Couldn't quite catch. And MP right now.
我们就现在小组第一出线还是有点难度
They're facing against RD.
但是我们肯定会争取第2名吧，那就。
Yeah, right now we're performing quite well in the group stages, and we'll do our best to try to achieve the second spot in these groupings. Alright, thank you so much for your time. And wish you all the best in your future stages.
Thank you, Chocho, for your translation. So thank you guys again. Chocho, best translator out there. Again, it's me and Eli O on the mic. We're gonna take a short break. But when you return, it's gonna be Weibo versus Do.
取られてるそれ。取られてない。オッケー。よくん上がるわ、あと1割で。オッケー。
足速い。無理。
オッケー。戻った。立て直そう。
回復できるよ。
そっちも離れて、そっち。僕ら終われてないから、そっち。
俺
つける。ちょっと早く何してんの。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国大陆赛区 WBG 战队的监管者杨某人。那么我们的战队在第5人格已经成立了3年，参加过各个大大小小的赛事 ，IVS、IVL 还有深渊比赛。我的求生者队友有回忆、大龙、魅克、小铁。我的监管者队友还有吉叶。我们总共是6个人组成的一个战队。我们队的打法是比较偏向于狠。就是打团，就是造。那么我们战队要说的话就是，我们会夺回属于我们的一切，每一个人都等着吧。
大家好，我是中国大陆赛区斗舞竞技俱乐部的监管者东玄。我们队伍已经成立3年了。有打过 IVL 还有 IVS 和深渊。我们队伍有我 D 叉，然后还有一坚、陈某人、白子、一花、南。然后我们队伍的打法是阵容越怪，赢得越快。深渊赛我们会竭尽全力直奔冠军，加油！
right, on to our fourth and final match of the day. My name's Eli, joined here with Pod Spice, and we have DouWu versus Weibo Gaming. This is on paper a very close matchup. Two of the best teams from the mainland China region will be going at it right now, and this will be most likely the decider of who is the first and second place team in their group.
Yeah, currently it is Weibo Gaming, and DouWu is trailing right behind. They have yet to face their first loss here in the group stage, but Eli, this is kind of looking like a grand finals, or at least a semifinals match in the playoff stage, because of how well both these teams have been performing. Again, they're in that murderer's row pool of, I think, Pool C, and these are the two teams that are on top. So who you got? Who you slightly edging towards here? Is it DouWu? Is it Weibo? Who you got?
I think DouWu has the advantage in terms of golden apples. I have DouWu in first for this group, so I think that they're definitely we talked about this a little bit. Weibo has been inconsistent on the survivor side, and then YMM has really struggled to secure draws, especially in the early rounds. We have seen some impressive late round gameplay from him, but for the most part, he has been losing a lot in the early rounds, and that's going to be very key here. Because right now, DouWu is really, their main strength is the Hunter faction. The survivors for DouWu have also been quite inconsistent, but their Hunter is one of the most consistent Hunters in the world, being Dongshuan. And so because both sides of Weibo have been, they're both quite strong, especially the survivor side of Weibo. That's really what propels them to victories. Because you're going against a very strong Hunter side here, and a very consistent one as well, I think DouWu has the edge because of that.
And we say that the survivor side, the meta is very survivor sided, right? But Dongshuan is like so consistent. He had a 4K Geisha, he had a 4K Clerk. So I think that number 4 that he's holding up is for that 4-man kill. So that's what's so scary, is that he rises above the meta. And like you said, Weibo, very solid survivors, very solid Hunter, right. But it just seems like Dongshuan is that X factor coming into this one. So I cannot wait to see how they're going to do this. It seems like Dongshuan will be coming up first, since the survivors of Weibo are about to grace the stage here in the China studio.
Absolutely. So let's see what map we're going to be going into, what sort of approach Weibo has for going into this. They have been here before. This matchup has played out many times, whether that's, actually, it's pretty much all been in IVL. We've seen Weibo versus DouWu happen quite often, and I believe it was actually a championship IVL match as well, right? It was Weibo versus DouWu as well, in which DouWu was able to win that. So I think that this is, obviously Weibo is going to try to get revenge here and try to work back out of this, but DouWu statistically has been able to beat, has performed better against Weibo Gaming than they have against DouWu. So that definitely should give them the advantage here. We do see Dongshuan taking the stage here. I think it's really important to note that DouWu leading with their Hunter here is actually very relevant, because it's not just one of those things where it's like you can say, oh, it sets the momentum, it sets the tone, that's great. And obviously that is great, and that's an important factor, of course, the mental factor in this sort of game. But you also have to think about how because if Dongshuan goes out and puts up good numbers here, puts up a good approach, the survivors know the approach they can take against YMM. Do they have to play aggressively? Can they play more conservatively? Typically, you like to see this from the survivor side, because then you know what type of Hunter you have to play, whether that's a tie or win Hunter. But because the Hunter side for DouWu is usually the strongest side, that's going to be very important for them to jump out with an early lead.
Kind of crazy if you think about it, because Weibo's strongest side is their survivor, as Iron being one of the main supporters, doing rescuer, Kiter as well. So it's going to be interesting. I do like the strategy of Weibo of Dongshuan coming out first, going up against Weibo survivors. But if you look on paper, Weibo survivors have been the most consistent ones, even though like there have been some mishaps here and there. So it's I think this is their strongest match, and then like once you get to switch sides, they just go on defense, because we just introduced Iron, we're going to introduce MK, both teams of the former FPXEQ. They were actually they swapped out for the Weibo team, and MK being such a good supporter, such amazing portal plays and acrobat plays, great kiting time. So I cannot wait to see how he's going to perform in this matchup.
Now another thing is that because as you mentioned, Weibo survivors have been a lot more consistent in this event, and that surprised a lot of people. I think a lot of people predicted Weibo to be a little bit lower down in this group, but because the survivors have been quite well, they've really been able to carry this team to their victories thus far. So again, as we talked about before, the key to this matchup is YMM going to have successful matches in the early rounds. If he's dropping games to the Dowu survivors in rounds 1 and 2, Dou's going to take a very big lead because again, Dongchuan is very consistent. He does not lose a lot, and even against a team with very good survivors like Weibo, YMM's going to need to match that. If he doesn't match that, Weibo doesn't really have a great chance at this matchup.
Yeah, and I saw the chat also. It seems like the day is going by pretty fast, but you and me both know that this match is gonna probably go the full 3 with how most likely, right? With how evenly matched these guys are. Right. We're gonna round it off with Long. Again, really an entomologist main. We do see also he used it 5 times in the qualifiers. He also has a mechanic, toy merchant, and Balmer. He really lives up to this name because I feel like it was him, or is it Iron? He kited for like one of them when they were still in FPX EQ. They kited for 3 owls. So it's Dongchuan has faced this survivors before. I do believe I remember that IVL match that they faced up against them, and it was the picture of Dongchuan crying with the trophy because that was the first IVL they'd won. And here we have it, Dongchuan, folks.
Yep, there you go. We do see, of course, Geisha and but mostly it's not just that. Obviously, we have Dongchuan as Dream Witch. Probably. I would say probably the best Clerk player in the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen him be one of the best Dream Witch players in the world.
Ooh,
yeah,
waking him up.
Probably one of the best Geisha players, one of the best Ann players, probably the best Clerk. So he just has. This is why he's so good. It's not just one of those things where it's like, a lot of these hunters out there. It's like, okay, this is probably the best Dream Witch player. This is probably the best Breaking Wheel player, whatever, and obviously they're going to try to bring out that hunter in round 1. Dongchuan is the best for multiple hunters,
right.
And this is why he is arguably the best hunter in the world, and why we're going to see, we should see a very impressive matchup today from him.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about other hunters. I mean, maybe Xiaoma, but when he uses Ann, but I mean, Dongchuan's so good with Ann as well. He's good with that Geisha. He has the results to back it up too. 4K Geisha, 4K Clerk. He also has the Dream Witch. I feel like with this meta, he's so up to date with everything, and he's very consistent as nominated the best hunter throughout each season or each year of COA. And I just always have to ask the chat, you saw that fish head, right? Dowu always has that as their mascot. An interesting choice of map here, Eli. I want to get your thoughts on this because we're heading to Hospital, courtesy of Weibo Gaming.
And so this is one of those things where you're in a situation where you realize boosting the faction that performs the best, whether that's your hunter or your survivor, that's your key to winning. Is you give if your hunter is your strongest weapon, you need to give your hunter a good map and really boost them and help them to carry you. Typically, you think, okay, why not try to boost the other side? But no, that hasn't worked out for a lot of teams in this event, and that's exactly what Wave was doing. They're doing the opposite. They're boosting their survivor side because that is what carries them to victories. So they know going into this matchup, they're playing against one of the best hunters in the world. They have a very difficult matchup ahead of them for the Weibo survivors here. So they're giving themselves Sacred Heart Hospital, the best survivor-sided map in the game, to try to sort of counteract Dongchuan's hunter here.
Yeah, interesting banning out the Seer and Barmaid as well. We probably are going to go with a Dream Witch match, but that allows Priestess, Antiquarian, and Acrobat. So they're really playing to their strengths here. So you know what, Dongchuan being one of the best hunters, but if you're heavily leaning towards buffing your survivor faction like this with the map and the picks going out pretty well, it's going to be an uphill battle for Dongchuan. And last but not least, we're going to pick up a forward on the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, you have to play forward here because you can't play Officer, or else you play too hard into Dream Witch. So basically the idea here is that Dongchuan completely going with anti-Clerk, anti-Dream Witch bans. We see Seer, Barmaid, Seer, Barmaid, Psychologist, Merc are all characters that a Dream Witch or a Clerk would eliminate. So that's almost 100% what he's going to play here. The question is, which of those two does he opt for? Clerk is not incredibly strong on Sacred, because obviously once you get inside Hospital, that Hospital loop is so strong. So Dream Witch would make the more sense for the map, but for the team comp, I think the team comp overall is both sides. I think Clerk and Dream Witch equally have are equal against this team comp. Yeah, it's just that Dream Witch is better on this map, but Dongchuan's been a lot stronger with the Clerk. So, and I would go to say that he's the best Clerk player in the world. So I think that either is an option right now.
Yeah, that's a good strategy if you think about how Weibo is going to play this one out. Like, force the Dream Witch to come out, then next round ban out his Clerk. So, or force the Clerk out now in a map that isn't really, I mean, is really good for Survivor side. It's going to give him a tough time, but he's going to have to live up to his status as the best Clerk player if he does bring it out here and now. So it's going to be a tough choice for Dong Xuan. I think the picks and bans went by really fast, and it seems like he's going to surprise everyone with the first round Geisha here at Hospital.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, I actually didn't consider that because Geisha is actually strong on Hospital. Geisha's like kind of the one hunter in this game. There's a few characters, but Geisha's like the main hunter in this game that actually doesn't mind Hospital because Geisha has very easy access to Hospital. You can dash through Birdcage, you can dash over the God Palette, you can catch up to survivors easily in Hospital, you don't get looped as hard. So Geisha's actually a strong hunter for this map. So I guess the idea is because it's such an anti-Clerk, but see, the problem here is that Antiquarian and Acrobat are direct counters to Geisha as well. So you're sort of just playing into the same counter comp anyways. I guess the idea is that you can chase forward in Priestess, and Geisha is strong on Sacred. Well, stronger than Clerk and Dream Witch. So that must be his reasoning here.
So you're saying, like, if we're gonna go with targeted survivors for early chase, it's either that forward or that Priestess.
Yeah, but the thing is, then forward obviously is a very strong kiter in general, and then Priestess spawns in Hospital. So they're really just trying to cover all bases, because again, Antiquarian and Acrobat are not good chases for a Geisha. So,
yeah. Considering that, yeah, she doesn't really mind chasing Hospital, but you just have to deal with the stress of going after the Acrobat that drops down pallets, and you could just 180 a butterfly hit through the pallet. Priestess, I think she spawned directly inside Hospital, so it's gonna make it a lot more harder for her to pin her down, even though she can dash right into it. It's still gonna be a hard chase for anyone. So yeah, Dong Xuan definitely. He's targeted, right? He knows that he's the main offensive line. He's the one to bring in the points. And Weibo, I would have to say, great selection of the map and great lineup. But again, that's the one on paper. That's in theory on their side. So in practice, though, this is Dong Xuan. He made insane plays in the past, and he's turned doubters into believers. So we're just gonna have to see. It seems like he's right next to Iron, who is using that forward. So we're seeing triple flywheels and tide turner, while we have a excitement, trump card, and detention build on Dong Xuan.
And 3 flywheels. So this was for Dream Witch and Geisha, which means that Clerk actually would have been the best call if he did decide to go with that. But ultimately, we are going to have Geisha here. And also, you saw based off his spawn as well, some of you may wonder why he's spawning so far away from survivors and only into one chase target, which is the forward. But when he does this, he actually locks off the Shack Cipher. So if you see Antiquarian cannot decode that Cipher machine, we'll have to rotate to a new one. And then now he's going to go ahead and find a different chase target. It looks like he's going straight to Hospital, and may actually just go for the Hospital Priestess. Again, Geisha is one of the few hunters that actually can chase in Hospital, even against something like a Priestess.
Yeah, MK has to take this kite. He knows he has that heartbeat. He's just kiting in and outside Hospital, but Priestess also has direct access. But like you said, we are going to see a butterfly play, and now MK going to hide behind the pallet, dropping it down, forcing Dong Xuan to actually break it. So now the chase continues while 3 of the other survivors are going to try and decode these ciphers. MK with an interesting portal placement there, still buying some time, but now juking him away. So Dong Xuan able to move the Priestess away from the Hospital, granting her the hit for her to have access towards this spot, and we still have to play on the cooldown of the Priestess's portals here.
And he's gonna no, he's actually not gonna dash through. Priestess does not. Oh, he has the dash. Does Priestess have flywheel? Does not flywheel the swing. Actually, I think it's okay. If he flywheels there, he's still gonna go down. So yeah, just gonna hold on to that flywheel. That's a pretty fast down. No blink needed as well. He has excitement, so the fact that he's able to get down that quick without having to use without needing blink, this is a pretty strong position here. Still has excitement for forward or Antiquarian if we do see potential support on a rebound kite here. And, you know, obviously Priestess is near Hospital, so the goal is going to try to get into Hospital after this. We see Dong Xuan actually doesn't go for any sort of drop down trick, just going straight for the hit onto the forward. Priestess is going to portal her way into Hospital here. But yeah, I mean, he has plenty of time to get this down before Tide Turner runs out, and the loop side Hospital is not as strong against a Geisha.
Yeah, true. Iron is still in this area, so I don't know if he's going to try to go for that stun support. MK is going to try and moonwalk his way towards this palleted area. He throws another butterfly just to try and go through this wall situation, but MK doing a great job so far. Can he get behind the pallet? Yes, he does with a flywheel, and Hui is going to try to support here. Dongxuan doesn't use excitement just yet, but now he pops it open. They know his trait, Eli, and MX out in the open here. MK, I mean.
Yeah, he tried to pick up the butterfly there, wasn't able to do that. Now that excitement is down, we do see the forward here. Hui is getting a little bit close. He is going to use that flywheel to avoid that hit, but now forward. Okay, so what's going to happen here is, without excitement now, there's not much he can really do against this double harass, and Priestess heals up so fast. We're going to see them just try to support this Priestess long enough to get back up and get back into hospital. But it looks like just going to kind of this area. Ford should try to take a hit here. Looks like no, actually Ford's going to just stay at full health so they can continue to support this. Again, no excitement. There's really not much that Ford can do. He's going to throw a butterfly, and he's going to push forward away, and then he's going to dash back. That's sort of his should be his approach here. But then the Antiquarian is also here.
Yeah, and
so
just buying time here. He's just trying to defend Antiquarian, unable to have flywheel, but this picks him up, and now Dongxuan gets stunned. MK has access to that hospital. Acrobat is the only one pushing ciphers, so in this time they still have 3 ciphers remain, so Dongxuan still has his work cut out for him if he wants to able to down this Priestess at hospital with 1 holy key to use. Yeah, he's just gonna go through. He doesn't necessarily need to break that, and now we're gonna see him use the elevator portal to go to the first floor.
Eli survivors are so strong on Sacred, even against a hunter like Dongxuan. You can still,
wow.
We're gonna see another stun as well to help make more distance. You can still, it's not even really that they're outplaying him so hard. It's just hospital is so difficult, and that double harassment is really challenging. We're gonna see him drop down again. Ford's gonna go for another stun, and he doesn't have. Does he not have Desperate Fight? Which means he doesn't recover as fast after his consecutive stuns here. Yeah, so that's actually kind of coming back to hurt him here. Priestess continuing to kite the last 2 ciphers, almost done here, and Weibo looks like in a winning position right now.
Yeah, his excitement is already off cooldown, so now this is gonna play heavily, but the forward only has like less than half a ball left. We do see that MK is still running the routes here, so just an incredible showing of Survivor's resolve, but now it seems like he's gonna close out the distance, but the flywheel is gonna buy a little more time for him to be able to hide behind Iron at this pallet, so he's gonna try and eat that hit. Note that excitement is ready. He's gonna wait for the pallet drop to happen, but that's not gonna be a non-factor.
Cypher's primed. The Cypher's primed, so he loses his trait. He just expends his trait here. And Dongxuan actually makes a very rare misstep right now. He's gonna get the hit on the Priestess, but the Cypher is ready, which means he has no trait for endgame. And actually loses sight of the Priestess here for a second. Looks like he does not, I don't think he had announcement as well, so he didn't know where Priestess went on the Cypher pop. She does still have a portal to work with too. He's going to use that to get into hospital. Dungeon is trying to go for the portal trick. He knows that if Priestess gets that portal trick, she can get that dungeon, but because she does not get it off, Dongxuan keeps this alive a little bit longer. He needs to at least get 1 kill here, and he is able to get the down.
Dang, and now they open up the exit gate. A solid 3-man escape. Dongxuan has to settle for just getting 1, but Weibo able to exact their game plan to full effect here. So now able to get at least a 3-person escape was definitely a win in their book, especially going up against Dongxuan, the main offensive line for his team. So great stuff on Weibo Gaming side. And like you said, yeah, Dongxuan not necessarily outplayed there. It's just, yeah, you really saw how Hospital is just so good for survivors, and you have a double stunner in forward and the Antiquarian. Acrobat, you barely saw him at all, and it was just pretty much he was just guarding the down Priestess and not really guarding ciphers at that point because of how incredible the survivors game plan was in this match.
Yeah, definitely. I think that here it's fine that it's fine for Dou that there's a 3-survivor escape, because I mean it is Sacred Heart Hospital. You pick this map because you know, you think a lot of the time it's like, okay, the bare minimum for survivors is to get a tie, but on Sacred the minimum is actually to get a 3 escape for the most part, because it's so incredibly survivor sided. It's the most survivor sided map in the game. So I think the idea is that because they got a 3 escape, that's good for Weibo, but it's not even exactly as, I mean, I guess
now you played a YMM's Dream Witch.
Yeah, the thing is,
tie it out.
Yeah, but the thing is now you're in a situation where it's like now Doe still has survivors on Sacred. It's so easy to 3 escape on Sacred Heart Hospital. You talk about how it's like, obviously it's meta survivor sided, so it's easy for survivors to get 3 escapes in general in this current meta. But on top of that, inside Hospital being the best survivor map in the game, it's so easy for for Doe to easily get a 3 survivor escape. So I think that Weibo would have liked to even have a more aggressive start and have gotten 4 out. But Dongshuan still securing 1 kill here is actually fine for Doe.
Yeah, again, you're going up against the best hunter as we deemed, right? So for you to get a 3-man escape, to push for a 4-man might be a little too much for the powers of Weibo Gaming. Again, I see what you're saying there with how they still technically aren't out of the woods yet because it's not a big 5-point game. But I guess they just have to settle for that result, and now they have to try and trust if YMM can try and pull for that tie coming into this. Because Dream Witch, again, with Cypher Rush control, it's going to be good, but considering that this is Hospital, you saw how well they played it there, and you're overpowering the survivors of Dou's side. If I may ask, Eli, when it comes to those survivor factions, who has the edge here? Is it Weibo or is it Dou?
Well, definitely the Weibo survivors have been a lot stronger in the past. So I think that again, it's kind of a survivor team versus a hunter team. And because the Dou survivors, the biggest issue with Dou is that they have such a strong hunter, but the survivors on Dou have been extremely inconsistent. One of the more inconsistent mainland Chinese teams for survivor. So, but again, because YMM has just struggled so much in the early rounds, and it is such a survivor-sided map, I think this result is still not bad for Dou. But we will see if they're able to get 3 survivor escape here. Then obviously a tie for round number 1 on Weibo's map selection is quite good for them. But yeah, for I mean, they still are able to get 3 survivor escape against Dongshuan. It's still quite strong. So at least Weibo got the job done that they were at least trying to hope for.
Yeah, and I think moral victory for Dongshuan is just to get 1 escape. But considering this, Weibo Gaming, YMM is going to have to level up here and now for him to get that tie game. And statistically speaking, round 1 is his best round. He always at least gets a tie. And now you're seeing him try to pop off the crowd here with, he's ready for this. And taking it back to the qualifiers, he has not lost a round 1. But he's tied it 3 times and he's won once. So if he's able to live up to those standards, that's going to be the win condition, which ultimately I think is the main objective of Weibo Gaming, just for them to play to their strengths, which is overpower the survivor team, hold the fort down, and hopefully YMM will try and go for defense. But now let's introduce the survivors of Dou.
So we are going to see Yihua first. Yihua, the main rescuer for the main rescue player for Dou. And so, we've seen him sort of, when Yihua first entered the competitive scene, actually struggled a lot and almost looked like he wasn't going to make it on one of these competitive IVL teams. But now has actually become a lot very consistent, one of the stronger players from Dou for sure. So, just on the main rescuer here. And we'll see what he's able to do in this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to move on to ZYJ. He has brought out the barmaid and postman, as you can see here. He's also brought out patient, prospector. He's not the dedicated antiquarian that goes to either Nan or Silvershi, but ZYJ and Yihua are kind of the main, were the consistent survivors of Dou, if you guys have been following them, because Nan and Silvershi are kind of the new ones to come in, because you usually see Bobo, and I forgot the other consistent one that we usually saw for 2 years straight. But we digress. We're going to introduce now Silvershi.
Yeah, so Antiquarian and Priestess for Silvershi, and I think also this is again one of the slightly newer players, but 83 seconds of average containment time is very impressive, and only 33% escape probability, which means that is going to be first kite majority of the time. And so I think that on a map like Sacred as well, being able to play characters that have easy access to Hospital will be very crucial here. So Silvertree definitely will want to bring something like that to the table. We have Nan as well for Psychologist and Toy Merchant. Only about 71 seconds of containment time and the same escape probability. So also taking first kite quite often. With containment time slightly on the lower side compared to Silvertree here. So we'll definitely hope to see that, potentially turn things around in this match.
Yeah, he's also brought out Embalmer. You see the Toy Merchant and Psychologist here. He's out the Antiquarian as well. So him and Silver Sheet definitely like it's a toss-up who's going to be the stunner. But yeah, they've definitely made a huge impact. Again, mostly they want those survivors just get ties while Dongstruan gets the wins. But in this case, they need at least a 3-man escape just for them to tie things up. And YMM, we know him, we've seen him before. He's shifted towards like the meta now, but he still has his consistent Dream Witch. He also has a Wax Artist. He has his Naiad. And considering this map, he might try to bring out that Dream Witch depending on how things will go. But we're just going to have to see how that's going to plan out because, again, the glaring issue here is that we are playing in Hospital.
Yeah, so we'll see what YMM leads with. I think we'll might see Naiad first, just because he has to go for a tie here. And also Naiad's not actually... Naiad's another one of the few hunters that actually isn't that bad in Hospital because you can... it's easy to cut off the Hospital loop because you can catch up so quickly in that swim form. So the Hospital pick must be for Naiad. I would imagine we're going to see some sort of anti-Naiad team comp overall here. But yeah, I think that probably makes the most sense. Because again, Naiad it's just really easy. Any hunter that closes that's very fast, has good mobility, and can close distance quickly. Those hunters are typically stronger on a loop area like Hospital. And we see that's why Naiad's also good on a map like Chinatown, because a hotel you can close the distance so easily. Hospital you can close the distance so easily with Naiad while you're in that swim form. So Naiad definitely would make the most sense. So when you have a hunter that can lead with a Naiad or lead with a Geisha, sometimes we will see that sacred first pick. It's quite rare, but it is possible. And in this case, that's most likely what's happening.
Interesting. So yeah, I guess Do will really need to be able to try to counter that Naiad coming into this one. To just give YMM that hard time to live up to his tie potential, which he usually goes for. So again, we're going to head towards the pick and ban. They're going to allow the Priestess to come on in. So that's going to allow the Mercenary to get picked up first and Priestess as well.
Yeah. And so no Antiquarian first, which is actually interesting. And they just give Antiquarian ban and Entomologist. Yeah, I feel like it would be... I guess you have to take Priestess first because it is Hospital. But Antiquarian is just so strong against Knight. It's so strong against Clerk. It's so strong against Dream Witch. So sort of not taking that as an option first is a bit of a surprise. We're going to see Prospector as well. Just for playing against Knight or Clerk, if that does become an option here. The last ban... I don't really know actually what YMM will go with here. Probably some character that's strong against Naiad, but then you also have to ban characters that have easy access to Hospital characters are very strong here. So looks like Psychologist just for less hits.
Yeah, just tankiness. I was actually thinking, yeah, maybe like you said, less mobility for the survivors like Patient, Toy Merchant, just anyone to just deny access to enter that hospital. But now ZYJ has his final pick, so he can pick either of those. He can try to opt for another stunner too, but I mean, they have the Mercenary already, so there's no point for them to go for another Rescuer. It seems like they want to go for a Decoder here. So they're going to go for that Mechanic to round out their entire lineup, which can play towards that tie that YMM might be waiting for, but you know, Cypher Rush can be on their side if YMM can't down this Mechanic soon enough.
Right. So again, Mechanic we've seen. You know, you talk about how Mechanic just has been nerfed over so many seasons, become so weak over time. But you know, we've seen so many matches in this event where Mechanic Cypher Rush has really just made a huge difference. Where you know you're in a spot where you get such a fast down on a survivor and you still end up losing the game just because you get out Cypher Rush so hard and you don't even realize it. You know, it's just Mechanic really can just take over the game with proper Cypher Rush, with proper communication. So for YMM, I think he'll probably... Dream Witch would actually be pretty good here against this sort of team comp. Prospector's a pretty good chase, Mechanic's a good chase, and even Priestess isn't that bad technically, but I think that it... because he only needs to tie, Naiad would be more consistent here, but against a comp like this, Dream Witch might be better. So I'm curious to see what he ends up on.
I guess those are the two schools of thoughts, right? Is he going to go for a safe tie one or kind of go with just countering the entire comp and going for a more... an easier time to just try to counter this this lineup here of Priestess, Mercenary, Prospector, and Mechanic. Again, the juiciest target is that Mechanic, and it seems like he will just go with that Naiad. He is aiming for that tie, but Eli, if you aim for that tie, sometimes you might not land with that 2 result you want and just get that 1k, and that's definitely not what they want. They're able to strike first here in the Sacred Heart Hospital. They need to get this victory for their map selection to count, because next map it's going to be in those advantage. So this is the time for YMM to gain this victory here and now.
Right, and so now, what the possible spawns here, it's kind of interesting. Typically you think Mechanic would go straight to Hospital, but you really want Priestess there. You can set up portals, because again, creating access to Hospital is really important. If you have Priestess portal set up, it's very easy for survivors to just run straight to a portal setup and get immediately inside Hospital. So typically spawning Mechanic there might not be as good. Also, it's better to spawn your bot outside of Hospital and then bring the main body of a Mechanic inside Hospital, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. That is the case. But yeah, YMM does have a lot of chase targets, so who does he opt to go for first? Obviously, spawning in a Mercenary is not good, so he'll probably end up on Prospector. But again, if Priestess sets up a portal, Prospector has a pretty strong kite inside Hospital, and then you also will most likely have a triple flywheel from the survivors.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough, especially since they are accounting for this this Naiad. They want to bring that flywheel just to counter that pop. And like you said, yeah, Nan might actually be the first chase here, but Silver Sheik could actually just make this Hospital unchaseable once he set up those portals, and that allows ZYJ, as long as no one's injured, that Mechanic can have free reign to be the best decoder out there. But like we've seen time and time again, it seems like they brought broken windows, so just mainly going for the transition, which again is still pretty okay, because you want to be able to move on away from the watered areas that YMM is going to have. So that is the builds on the Survivor side.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, considering that they probably expected Night or Dream Witch, going with no flywheel is kind of curious. I guess one idea that you have with Sacred is that if you have speed boost, it's very easy to speed boost yourself towards Hospital and get inside again. The key is getting inside that Hospital. Going against a Naiad in most circumstances, he just kind of throws the trident and pulls it back very quick.
Yeah, interesting choice there. I thought he was going to try to swim, but is he trying to give this false sense of security? So now it seems like he wants to position the swim around the shack area, but still at zero presence here. He's going to try to water off Nan. The Prospector about to hit that 50% mark, but no, he does have a magnet to work with. So this is actually a good chase here at the back ruins area. So only one pallet to work with. So it seems like Nan is going to have to just move on over or try and kite this one out. But out in the open here,
yeah, an early magnet here as well. He doesn't have one now, because typically, yeah, that's an unfortunate big misstep from the Prospector. You want to wait until the Knight pulls back the trident and then go for the magnet, because if you just do all she's in swim forms, you're just gonna not go anywhere. It's not gonna go anywhere, you know. So and we're gonna see Prospector try to hide out right here. Blink is now available. We're gonna take the portal as well, and Prospector leaving Hospital. So that kind of opens up, and he just went over the Blink, does get the down, fast down onto the Prospector. Again, leaving Hospital makes it so easy for Knight to secure the down here, and he's not even in a chair right here. It's going to take him farther away from that Hospital area.
And note that the Mechanic's bot is here. I get the plan, like there was a portal that was set up there, but I mean, just running out in the open also, like, because usually a Prospector would want to be beside walls just so he can get that stun, and just shifting towards Hospital, which is great, but this is definitely heavily playing in YMM's favor. You have an injured Survivor, so the Mechanic's bot is the only one that can actually do a lot of decoding, and now we see that the Mercenary is trying to go for this rescue, just feeding that to Nidus, and also giving a long portal for the Prospector to have an exit strategy, and we see the Mercenary has already expended the elbow pad. This needs to be timed perfectly, Eli, while the Mercenary is kind of drowning in this water. Gets the pop, and now they hit. This is going to be a double down if he can get a farm off the Prospector.
Yeah, he might try to... No, yeah, he can't get to the portal in time. Yeah, so he's got to break the portal here. Keep in mind, because there is Tide Turner, because the Tide Turner, the portal was so close to the chair, there's a long time before Tide Turner runs out, which gives YMM a lot of time to actually make it to where the survivors are healing up. And by the time Prospector goes down, it doesn't matter. It's already, it's not enough time here. YMM's already made it to the Prospector, and they actually have cipher progress on 6 different ciphers, so those
Spread
really
out.
just, they're just doing too many extra ciphers right now. They still have 5 ciphers remaining. They have, again, they have a lot of progress here, but for some reason, you typically want to try to get around that exact 500% mark so you don't do extra decoding. But a lot of extra decoding is actually going to slow them down in the long run.
What's interesting is that YMM has just stayed mainly at the back and just went to the hospital for a little bit. So the rotations have been in favor of YMM, and now he's going to secure his first survivor down. He's still going to have detention for the end game, so this can play heavily towards that tie game that he's looking for. So YMM able to get rid of the Prospector. Blink is still about 30 seconds left, so he needs to find another chase target just to secure this first round for his team. Pulling back the Trident again, knowing that no one is in this area. Tinnitus isn't being fed, but hopefully he'll be finding another target, and Yihua seems to be that target that is in front of him. ZYJ is also at the statued area, but let's see what YMM's gonna do. He's gonna try to water off this area where Yihua is at.
He doesn't know that this is the Mercenary. Mercenary's just gonna wait for him to pull back the Trident and then elbow pad away. And yes, he's going to time that nicely, and he's going to make it to the ruins area. There's no way he really commits to this this Mercenary, yeah. And they now actually have enough Cypher progress to finish off these Cyphers. You see 2 Cyphers about a pop and about 40% on the last one. Mechanic is actually going to try to mind game here, not going to go for the pallet drop just yet. This Hunter still has Blink available, goes for the swing, does get the hit onto the Mechanic there. Mechanic just not dropping any of the pallets. And YMM taking advantage, able to get that hit there. He's going to dash her, trying to cut off the Mechanic. And she is going to go down in a moment here to that swing.
Yeah. I mean, that was a good mind games, but I think a little too conservative with the drop in the pallets. And now they're playing towards that end game. You have Mechanic out, a full presence Naiad, and still detention to worry about. And he's also going to go for the basement, Eli. So he's really trying to secure this down. We do know that the Mercenary only has 1 elbow pad, so it's going to be kind of hard for the rescue. But Priestess is here. She has 2 portals, so she can try and go for this rescue without YMM realizing that she's setting up for it.
Right, and so we're going to see... He's just going to cover this entire area all the way around all the edges of the basement there, so there's no way to sort of hide away from the water. And yeah, the last Cypher Machine's slowly getting primed here, but no Tide Turner, which means that there's still an opportunity to get a no attack recovery hit after the rescue here. Oh, he gets sucked through the portal to the upstairs there accidentally.
I think he just wanted to get rid of it. Yeah, he did. Priestess is down. They don't go for the pop, and now it seems like maybe they're gonna let the Mechanic go for the pop while Mercenary goes for the rescue. So again, just delaying the end game here. But now we see that Yihua is already feeding that Tinnitus. He's gonna go for the rescue.
Yeah, we're going to see another save here. So now they go for YMM. Similar strategy. Try to draw a no attack recovery here. If you're able to water off, so he's going to wait for Priestess to get rescued and then go for this. Priestess is going to get popped, and he just can't make it out of basement. And you see why. We're going to see double hit onto the Mercenary. They can't pop. If they do, Mercenary's going to go down, and Priestess is still stuck in basement.
With no portal for the exit, so Silver She is going to be falling in the basement, and this is the second time onto this rocket chair, but that's all good for YMM. Mercenary, he's going to be falling down, so he's going to be forced to try to self-heal or someone to go for the rescue of this Mercenary. But yeah, if YMM wants to play the safe, he'll just camp this this basement out and just secure that Priestess to be down. Mechanic not touching an exit gate just yet, feeding that Tinnitus. Oh, actually, it's the bot that's feeding the Tinnitus. So I'm not sure if YMM's going to commit here, while ZYJ just ducking around this area. Eli, I think YMM wants to go for more kills here. They can secure a huge lead here if played correctly.
You know, he's getting pretty far away from the basement there. He does, get drawn away by the bot, and that's the only survivor that's here. They were not able to get a rescue off as well, and they haven't really put any progress into the gates yet. Mercenary's still on the ground, has self-heal. Does he know where the Mercenary is? I think he actually knows where the Mercenary is down at.
Oh my
goodness. That is the case. Mercenary's gonna get back up. He still has Blink available. He can just go for the Blink. It does get the down onto the Mercenary. Mercenary doesn't even have self-heal. You don't have to chair Mercenary here. You can actually change targets and look for Mechanic.
So this is a really devastating situation for the survivors, because it doesn't even matter if he has detention or not, because Mercenary can't self-heal. The exit gates aren't even opened up yet. There's no dungeon that's going to be available just yet. And now a ZYJ is going to have to kite for his life here just to extend as much as possible. But I think YMM, good done deal for him to actually secure himself a 4-man kill.
Yeah, and we are going to see does go ahead and go for the Mechanic here is, I mean, again, Mercenary can't get back up here, so this should be a 5-0 game on Sacred, which is incredibly challenging to do. And again, just a matter of time before he's able to down this Mechanic here. Does get the pop as well, and gets the hit onto the Mechanic right as detention is running out. Of course, it was a Terror Shock, and she was half health anyways, but does manage to get the down there. A 5-0, which means that's an 8-1 lead for Weibo over Dou, which is very surprising, and that's not something we expected to see in this matchup.
I mean, we said it, right? The survivors were able to give that confidence to YMM, and the survivors of Dou had to play a 3-man escape. They didn't really, again, going up against the Naiad, we thought that the lineups were kind of ready, but YMM catching them off guard there, downing the Prospector relatively early and continuing just to farm hits off the rescues. You didn't really see the Priestess play in too much, like he was really able to just clean up all that portals, and in the end, YMM getting a solid 5-point game up against Dou. Again, we talked about it's a battle of a good Hunter team versus a good Survivor team. And it just so happens Weibo was ready for this one. And I think that their pick of this hospital map was really good.
For sure. Yeah, it ended up working out perfectly here. And you see why, Naiad actually has options for chasing survivors on this map, because it's very easy for them to, for the Naiad to swim into hospital. I think the biggest downside was that Prospector used a portal to leave hospital. You never really want to do that because hospital is such a strong kiting area. You want to really utilize that to your best of your ability. I get against a hunter like Naiad, it's very easy for Naiad to sort of catch up to you because of how fast she is in the swimming form. But because you leave hospital and go in the open, as you mentioned, it's so easy for them to just simply go for a blink right after that. And again, no flywheel. It was all broken windows, which made it even more easier for Naiad to force the survivors in the open and get downs.
Yeah, it was just, again, I think, YMM just being a little step ahead of how the survivors were, and also just catching them off some missteps. Like you mentioned, the Prospector leaving hospital, and also his rotation away from the shack area. He really just cornered that Prospector to eat that early hit. And I thought he was going to stick around hospital. We didn't see much of hospital, unlike the previous match where Dongxuan constantly was harassed back and forth in hospital. So again, if I was a Dou fan, and Dou fans probably would want to see more of that, more harassments come in, because if not, YMM, he's a very confident hunter. And speaking of that, also like the mechanic not dropping too much pallet, so I think YMM just had free reign to just do whatever and walk wherever. So if you give him that confidence, he produces this type of result. So congratulations to Weibo Gaming getting the first round, but Dou not out of it yet. They still have round number 2, and hopefully push for that round number 3, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, Dou will be able to pick map next. So again, we talked about the importance of this matchup for YMM, is that the keys for him is can he tie, can he win in the early rounds? Because the early rounds he has struggled a lot to even get a kill. So but here was able to get a 4 survivor elimination. That was a really big turn of events. That's really important to hold that momentum. So an 8-1 lead here for Weibo. That Sacred Heart map being picked perfectly. And you see here why it's such a strong map. We're gonna go to a short break here, and we will be back in a moment.
And welcome back, folks. We got another fan cheer here. Only sparks light the way forward, and you shall march ahead with all you got. Hope Weibo Gaming can fulfill their dreams in this Koa. Leave no regrets, get bigger and stronger, and make Weibo Gaming great again. We are unstoppable. Hashtag Koa6 global support and hashtag identity. Well, at identity5 champ. So. Big shout outs to the Weibo fans out there because they got their best possible scenario. They got a 8-1, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah, and then for Do here, break the wins and sail forward. You watched the skill by rescuing his teammates and not taking a single hit. Come on, Do will break out the group stage as first place. Hashtag Koa6 global support and at Identity5 championship. So make sure you guys, of course, if you have anything to post, make sure to use the appropriate tags and yeah, just shout out your favorite team there.
And this guy's living in the future. Look at that drip, man.
Yeah.
Look at the it's insane. Also, big shout outs to Norton. Shout outs to Chu, just chiming in the chat, letting everyone drink water and make sure that they're ready for this next match. Because again, we said that this game is going to go the full 3, but it seems like Weibo Gaming wants to make this an early night for everyone because of how big the point differential is, and they've won this round. Luckily for Dowu, this is their chance to try and bite back and answer back because they have map selection next.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been such a fast day so far. I think we've had only 6 rounds for each of the first 3 games, and then this one's already looking very good for Weibo here. Looks like we're going to see Leo's Memory. So we have the 2 most uncommon maps possible selected in the first 2 rounds for a tournament setting, which is quite interesting. Leo's Memory for Dongshuan here, like the idea is that you're opening up a good Geisha map while also putting your opponent on a slightly weaker map for their sort of hunter pool. Obviously, Clerk and Druid, which are not very good on Leo's. You can just ban Naiad and take a Clerk or a Dream Witch. And then Dongshuan has Geisha available, but I feel like it's quite easy for them to just either ban it or just counter comp and force them onto a different hunter.
I remember this map. They played this in their first match, I believe, up against ACT. And I think this was the 3rd round, though, when they brought out Leo's Memory. And I think he used an An. But then again, he had a lot of his good hunters banned already. So, but he was still pretty good with the An. He was able to still form a tie or at least get enough to win. And we do see just a little pep talk from the coach Billy over there, just to make sure that this is a big this is a big chance for them to secure the first place spot. If not, Weibo Gaming still reigns supreme in Group C as the first spot. And who would have thought, right? In a group of killers like that, Weibo Gaming coming out on top. Again, you could have anyone in Group C, but so far they're doing the work here. But you cannot count out Dongshuan just yet, folks.
Absolutely. So yeah, it really comes down to can Do work out of this 8-1 deficit? Typically, between 2 fairly equal level Chinese teams like these two. Actually, between most IVL teams, the matchups are always very close. We usually see 5-3 wins, just little wins here and there. But an 8-1 between teams of this caliber is so unlikely. Yeah, it's so uncommon. So yeah, just a lot of pressure here for Do. Of course, Do should, for the most part, have already secured their spot as one of the first or second place teams here. But this matchup will, of course, be the decider. Who's going to be the first here. And it looks like Seer and Antiquarian banned right away. And yeah, they're going to ban Geisha first. So that's just not wanting to have to deal with that at all. As Geisha is sort of the one hunter that is going to be quite effective on Leo's Memory.
Ooh, Toy Merchant, Barmaid being picked up here. So again, you have one that gains mobility to enter factory. You have another one that's just a roaming healer. So good pickup on Weibo's side. Again, their survivor team is the strongest. And I'd like to add to that story, right? These teams have Weibo and Do have faced each other time and time again, right? But it's been Do that has been on top. So it's good to see that Weibo Gaming, kind of trying to rewrite the story here for them to be able to cement their spot. Now, back to the picks and bans here. A forward is going to get picked up. Oh, sorry, banned out since the first officer is going to get picked up, Eli.
Yep, and it looks like
Louis being the main decoder.
5 Cypher, yes, you're decoding there. So with Prospector here, we already have a rescuer with with officers. So I think we'll probably see, actually, Priestess is still available. So that might be an option here. You still have other kiting. Okay, looks like it'll be Acrobat. Just a very standard kiter. So they actually completely give up on Priestess altogether here. Maybe Dongchuan wants to play Naiad as well. Naiad would also not mind Leo's as much, as it is easier for a character like Naiad to cut off that factory loop. So going Priestess might not be as strong because Naiad can easily just swim through the portals. Of course, we'll get stunned for a few seconds, but can still continue to be very fast and catch up right away.
So luckily for Dongchuan, yeah, he can bring out the Naiad. He doesn't have to worry about stunners, right? The only one that could technically stun him is the Acrobat, just silencing him or slowing him down. But yeah, you ban out the Prospector, you ban out the Antiquarian, which well, the Forward as well. Those were the main problems, especially in the hospital, right? So now Weibo Gaming is going to show like levels to their game because they can only go for support. No harassment necessarily needed. And this is Dongchuan's big opening for him to be playing to his strengths, since he doesn't have to worry about anyone coming in for the harass, just for rescues and possible supports and body block. So begs the question, yeah, Naiad makes a good case. He's still got a lot to pick from, just as Geisha is going to get banned. He can. His Clerk has been a 4K one, but in a map like in Leo's Memory, how do you feel about that, Eli?
So Clerk, yeah, it's another one of those things where you can actually just get factory looped for so long. But I don't know, we might see it actually just come out here. Let's see if against this sort of team comp, it's very difficult because Barmaid is a very strong kiter against something like Clerk. Acrobat's a good kiter against most characters in general. This comp is really built for Dreamwitch and Clerk. But yeah, he's gonna end up going Clerk here. I think what we're gonna see most likely happen, we're gonna see Merchant spawn middle. Okay, so we're gonna see Acrobat Shack, Merchant middle, and Barmaid Factory. That makes the most sense. Then Officer will probably spawn off to the side. This way, Barmaid, if she does take a hit, you can also spawn. I was thinking you also spawn Barmaid in Shack, because if you take a drink, you take a hit, use your drink, go to the catapult at middle, and then jump into Factory. You can easily get that heal off. So that might also be a possibility too.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of options for Weibo here, just to kind of counter this Clerk or supposed Dreamwitch. But yeah, it's going to be a little tough for Dongchuan. But I mean, you did say, and we did claim him to be one of the best hunters on Clerk. And his numbers really boast for it with 4K in this. So he's going to have to slow this pace down significantly. Luckily, there's not a stunner here. It's more of just long kiting ability with that Toy Merchant, catapults, with the Barmaid drinks. And you also have the Acrobat being such a slippery target. So for you, Eli, would it be Barmaid to be chased first?
Probably not. Actually, Barmaid's very strong against Clerk. Especially with any sort of extra support like the Toy Merchant. So I think probably Acrobats. See, they're all. This is another one of those things. It's all hard. Yeah, they're all hard chase targets. But I do think Acrobat's probably the easiest in theory. So I'd imagine we'll probably see him commit to Acrobat first. But we'll see how the Toy Merchant impacts as well. That catapult into Factory is such a strong play, and that's why it's been such a. Leo's Memory started to come out even more in tournament because of that Toy Merchant combination.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to clean up the catapults if that's the case. And it seems like, yeah, they're giving Hui the Factory. Long just setting up the catapults at the center. MK actually has Shack. While Iron, he's going to be decoding outside in the Ruins area. While Dongchuan, yeah, he's going to have to choose which one he's going to try and go after. So looking at the builds here, triple Flywheel and one Tide Turner on Iron, while we have Trump Card, Detention, and Blink on Dongchuan's side.
So they actually don't have builds in preparation of Clerk. So Flywheel here, I guess it's most likely they're worried about Dreamwitch, so that's sort of the idea of going all Flywheel. But yeah, you're playing very heavily into Clerk, so this definitely makes Acrobat probably the strongest chase target. Will he go Factory first, or will he go Acrobat chase at
the Shack?
At the Shack. He could also go Merchant as well, technically, but again, Merchant has very easy access to the Factory, but with no broken windows, the Factory loop isn't as strong. You know, utilizing the speed boost when vaulting the windows and then, transitioning around Factory is so good. But it looks like he's actually going to go first chase Merchant here, which I think is actually good. Merchant actually getting caught kind of in a really bad area. She's forced to use her catapult early here, but she's not. He's actually just going to not. No, he's going to continue after Merchant. Yeah, she's not able to go towards Factory, so he's actually catching the Survivor outside of Factory. We talk about in this matchup, the key here is catching Survivors out of Factory. That is one of the best ways that you can take down Survivors on this map.
pallet break record here, and we see that Iron is actually trying to support the kite, just hanging around the palleted areas. And it seems like Long is actually running towards the survivors. MK, is he going to support with a bomb hit? Nice usage of the recording of that vault. We do see that the Acrobat is here to try and support. Let's see if Long can try and go for another catapult. Oh my goodness, he's not gonna go. Oh wow, forces a swing, Eli. And now we're gonna run this route again, but it seems like Long just doesn't go for the glide. He's gonna try and go for it, while we see MK going for the slow bomb and Dong Xuan trying to go for a record of the pallet break. And now we see Long just running the routes here next to that catapult.
Yeah, and we are gonna see him does not get baited here. He's gonna be able to get the swing, gets the fly a little bit, registers that hit on to the toy merchant here, but he still has not broken the catapult, and the glider will be back online, which means that this is going to buy a little bit more time. But because Blink is now ready, he is able to down this merchant right here, or should be able to. Merchant's going to try to just delay the blink as long as possible. We see the Barbie come for the body block, is not able to get the body block here, and is able to get the down. That's a pretty fast down for a clerk, and we're really going to see Dong Xuan's clerk really start to take over this game.
Yeah, that was a good idea by the barmaid trying to go for that body block, but luckily for Dong Xuan, that pop of that blink right in the nick of time, and now this really plays into the strengths of that clerk. Once you get shared, you can try recording. Cipher progress isn't going to be as fast. This forces the rotation of the first officer to come in for this rescue, and note that the toy merchant still has not dropped that second catapult, and that catapult is so far away, so this rebound kite is going to be a little tough for Long to go for. Now let's see how Iron is going to try and go for this rescue. He's gonna try. Oh, did he get that? Oh, he forced attack recovery and Iron. He's trying to body block for Long. He's gonna go for the long hit and now able to farm a hit off the toy merchant.
Yeah, so he's obviously wasn't able to get the hit on the officer, but that's still okay. He's actually gonna try to get a free hit here, force out the item, which is actually perfume. Still going really deep for this hit, it looks like.
Yeah.
And yeah, officer is not going to give up any free hits, it looks like. But yeah, no items here now. Let's see if he's able to go for the mind game. Walk straight through the pallet onto the officer there. And the question is, does Dong Xuan know where the merchant goes down? I'd imagine he does if he went that hard onto chasing the officer. And yeah, the cipher is just nowhere near enough. They haven't even started the last cipher. And unfortunately for the Weibo survivors, that's a death sentence against a clerk.
Yeah, but luckily for the first officer, he got a drink off, and he's also saved his 2 watches. The toy merchant actually threw him that perfume to use just for that time to be bought. Accelerated decoding is going to be there now, so at least the first officer is all healed up to go for this next rescue. So the body block has to be on point. Toy merchant has to try and kite for a long time for them to be able to push for the end game cipher, since cipher progress isn't looking as good. He still has some time on that rocket chair, so this first officer has to time this well.
Yeah, it looks like he is gonna get that rescue there. Are they gonna try to keep the merchant alive as long as possible? It looks like trying to mind game, trying to hide the red light here. We're gonna see officer camp the pallet, most likely not gonna get baited there. Does he have a pickup? He does have a pickup. Body blocks the pallet and gets the pallet stun following up there. Very nice play from the first officer. We're gonna see merchant is able to glide towards factory. So this is where things can get a little bit difficult on this map. We see once you get into factory, this is the first time we'll see merchant into factory, but now this is where things get challenging for Dong Xuan. He still has blink available. The key here is closing the distance. He needs to constantly record that last cipher while closing the distance on this merchant. We are going to see him use the blink here. Does not have a glider as of right now as well. But because he used blink right there, it means that officer still has the possibility to body block. It looks like actually go to the window instead. Does he have the recording? No, he does not have one for the window as well. So that means officer can actually get around and continue to body block here.
Wow, just the interception, and now we see the pocket watch getting used here, and we see that the recording is going to happen. Flywheels towards it, but the terror shock, Eli, and toy merchant is down. Oh, they're going to just have to go for this sacrifice while that last cipher is nowhere near being primed. They're just going to try to rush it while this toy merchant is going to be on this last chair. Again, that was an excellent attempt by the survivor side, but it seems like Dong Xuan is able to get at least one survivor out. He's going to try and focus on getting at least a tie here.
Right, and it looks like trying to block the last cipher, both survivors there, and they are going to be able to pop it now as he can't record both of them. So looks like he's gonna go chase onto officer. Officer still has pocket watch here, so there's still a possibility of an endgame kite. I would have thought Barmaid would obviously be the best chase target, as her drinks are no longer effective under detention. Gets the block, gets the hit with the pallet drop, hitting the officer through the watch there. What a nice play on the forward recording. And he can still block these gates off. Keep in mind, Acrobat's a slow gate opener, and if he's able to potentially block the barmaid, there's still a possibility of a win here, but they're going to get a lot of progress in as he goes for this chair.
Yeah, Barmaid is actually the one opening the gate as we speak, and now they're just gonna switch it up. He's just gonna go for the switch of the Acrobat. So best case scenario for them is for them to get 2 out, but now it is actually the Acrobat that's gonna try to open up the gate. They're switching things up. The Barmaid is gonna go for another record here, so it's still a bit of a dicey situation since they're playing with 60 seconds of detention. Can they get it open in time, Eli? It seems like they're able to get it.
Yeah, just in time. They're almost able to get more than a draw, but does fall a little bit short. And you see Dongshuan, why his Clerk is one of the strongest in the world, if not the best. Such a difficult map, a difficult team comp for playing Clerk, and still almost able to get a win there. If that gate doesn't open, that's probably going to be a 3 or 4 kill position. So just overall great gameplay from the Hunter side there. Survivor's really struggling to deal with that Clerk, but they still were able to get to the end game. They're still able to get 2 out from what looked like a very difficult position. As soon as that one pallet stun bought enough time for Merchant to drop a catapult, get on the catapult, and fly into factory. That one catapult, or that one pallet stun from the officer actually ended up making it so they were able to tie the game.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 moments, right? Getting into factory and also the mind game of that pallet recording being dropped, and then he went for the hit. Luckily, the pocket watch saved him like 5 seconds or so for him to prolong the chase. But I think for him to be able to pull off those type of plays under pressure like that and still get a tie out of a really tough early to mid game that the Survivors were able to get the Toy Merchant away and save him from the chair was just exemplary with how Dongshuan plays this. So again, a tie is actually really good. This is their map selection, so they have to consider this next round a win. This next half has to be a win for the Survivor side just so that they can come into round 3 with less pressure. But YMM, for sure, they might ban out the Naiad because Naiad's really good here, and he's performed with a 4K Naiad. That brings up the question of how they're going to bring this out, but let's check out this match data. Eli.
I think that, we see the overall Merchant with 132 seconds there of containment time, and the Officer being able to body block at the end. Clerk does struggle against body blocking in the late game, and that was a big game changer there. So I think here you have a few ways you can go into this match. You can ban Naiad, and then you can play anti-Geisha, and a lot of characters that are good against Geisha are also going to be good against things like Dream Witch and Clerk. So you can easily go with like a Naiad ban. You take characters like Antiquarian, you take characters like Acrobat, and you have that sort of approach in the matchup. And so that's sort of like going to be the main idea for them. I guess that's how the Survivors of Do need to approach this. But again, we talked about how Do Survivors not the most consistent Survivor team out there, unfortunately, and they really need, especially after getting a 4 kill on a map like Sacred, Leo's Memory, another good map for Survivors if utilized properly. They're really going to need to take advantage of that.
Yeah, considering the Hunter pool of YMM, for sure they're going to ban out the Naiad, and the Survivors are going to have to be the one to kind of carry this game, because a tie is still okay, but you're still going to have to catch up and answer and pay the pound of flesh you had in round number 1, which is 8-1. So that's so huge. So the Survivors, for them to at least alleviate a little bit of that pressure, is for them to at least get a 3-man escape, just to claim victory of round number 1, then try to win it conservatively in round number 3 here. But looking at like what YMM has, I mean, he has a Dream Witch, he has a Naiad, Clerk, Wax Artist. He can actually go Clerk as well, but I don't know if he's as mechanically gifted as Dongshuan. He's usually kind of just relegated to the consistent hunters, maybe like Wax Artist and all that. But in your opinion, what do you think YMM should be bringing to this table if his Naiad gets banned?
Yeah, I think mostly the thing is, like, Dream Witch and Clerk, again, they're not very strong on this map, and they're going to be pretty much counter-comped here most likely. So I think that, again, banning Naiad and Geisha would be pretty good. I mean, YMM just needs to tie. If he gets a tie here, then Weibo probably ends up winning. With a 7-point lead going into third round, it's so hard to come back from, especially with Weibo being able to pick map without a map ban. It's statistically is one of the hardest things to do in this game. So I think that YMM just needs to try to play for a tie. That's really just the goal right now. So even something like Bloody Queen isn't bad. We haven't really seen Bloody Queen from YMM for quite some time, so it's a little bit less likely we'll see that. The most consistent tie hunter here is obviously Geisha, but the Do survivors should be probably banning Nayad and trying to counter comp Geisha.
Interesting. Yeah. Geisha on YMM. I can't remember the last time I saw Geisha on YMM. He's brought out BQ once in the qualifiers. I don't think he's brought it out yet here in the group stage, but yeah, they might actually just go for that type of strategy. So YMM already taking the seat in the Hunter side, while those survivors are going to try to shake off the nerves from the previous match. Again, they didn't have the best outing, but this is probably the redemption round for them to be able to, you know, tell Dongxuan that, hey, you gotta relax. Yeah, I know you've done enough. Let's try to be the ones to take the points now for the team. But YMM just needs to, they can't just go turtle up and just tie everything out at this point.
Yeah, so getting into our ban picks here. What does he lead with first bans? I'd imagine looks like gonna be Seer Antiquarian. Now the question is, do you ban Nayad? I think yes. And again, just they're gonna go Tree Witch to actually give Nayad here. I guess another strategy is that characters that counter Nayad are also good against something like Geisha, if he does opt to go with that. But then also Clerks on the table as well. Looks like we're gonna see Prospector and Psychologist here as well. Prospector being an effective kiter and a good supporter against something like Clerk, but then also against Nayad, it's not bad too. I'm surprised they give Nayad here, actually.
I know. And now this just allows him, get rid of Toy Merchant, get rid of Entomologist. I'm still trying to wrap my head because we've seen how effective he is. Again, maybe they're just they're just assuming that, all right, maybe it's because it's just Hospital, that's why he was so good. But then again, it's Hospital, that's when the survivors are great. But we see a Professor coming into the mix here, so they're kind of bolstering their defenses here with the Professor and Psychologist. So last ban on YMM side, maybe go for a Merc first officer. Yep, seems like the Merc is going to be banned. This is going to allow ZYJ to go, or any of the survivors of Do to go for the first officer, just for that consistent rescuer, if in case he'll go for the Nayad.
So the Professor here is to target Geisha and Nayad. So Professor's not bad against Nayad because, you know, once you pull back the Trident, you can use that scale to potentially get yourself to a safe pallet or a safe window. And then Professor's a hard counter to Geisha, obviously, because that single hit hunter that Geisha has, it's just, it directly counters. So, yeah, I think that's kind of the idea, is that you ban Dream Witch, so then that allows you to play Professor safely, because Professor is very weak to Patroller, so not good against Dream Witch at all. So I think that's probably the strategy. But yeah, because they weren't able to get Merchant, there's no easy access to Factory. So I'm actually curious to see how they want to spawn this. You know, you don't have characters like Patient as well, so there's just no. It's not like we saw in the last round where they tried to build a. You know, on a map like Leo's, you try to build a comp that's going to give you easy access to Factory, whereas this comp doesn't have that necessarily.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the bans too. Yeah, Entomologist, Toy Merchant. They didn't even go for a Priestess, even though like long portals would be the only safe bet. There's not much that you could necessarily do, but they don't have easy access towards that factory area, which allows YMM to bring out the Nayad once again. I mean, chat did say that his BQ isn't necessarily the best, and yeah, we were assuming that he might bring it out, but the fact that they just ban out the Dream Witch and not the Nayad, why won't YMM bring this out? If the game plan isn't broken, why try to fix it, right? Just go back into Nayad. I think he was trying to go for a tie in Sacred Heart Hospital, and that's what he can go for with this Hunter.
Yeah, there's no reason not to play Nayad here. I mean, if he gets a tie here, it's puts Weibo in such a leading position where it's so hard to come back from. So obviously he's just going to try to play for a tie. If he's able to get a win from this from you know, on this map, that's obviously very good as well. But it doesn't really matter. YMM just trying to tie this match, get to a third round within 7-point lead, and just hold the lead. Holding the lead is the most important thing here. So again, that's why I was surprised to not see a consistent tie hunter like Nayad banned here. But yeah, and again, Nayad doesn't mind chasing Factory. You can go straight to Factory. You can cut off that Factory loop quite easily. Looks like he actually spawns closer to Factory rather than Shack. So he actually wants to chase Factory. But it is against that Professor, which, as we talked about, Professor, you know, it's not too bad of a kiter against Nayad, but then also inside Factory can be quite effective.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have to see once we see the spawn locations. Yep, it seems like they give Professor the Factory ZYJ right at the center here. Silver She just decoding over there at the top side of the opposite of the Factory, where I think the Christmas exit, and Yihua just in the area as well. So yeah, YMM on this Nayad, and the thing is, you made him warm up, and now he's gonna come back even I would say maybe even stronger, but you could say the same for the Survivor side. Although now it seems like, yes, they bring 2 Tide Turners, 1 Flywheel for the Prospector to close out distance, and 1 Tide Turner. So, sorry, 2 Broken Windows, 1 Flywheel, and a Tide Turner. While just the Insolence, Detention, and Blink build on YMM, very conservative, really aiming for that tie. So I guess Dou wants to run it back and have that rematch up against YMM's Naiad and prove to everyone that, you know, we're not going to be defined by that performance at the first round.
Yeah, and again, a lack of flywheel here is going to be kind of a challenge for dealing with Naiad. So let's see. Looks like we're going to see, yeah, immediately just going to go for that factory chase to the Professor here. Can Professor make it to the window? No, he cannot. Oh. Yeah, he cannot actually make it to the window here. He's actually caught in a bit of a weak area. He's going to use that broken window speed boost, so this will get him close to the pallet. Let's see if he'll actually have to expend this scale here. Does use the scale.
Wow.
That first hit and buy some distance there, so nicely timed there from the Professor. And he has made it inside the factory now, and he can't actually make it to that window. So YMM, is he going to try to loop off this entire upstairs, or is he just going to change targets? It looks like he's just going to block off the upstairs instead here.
Yeah, he's going to be forced to actually chase. So look at that. Nan buying a lot of time, just running the routes here, practicing that discipline, not going for anything too risky. But we do see that the Professor might actually be running straight towards him, but we see him already double backing to that factory area. But we've seen the Cypher Rush isn't happening as fast as you'd want it just yet. One is still at 30%, so but Nan still has 2 hits to worry about, so it's definitely all good. So YMM just needs to down this Professor early on, and hopefully he'll get that tie. But now, just throwing this Trident once again, he's going to try to water it off. Out in the open here, let's see if he's get the hit, and now secures the hit, going to get that window boost, and now he's going to continue on this chase outside of factory.
Yeah, so he's actually going to hold on to that scale. Does have it back now, so he can use it up here. The problem is now he's just going to bait it out. Oh, he gets it. He actually gets it. That's actually really big because he has Blink. He does use the Blink now, but he's able to create a lot of distance. Again, talking about this a lot, Potch, delaying the inevitable, delaying the Blink, and that scale does it so well. It's going to be enough for all the side. He's able to get the down here finally on the Professor, but that one scale is enough for 3 Cypher Machines to go down here, and we're already now in a position where Dou can get a 3 Survivor escape, but he does have the basement to work with. We talked about how basement is so strong for Naiad camping, although because there is Tide Turner, it's actually quite easy for the Professor to get out of basement as long as there's a successful rescue.
Yeah, it seems like an early rescue at that. You're going to see YMM try to swing for the first officer. He's going to try to water off the exit here and try to camp out a drop down hit. So now we see that the first officer is just going to buy some time right in front of the rocket chair, but now gets the rescue going. The first officer is actually going to pop. Professor also on his way. Oh, gets the last effort, but at least they're able to get the survivor out of basement. Now Nan, he's going to be running back up the stairs here, and we're going to see YMM try to pressure down the Cypher.
Right, and do we see the Prospector coming here? So typically what happens on Leo's memory is you die in the upstairs area, and because it's such a far chair away, the Prospector can support and harass and keep you from going down. So it looks like that might be the call here. And yeah, we do see the Prospector here. So goes for that stun there. He's going to absorb that hit. Can he get the body block, or does he go for a second stun? Professor using that scale there, but he actually throws the Trident. Prospector tries to get the stun here, gets the stun onto the Naiad, but he's still in swim form. He's actually still able to catch up right away. So these stuns actually aren't really going to matter because he still can just keep swimming after him.
Not as effective as we want it to be, right? Pull back the Trident and just try to bait out the hit, because he's definitely closing out the distance. Now we see that Nan has to eat that hit. Prospector has already expended all the magnets, and now it seems like, yeah, we are working on the last Cypher here. Second time we're gonna see the Professor on that rocket chair, and it seems like, yeah, we're gonna go back to the basement, which no Tide Turn. It's gonna be a little tough for them to go for this rescue now.
Yeah, now it's a lot more challenging. It's not the same situation where you can just leave basement with Tide Turner. Now if you're gonna get in a position where there's no attack recovery, which we saw happen in the last game, that was the game changer. The thing is, they're trying to get him out of this survivor out of basement before YMM has enough time to sort of water the whole area off. But I guess they're I guess they're waiting for Prospector to get some magnets back here, maybe, so he can oh, I see. They're waiting for him to pull back the Trident so that the water doesn't jump onto the Professor. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Very smart play from Dou here. I kind of overlooked that one there. And it looks like he's gonna cancel the heal here. But the key is Professor needs to get out of basement without getting popped by the water. Does get popped by the water, goes for the pop, and he misses the swing there. Goes for the blink, but he does not have the scale as he did use it there to get away from that hit. But the problem here, Poch, is that he doesn't have trade swap, so they can just get this gate open. They can all make it out in time.
And it seems like it might be a 3-person escape because YMM, I don't think he's going to be able to swim just in time unless he's able to cut off the psychologist, but it seems like she's well on her way. So those survivors clapping back here, getting a 3-person escape, prolonging it to game number 3, winning this round, Eli. So that's super important for them. Again, they still can't afford ties, but for them to be able to get a 3-person escape is so important in this matchup.
Yeah, and so now it's like, this is the same situation we saw with Doe versus ACT, where they were down in points because they lost the first round and they were able to win 2 rounds in a row and come back. So it's the same situation here where you have, you dropped a round 1 by so many points. 8-1 was a huge loss. And then now you're able to win the second round. And obviously they're still losing on points. They're still down by 5 points here. But you can just win the last round. If they win the last round, for example, 5-3, they're still going to lose on points, but they're going to win on rounds. And of course, we do go based off of rounds before points.
Yeah, and this seems to be playing into their hand, but I would have to say, though, one thing that they do have to look out for is that Weibo is going to be picking the map, and since they did have such an amazing comp in Hospital, I don't know what they're going to be bringing to the table, but this is the start of something for them. They're able to gain that momentum, for them to be able to, for the Survivor side, to actually give YMM a tough time with a Naiad. That doesn't just help their confidence as a Survivor team, but it also, you know what, it also helps out Dongxuan, because arguably in round number 3, that's when Dongxuan really pops off. And that's because there's so much more bans on the Survivor side, and he just has such a deep hunter pool. So I cannot wait to see how that's going to happen, because now YMM, I don't know if he's going to still stick with the Naiad, since they've kind of figured out how to counter it. Even though he was trying to aim for that tie, they were still able to get a 3-person escape.
Just that factory kiting, yeah, the factory is such a strong kiting area. Even for a hunter like Naiad that can usually deal with it, the Professor's kite was so long, just utilizing that God kiting area inside factory. See 125 seconds. The Professor didn't even get to touch the Cypher, doesn't matter. There's a perfect, and also look at that. There was no extra decoding, which was the mistake that those survivors made in the first round. And that's why their Cypher was a bit behind. You see exactly 500%, exactly 125 seconds of Professor decoding. Everything just went picture perfect for them.
Yeah, you see the evolution of those survivors, right? In their first matchup, yeah, they were a little off with the rotations. There was a lot of priority in just touching all ciphers, but here they were very precise. And I have to say, Nan, a potential MVP there with how well he played that. I mean, there were 2 scales that he was able to utilize, right? The first scale was in the pallet inside factory, and then again in the window side. So again, just an amazing usage and amazing counter to Naiad just to prolong the kite in factory. So yeah, this could be like the domino effect that Doe was looking for them to be able to answer back against Weibo's tide of offense in round number 1.
Right, so they do get the job done here, forcing the 3rd round. So now looking into this 3rd round, how this is going to play out. So now YMM, I imagine, will probably not have Naiad at all. So they'll probably go something like Dreamwitch and Naiad, eliminate those 2 hunters. I think that we'll probably see Weibo try to go into a map. Actually, we'll get back to that in a second. We will have our highlights, and we will be back in a moment.
Weibo fighting, do not go for the next eternity, just for this lifetime, okay? Wow, deep words, Eli. Get bigger and stronger, make Weibo great again at Kiyu. Hashtag COA6 global support. Again, guys, if you want your messages to be heard here on stream, you know what to do. Just use the appropriate hashtags. And my goodness, just their English really is just so, I don't know, it's so deep. All right, so here we go. You take this one, Eli.
Yeah, Dou fighting Born to be King. Born to be king, yet no one knows, and this is the time for you to take the throne. Hashtag COA6 global support and Identity 5 champ.
I saw you thought about that for a bit.
I'm trying to like understand. I'm trying to process. My English is not that good. Sorry,
Yeah, well, I think they see the future, that they're the kings, but no one knows it yet. But they know that they're the future kings.
It's not. Yeah, I'm just trying to. The reason why I took a second there, I was trying to understand I was trying to picture in my head what exactly that what it looked like.
I was trying to relate it to the picture too, because I thought that he was holding a king, but I think that was the mercenary Mr. Inference, Truth and Inference. But yeah, anyway, you know what? Big shout outs to everyone that's still watching with us. I see Norton, I see Black Cat, I see Salty B, I see everyone. Again, big shout outs to you guys, because we are going to be in our match round number 3, Eli, and we were talking about it a while ago, right? So now it's Weibo map advantage. What maps do you think will be coming out? Since we've been seeing kind of unconventional maps since the start of this. We got Church, we got Leo's Memory.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I think that here, it's really hard to say, because I mean, obviously, you know, you'd like to think, oh, we're just going to see some very standard sort of map selections, but it's just been Leo's Memory and Sacred, so it's a little bit less likely that that's going to happen. But I think that realistically, because Weibo has map selection, you have to pick a map that's going to be good for Geisha, Naiad, and also playable for Dream Witch. That way, well, Dream Witch is technically playable and everything. That way, you force Naiad and Dream Witch ban, and you still have something like Geisha as an option if you're YMM. You still have Clerk available, but you got to be careful as well, because if you pick a map that's good for Geisha, you might also end up with a map that's not good for Clerk. That's sort of the trade-off. So you have to take these things into consideration.
Yeah, and it seems like they're really playing to their strengths first, and then the defensive line afterwards. Because survivors are on stage. We see that Dongxuan is also on stage. So that begs the question, like you said, you know, what are maps that don't really heavily go for that Clerk? We haven't seen Lakeside. We haven't seen Arms just yet. What any map that jump out to you?
I think Lakeside would be okay if YMM wants to try to play Geisha in the last round, but then a map like Church or Arms Factory would be better if he wants to play something like Clerk. So those are kind of the things to think about. We haven't seen YMM play Clerk that much as of recently, so it could be that he's sort of opted away from that Hunter. So I think that, it really just depends on which Hunter you prefer to play here.
Yeah. I'd love to see an Arms. We haven't seen Church in the longest time. I think the last time we saw it was like last week. Lakeside, not going to be surprised if we see that, since that has been one of the most dominant or one of the most picked maps, either in first, second, or third round. So I think they're just taking this time. It seems like we're going to go with that Lakeside Village to try and maybe, I don't know if they're going to ban out the Clerk, but they can try to just counter it with their picks here. So Seer, Mechanic, and Toy Merchant being banned from Dongxuan.
Yeah, so Geisha and Dream Witch as well. So they do give Clerk here, but it is, of course, not a strong Clerk map. So that's sort of the idea. Is they're going to play anti-Clerk. They're going to put him on a bad Clerk map, and they're just going to kind of go from there. So Dongxuan may be stuck with playing something else besides the Clerk. And we'll see what the survivors offer. I'd imagine Mercenary Antiquarian would be looks like we're going to see Forward first instead. Forward Antiquarian. So they're really just kind of gearing up for a Clerk matchup. And the double harassment, this is really something we saw in the first round be quite effective. So it looks like they're going for the same approach.
Yeah, just stick to their strengths, right? Just in the previous match, there was nothing for Dongxuan to worry about. Now that he's banned out the healers with the psychologist and the barmaid, how are they going to play this up? They don't have a dedicated rescuer yet, unless they put Tide on forward. But now allowing the acrobat to come on in, which is actually pretty good. It's still tough for any of these targets to be chased down by Dongxuan. So final ban on his side is going to be that patient. So we just have to wait and see what Weibo is going to be picking up. He still has Entomologist, he has Priestess, he has what else does he have? Oh, there we go, going with the Entomologist.
So most of these bans are for playing Clerk. Obviously, Barman and Psychologist are for playing Clerk. So I think that's kind of the idea here. But then it's not like we saw in the last round. It's not the same situation. This is not a very strong Clerk map at all. And then on top of that, you're playing against a team comp as well. That's really heavily built around dealing with Clerk. I think maybe even more so than the last one, I'm not sure. But it looks like Acrobat, Entomologist are both technically chaseable for him. So I think those would most likely be his first chase targets. But let's see what he opts for here. Yeah, I mean, considering that you have to win this round, playing an aggressive hunter like Clerk might make the most sense. But
yeah, just in case he doesn't use,
he has Naiad too as well.
He has Naiad, he has Anne to use. His BQ also is pretty good. So yeah, I think just that double harass is kind of scary. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dongxuan doesn't opt for the Clerk just yet. So we're just gonna have to wait and see how he's gonna try and deal with this. Since Lakeside also not the best for Clerk since it's so large and mobility isn't really the Clerk's best friend.
Another reason why you go Lakeside is because Ann's not very strong here as well. And against Ann struggles a little against Acrobat, very weak to Entomologist, and then is also weak on Lakeside. So he could technically go Ann if he wants to go for a tie. Looks like, yeah, no, he's gonna go Bloody Queen. Ann here is just, it's too challenging. It's same with Clerk. It's not the same situation we talked about. It's not the same as the last round. It's still a counter comp, and it's a worse map in theory. So, so yeah, Bloody Queen. Just gonna go for a tie here with Bloody Queen, and hope that the survivors of Dou can get a 3 escape, and that would make sense going into this sort of team composition as well. He's predicting they have a lot of broken windows, preparing for the Clerk. So he's gonna go Bloody Queen instead, and try to sort of counter the counterplay.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah, BQ can just kind of go on the defense and just try to go for that tie. Dou, I think they just want to just play it conservatively, just get a single round win, and it seems like the one to do the carrying is the survivor side, because with Dongxuan, you know, you can't put it past him for him to get that 4K, so we just have to be very careful with his BQ. I have not seen his BQ in the longest time, so I'm super excited to see it, because BQs, as of late, you know what, they have been kind of just relegated to living up to their name as Thai Queens. But this Dongxuan we're talking about, I'm sure his mirror placements are going to be on point, but with I would say a heavy kiting lineup, he might have a tough time like pinching down one of these survivors with a mirror.
Yep, and here we go. Looks like he is going to spawn over near shore. So let's see what he opts which direction he opts to go with first. And we will see the two coaches sign a respect here beforehand. So, yeah, and let's see the traits as well. I think this is going to be really important. Again, the difference between Broken Windows and Flywheel in a Bloody Queen matchup is extremely relevant. And it looks like he does spawn. Probably will go for, I'd imagine, Entomologist, I want to say. Acrobat with Flywheel can kite Bloody Queen quite effectively. Because, you know, you can easily just use those bombs to create some distance. Well, not easily, but you can use those bombs to create some distance and avoid a mirror image potentially. Where something like Entomologist is going to be an easier chase target. And it looks like all 4 broken windows.
Okay, so you were saying the difference between this, because yeah, Flywheel can kind of contain it longer, but I mean, she could easily just chase them down once they're able to transition with broken windows. So seems like, yeah, all of them broken windows, so there's no rescuer on site here, Eli, as well.
Yeah, so that means 4 broken windows. Bloody Queen is actually the perfect play now. So that ends up being a perfect call from Dongxuan here. Let's see where he goes first. Looks like he's actually going to tunnel Acrobat. And without Flywheel, obviously you do have those bombs to potentially cut out the mirrors, but without Flywheel, it's increasingly more difficult. Does he see the Acrobat in the distance? It's very hard to spot out survivors in this cornfield area, and it looks like he does not see where Acrobat is rotating here. So Dongxuan actually going for Shaq, not paying off. This is why I'm a little surprised he didn't go straight for Ento first, as Ento's a pretty easy chase target, and it's kind of sort of in the middle of the map, which makes it easy to chase. Mirror onto the forward here. Forward's just going to use that football to avoid getting hit. And yeah, forward's kind of the one target you can't really chase here as a Bloody Queen.
Yeah, and now that actually means that Long knows that, all right, he spots out the forward. It's going to be the Entomologist. Again, a few seconds that has been bought. Still doing really well for the Survivor since no one is injured just yet. And they don't know the trait, but I'm pretty sure they're going to know it's going to be Blink in a matter of time. But Long still running the routes, using the bees just for that little bit of speed boost. But now a pincer situation. He's going to hit him outside the bees with a Blink ready to use, Eli.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to switch places, continuing after the Entomologist. And yeah, it looks like Ford is in the area as well. So no excitement here. Ford just going to... Okay, it looks like he's just going to take down the bees here. Still has a mirror available in about 2 seconds. Will he go for the blink, or is he going to try to hold it? You typically want to hold your blink in this situation because Ford's going to come for the stun here. Isn't able to get it. Gets a free hit onto the Ford. This will actually allow the Entomologist to kite out this mirror image and create some distance, so the trade-off might actually be valuable. I think it actually ends up working out for Wave. I was going to say, you want to hold your blink. You can potentially use your blink to go for a pickup and blink away, but he can actually just use it now. Goes for the blink and does get the down onto the Entomologist here, and Forward is injured and not in the area to harass, so this is definitely looking like a drawn position.
We do see that the Forward is actually getting healed up, but Hui is actually here for the harass, so this actually buys a little time. We're going to see him try to shove him away from that rocket chair, but now gets the drop, and now let's see if he's going to be able to get the disarm. He's able to hit him once again, so Long able to kite this one out, but no more bees. Charged up attack, gets the Entomologist down once again, but he's picked up at this pallet side, so it seems like Hui might actually have to, be careful. Uh-oh. Unable to get the pallet. I love how he's able to pick him up, actually suck the Survivor away from that pallet, and now first chair goes to Entomologist.
Yeah, and it looks like he is just going to mirror onto this Antiquarian, trying to get... We see that broken window speed was actually having a nice effect there to avoid giving that free hit. Ford is coming in for the save. Again, no Tide Turner available right now. And yeah, I mean, it's fine still for Dongchuan. As long as he's able to get a tie here, he's in a good position. We do see that rescue without Tide, and Entomologist does not have any bees back. Does get that mirror in trap. Ford comes for the stun again. Actually cancels out the mirror, because if you instant stun as he's putting up the mirror, it actually cancels it out. And Ford's going to replace the Survivor on the chair, which is actually more beneficial for the Survivors.
Yeah, so now Long is just miles away from Dongchuan, but now the mirror is going to be ready. Hui is in the area here. Let's see if he's going to get a stun. Unfortunately, unable to get it. Gets the rescue off the Forward. They both have items here to prolong this kite. It seems like Dongchuan is going to try and go after this Antiquarian. So let's see how the mind games are going to be played. There's going to be oh my goodness, tried to go for this arm, and now this allows Hui to rotate towards the middle side. Mirror is Mirror has still on cooldown, and Dongchuan, unfortunately for him, gets the long hit into the Antiquarian, and Antiquarian now is going to be the one that's down.
And it looks like yeah, it's gonna... So they're kind of just trading blows here. And so this actually just works out really nicely for... I mean, it really looked like Bloody Queen was going to be so strong in this position with no flywheel and just no Tide Turner in general. But it looks like Entomologist actually picks up a bot as well, so you can use that to push that Cypher Machine of Dongchuan off to go for a mirror. The bot can safely take the hit. No, actually just going to use it to heal up instead, so using it as a syringe effect. We are going to see the rescue on to the Antiquarian. No Tide Turner available, so it's really hard for the rebound here. Goes for the down here, no stick available as well, so a second down onto the Antiquarian, and Cyphers are not yet ready. And because there's no Mercenary and no First Officer and just no stable rescuer in general, they don't have a safe rescue option besides the Entomologist. But now he can actually just switch to him. Normally he can kick the Cypher Machine, and he knows he'll be in a drawn position.
Oh, it seems like he's just chasing. That's actually that'll be a great idea. We do see that the rescue does happen, and Dongchuan now popping up that mirror. Entomologist is there, so he's gonna have to switch sides. Is he able to get the Antiquarian? He's able to get it, so now he's just gonna try to force him to go pick up on this pallet. This is gonna be tough, and it seems like the Antiquarian will be flying out of this game. Oh, he's just trying to destroy the bot first before he tries and chair this Antiquarian. But last Cypher at 61%. Dongchuan working towards a tie here.
Yeah, and it looks like they're gonna stop and heal up. This is the correct play. You don't want to push the Cypher Machine too hard right now, because if you do that, you could get mirrored on, you get it down, and then you have an injured Survivor, and it creates a really good position. So they're gonna hide away, they're gonna heal up, and no one's gonna push any Cyphers when they do this. This is a very intelligent play from Weibo, because think about it this way, right? If you go for the heal and Entomologist gets found while decoding, then you're going to have someone, Dongchuan's able to apply pressure and they have less time to actually heal up. But he actually finds where they're healing all the way at Cornfield. We're going to see mirror image, unfortunately, might be wasted as the forward is able to avoid that with the football here. And yeah, it's really just a matter of time. Is he going to go for the blink here, or is he go straight for the back? Goes for the swing. Doesn't even need a mirror or a blink. That's actually really important. He's going to go straight for the teleport here. So all of a sudden, Dongchuan actually could potentially go for a win here with Bloody Queen.
Yeah, just strong, decisive blink there. Teleport. You rarely see that, but now Entomologist is gonna have to eat that hit. Forward might have to be used. He might use his force heal just for them to open up another cipher. But Eli, I'm not liking the progress on these ciphers. One is at 69%, the other one at 5%. So it's gonna be a tough chase for any, a tough kite for any of these survivors, because as we speak, Dongchuan has gotten a foothold on this match. Everyone is injured, so one hit away from falling down. Only the Acrobat has not seen a rocket chair just yet, and now a mirror hit onto the Entomologist.
Yeah, we are going to see gets the down there. Again, no stable rescuer as of right now, so the only real game plan is they can prime the Cypher Machine, but you have to have, Ford does have a syringe here, so this is risky. There's a huge trade-off of what's going to happen right now. Dongchuan's either able to cut off this Ford from a distance. The thing is, if Ford goes for a heal with the syringe, doesn't even make the chair in time. This is Entomologist's second chair.
Right.
So I don't even know if Ford has enough time to go for this play. So Dongchuan, he's going to go for the mirror angle change, does not see the forward, and now Ford's going to attempt the rescue. Can he get the mirror hit from the distance? Does get it from the distance. Cypher Machine is primed though. I think they can still potentially get this. He's gonna go for the charge attack just to knock him back. Can he get it before he dies? No, he doesn't get the rescue. He doesn't get it. That charge attack pushed him back even farther. For those of you who don't know, when you actually go for a charge attack as Bloody Queen, you knock the survivor back farther than you would with a basic hit. So that extra little distance there, making all the difference. Gets the down, still has teleport available. He can go to this exit gate. He knows Ford doesn't have self-heal. This is going to be a 4-kill with Bloody Queen.
I know, and also considering that Acrobat can't even open up the exit gate in time, this is a huge play on Dongchuan. Just that charge up attack, turning the tides way in his favor. He was already working towards a tie game and unable to get the victory, unable to get it. Wow, just the charge up attack. That active hitbox is just insane. And Dongchuan getting a 4K with the BQ, a feat we have not seen just yet, but leave it up to Dongchuan to turn the tie queen into a 4K queen. My goodness, Weibo's survivors seemed like they were ready for it, but Dongchuan had other plans.
And that is again why we see Dongchuan being one of the best hunters in the world, if not the best. Getting a 4-kill with the most standard tie hunter in the game. I mean, it is so hard. We talk about Bonbon and Bloody Queen. It's so hard to win with these hunters. He's able to get a 4-kill with Bloody Queen here. I mean, in the third round, it looked like it was going to be a drawn game. It was a drawn position. But that Bloody Queen ended up being the perfect call. And after they started to trade shares as well, it looked like it was going to be fine for the survivors, maybe even winning position, because, you know, he kept losing the survivor that would have been dead on chair or would have had only one more chair to go. But it doesn't matter. Without Flywheel, it's so hard to cut out mirror images. He's able to hit almost every single mirror. He's able to constantly apply pressure. Just that map pressure throughout the entire match is just so impressive. And yeah, that the Bloody Queen was the perfect call right now.
Yeah, we were already concerned from the get-go when we saw the personas, right? No tide turners, all broken windows, no flywheels as well. Really heavily lean. I mean, this was just the perfect storm of events for Dongchuan. I want to ask you, Eli, what was the point where we have to highlight where Dongchuan was able to actually secure this big victory, I would have to say. And now it seems like they're all tied up. They just need to be able to secure. They're more than ready to secure this round, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you see for this match, overall, pretty high containment time from 3 of the survivors, obviously trading shares. Forward, you know, obviously you'd think that, you know, why is Forward going for these stuns in the open? He's able to cancel mirrors, he's able to trade shares with the first chase, which was the Entomologist on the first chase. Yeah, so that was a pretty big factor, but just no tide turners. Survivors go down quickly. There's no bot time there. And it works out perfectly. I mean, there's nothing you can do with no flywheel. There's no way to kite a mirror. There's no support there's no anti-BQ characters. So he takes a gamble saying, okay, I'm going to play BQ here, assuming that they're all playing Broken Windows in preparation of Clerk. And then none of them even bringing Tide Turner for that matter. It's just, it ends up being the perfect team comp for Bloody Queen to play against.
Yeah, and I mean, like you pointed out, like, you know, just the musical chairs, them taking turns, kind of bought enough time. But once Iron wasn't able to get that rescue, It just seemed like they really tried to go all in on that. I thought that they were just going to go for the pop. So now the only time for that Weibo to get a win here is for YMM to actually get a 5-point game, and that seems very unlikely because of how insane the survivors are slowly catching up to his Naiad. There are going to be more bans on his side, and he needs to get a 5-point game. If not, Dongchuan able to secure just I would say an easy layup for his survivor team, and it just shows that I guess he's like the scariest type of hunter because he actually gets better as the rounds progress, and that's terrifying.
It's so interesting to see how you as Doe, you drop the first round 8-1, and then you barely win the round by a single escape in the second round, and then after one single strong hunter match, you're in a position where every single result besides a 5-0, you win the series after losing 8-1 in the first round and barely taking the second one. So it's so incredible how this game can just shift up like that. And you see the two mascots.
They're playing. I thought they were pushing each other. I don't know. Should we deem them like the comeback kings here? Because this is not the first time they've done this.
No, yeah, this happened in their first match against ACT as well, where they were down after the first round and still came back. But even this one, this is even a bigger deficit, an 8-1 deficit, and all of a sudden they just need a single survivor out. They need a single point from this match, and they will be winning. I mean, what an insane comeback.
Yeah, I think this is a good example of like a game that you're like, all right, you see the first round, all right, I'm going to go get some food, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and you come back, it's like, wait, they're able to win, and not just win, but in round number 3 in emphatic fashion. That's why it's super important for each and every one of you to tune into every game, because you have teams like Weibo Gaming to be able to turn the tides like this, and now all the pressure is on YMM's side. He, statistically speaking, has not performed so well in the third round. Like, I think the best he's gone, I'm looking at his stats here, is just ties. He has one in the qualifiers, he's got 1 tie, 1 win, 1 loss. So he's gonna have to go above and beyond here for them to claim victory here. Again, they are the ones to lead in the charge here of their groups. So again, if they lose to the Wu, it's still their first loss, so it's still a-okay, but it's a tough task ahead.
And so for Weibo Gaming, I think it's really important that it's just for YM. I mean, they're going to ban. It's really interesting because I think going into this matchup, going into this round 3, Doe is thinking, okay, we're just going to ban character like Naiad and Dreamwitch. But now that they only need 1 survivor escape, they might actually just even give Naiad. It's kind of risky because you still have Clerk. You don't really want to give. You have 2 options. You can go Clerk, Dreamwitch ban because those are the most 4-kill hunter potential hunters with the most 4. The hunters with the most 4-kill potential. Yeah, English grammar 101. But it looks like he's going to ban Embalmer and Mechanic right away. So he's just eliminating, and yeah, they are going to ban the 2 4-kill hunters here. They're getting rid of the two sort of tie survivors, being the Mechanic and the Embalmer.
This actually opens up stunners for Doe to pick up, right? So I think, they're just going to force his hand to just go for the Naiad again. And it seems like, wow, actually going to go for Mercenary and Barmaid. Again, Doe just needs survivability. I think that's what they're going to play this conservatively. They just want to go for the end game pop and just get at least one person out the gate. Again, it would be great if they can get more, but I think as of this moment, they just need one and done, and that's going to be good. So YMM, all the pressure is on him. So it seems like he's going to ban the Toy Merchant and Psychologist next.
Barmaid here is interesting, and I never thought I'd really say this, but I think the idea of Barmaid is that if YMM has, because you wouldn't really care, Barmaid against something like Naiad isn't that strong, but I think it's mainly aiming for if YMM pulls out a character like Hermit, or if he plays Photographer, because that we have seen that before, where he would play in a situation like this where you have to 4-kill and all the other Wind Hunters are banned. He tries to pull out a character like Photographer. Barmaid is actually quite strong against Photo because she can heal through those odd numbers, that odd ship damage. So I think that's probably the idea with Barmaid here.
So now, will he try and go for that Photographer again? A call back to his COA 3 performance when he was still at 5 HS. So we're just gonna have to see how that's gonna come in. Yeah, because it's interesting because Barmaid usually comes out when Dreamwitch is gonna come out, so it kind of maybe forces him to play Naiad just so it counters Barmaid. But It seems like they have his Naiad's number, and it hasn't performed well in the previous match. And for him to get a 4K, Naiad doesn't necessarily scream that because she's mainly just very conservative. Again, he was able to do it in hospital, but then I think the stars just aligned. Oh God, did that mascot fall down? I just saw him kind of trip.
The other thing with the other thing with this comp as well is you can't really play photo here just because like. Maybe because since Weibo Gaming's already sort of secured a spot, maybe he'll just play Photo and just a do or die hunter. But the problem is Photo is so weak. Antiquarian hard counters Photo. Prospector is very strong against Photo. Barmaid counters Photo. So this entire comp is not good for Photographer at all. And then I think he'll probably just end up playing Naiad here. That has to be
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's not even that he has to play aggressive, but it's just that. Oh, he's gonna go Wax Artist. That's also an option, yeah. So
how can we forget? Oh my God, Eli, one of your favorite characters. We're just so focused on Naiad. I was, not gonna lie, I really wanted a Photo match, but you know, I think he wants to be able to go for stability, and yeah, this hunter could definitely do that. Wax Art in the Lakeside. How do you feel about that?
It's not the best map, but it's also not too bad, just because it is certain areas are very open, which makes it very easy to hit wax bombs and things like that. But yeah, it's definitely not one of the better maps. Something like Chinatown, Eversleeping Town, Moonlit are typically stronger, but Lakeside is still playable for Wax, so it's not too bad. It's sort of like the neutral map, I guess, out of all the maps for Wax. So it looks like we're gonna see the L spawn with the Barmaid taking Shack, and I believe that was I couldn't see. I imagine probably Prospector Big Boat, and then I think it looks like we're gonna see.
They can't even salute. Yeah. Oh God. They're fighting too much. The coaches have to, give this sign of respect. Wow. So it seems like the mascots might be the MVPs for this one. But we digress, folks. This is going to be do or die time. No more match number 4. YMM needs a 4K or nothing, just for him to be able to win this. If at least one survivor exits the gate or the dungeon, that means Dou secures a victory and they secure their spot in the first place seed. First place in Group C at least.
It looks like we're going to see triple five. The other thing I was thinking about as well is that Photo is also really bad on Lakeside. This is one of the weaker Photographer maps as well. So that also wouldn't make sense now that I think about it. But yeah, so it looks like
if I may ask, what's a good map for Photo?
Typically smaller maps. It's very easy to get around the map and find, because you want to get as many finds in Photo World as possible, right? So a smaller map is easier to find as many survivors as possible. Something like Arms Factory or Red Church. Actually, Red Church is probably the best, because it's the smallest map in the game, and it's also not a lot of hiding places. So, but it looks like triple flywheel, as we talked about. So this is really going to be beneficial for the hunter side. I think the triple flywheel is more prepared for Naiad or Geisha, and the Wax Artist being a bit of a surprise pick. We actually see Peepers on Wax, which talking about Peepers on Wax is not that strong, but it's a kind of a do or die situation. So you have to play an aggressive play style here.
Yeah, he's dropping down the Peepers just so that he'll have vision in this area. And you gotta love how Silver, she was, all right, I'll take this kite. I'm gonna just be out in the open. And YMM now gaining some wax onto him. It's still gonna be a tough chase, since this is a spot where you can break line of sight. Luckily, he was able to break down that pallet. Let's see if he's gonna block out the window. It seems like Silver, she's still running the routes here, 80%. Flywheel is not ready yet. He's gonna drop a Peeper just so he'll have vision, and we're almost at the 100% mark. Can he get it down? And yes, he does.
Yeah, so two things need to happen. You need to see either Flywheel the 100 wax, or he needs to stun as he's reaching 100, so the hunter is disarmed. And they do know he doesn't have blink, and he's gonna camp. We're gonna see a pallet camp from the Barmaid, able to get that stun there. And you know, we see again why it's like, oh, Barmaid actually runs in to the wax source. You see why blink is so much stronger, because now you're in a situation where they know he doesn't have blink, they know he has Peepers, so it's a lot safer here. Gonna use that speed drink, which actually won't matter. He can just get a lot of free wax here, get a free hit onto the Barmaid. He's going to start that drink here, but we're going to see the wax one to put up to 97. It's really risky though, because you can flywheel this. Yeah, you can flywheel to 97. That's the problem. But already can get a lot of wax here. He's going to get the freeze, and he's going to get the hit before the drink activates.
Yeah, so that was super important, right? The drink was kind of close to finishing out, but for him to be able to down Nan before the drink got out begs the question if that stun was kind of worth it, running straight into him. Yes, Antiquarian was giving him a hard time when it was about to fall down, but it seemed like Silver Shea got it down pat. So now dropping down a Peeper just to make sure his presence are felt, but it just seems like, yeah, I don't know if they're going to try and go for a risky rescue here. Ihua is just feeding that tinnitus. This just allows them to pop ciphers here, and YMM needs to play for that 4K, and Dou could just play this super conservatively and just try and go for a full blood rescue or like super close to the halfway mark.
Right, and it looks like I mean, again, they only need to get one out the gate, so they're just trying to play conservatively. A backdoor rescue, yeah, from the mercenary here. It is after half, unfortunately, for the Dou survivors, but it's still able to get the save here is really important. It looks like Barman just doesn't mind taking it. She's just going to die as far away as she can from all the Cypher machines. Again, keeping in mind that they just need to get one out. He's going to go for a Wax Bomb onto that Cypher. Does get it, so it's going to slow down the Cypher Rush a little bit, but you see a lot of Cypher progress. We have 3 Cyphers, two of them about to pop here, and the last one above 50% already.
You can see how aggressive that they are. They just want to push for the end game and push for that exit gate, because yeah, Wax Artist doesn't necessarily, especially bringing peepers. I was surprised. I thought he'd go for Blink or Teleport.
Well, the thing is with Blink, yeah, normally you would go for Blink, but Blink is just way more conservative. Blink is not very aggressive because Blink is for securing downs within like 60 seconds, you know? And then Teleport actually is fine as well. Teleport's very aggressive, so that's personally something that I like to play on big maps, especially for rank. But yeah, like with Teleport. But Blink is, yeah, Blink's just very conservative, so it's like you can get it down within 60 seconds, but you don't have the peepers. You don't have peepers to like drop on ciphers to slow down Cypher Rush, and then you don't have Teleport for pressuring ciphers or pressuring having map pressure. But Teleport, yeah, typically would also make a lot of sense, especially on a large map. But the peepers, yeah, it's just
it hasn't
obviously, yeah.
The peepers, like, I think, yeah, I was gonna finish your thought there. We haven't seen an effective peeper camp yet on the ciphers, just because these survivors are so spread out, and this prospector really utilizing the boat to its full effect here, and he's still got magnets to use. He'd gladly just take that wax, and now we're playing for that end game pop already. It's at 86%, and this prospector still has yet to get hit. So we're at 94. Flywheel's out too early.
Cancels attack recovery, but gets the push, but knocks himself off instead. And yeah, he has to stay alive until the Cypher's ready. Keep in mind, Poch, it's not. They have a different one at 30%. So, and he's gonna go for the wax here. Can they actually prime this Cypher?
He's not able to wax.
No, it's not even
yet.
Well, it's not even the right Cypher. The middle one's the last one here.
So yeah, Mercenary though. They just go for that pop, and now ZYJ is up. So it doesn't really matter with that. That scramble was in favor of YMM because now they're pushing for the exit gates. He still needs to down 3 more survivors. But Prospector, he is injured, but we're playing with detention though.
Yeah, and it's Kira's decision. He actually opts to not go. He can actually walk through the pallet because if he does get pallet stun, he will go down to the hot wax. He actually is going to teleport. You have to teleport. You have to go for a 4 kill, so you might as well take this aggressive route here. And it looks like it is the Mercenary. That's unfortunately the weakest target for YMM right now is Mercenary. He knows there's no blink. He knows there's no option to get him down, so he can just spam these pallets, use these windows. Still has an elbow pad to work with, and of course can take multiple hits here. So let's see what is going to happen. Just going to wax off the Mercenary. He's going to try to freeze the Mercenary and then switch to hot wax, get the chip, the basic hit on him, and then go for the detention.
And as that's happening, Prospector is back up. We see that the Antiquarian has already opened up the exit gate. Mercenary already close to, couldn't get the detention in, and Eli, the dungeon is already there. He's gonna get cut off, but it's a good done deal that Dou was able to secure this victory. But YMM, Moral Victory, is able to get the Mercenary down for at least a tied game. So again, victory goes to Dou, the comeback kings, for them to be able to create such an amazing opportunity for Dongxuan creating that amazing opportunity for their survivor side. Huge congrats to Dou, but Weibo Gaming still giving them a tough time in the early rounds.
Yeah, and you see Dou able to make that comeback over YMM and Weibo Gaming here. And just the big deal breaker, that 4 survivor elimination with the Bloody Queen here. So Dongxuan really showing why he's arguably one of the best hunters in the world, if not the best. And we talk about this so much. When was the last time we've seen a Bloody Queen with a 4 elimination in competitive? That almost never happens.
Yeah, especially in this meta. She's definitely fallen down in terms of priority. And for Dongxuan to be able to do that, it was just a masterclass, I would have to say, in terms of the picks and bans. It just, shout outs to their coach Billy for them to be able to come up with that. And again, you know, you can also look back at how well he played that Bloody Queen. Like, there were a lot of effective mirror hits. And that just kind of set up the stage for those survivors to pick up the pieces and kind of go for that easy layup, and for them to go for that easy two-man escape. Considering how crazy the first round went, it's not how you start, ladies and gentlemen, it's how you finish. And Dowu tonight finished on top of their group.
Absolutely. And yeah, they will be advancing to, I think it's now what, 3-0? If I was, is that
3-0? Yep.
3-0, yeah. So they will be most likely securing this first spot in Group C, which means, yeah. Again, in this matchup we talked about, Dowu and Weibo, this has happened before. This matchup has happened quite often, and Dowu has come out on top again. So they've just consistently been able to take down Weibo Gaming here. And it looks like they're behind. It looks like a really strong start for Weibo. Looked very good for them, and Dowu just able to work right back out of it, same as they did with ACT. They seem to struggle in that first round. When it comes to the later rounds, they consistently are able to win 2 in a row, and that's how they've been able to win their matches thus far.
Makes me think, like, do they take more risks in round number 1, then they just kind of wake up in round number 2, then just take it home in round number 3? It's kind of like they're playing with fire, but hey, it makes for interesting matches. And speaking of Dowu, their last match, Eli, is going to be on April 17 against Scars, while Weibo's last match, actually they're the last ones to close out the entire group stage. They're gonna their final match is on April 18. They're the last match of the day. They go up against ACT, so that's going to be another I would say incredible match, because we've seen this matchup play out time and time again. ACT was actually the one to send to give the first loss to Weibo in the qualifiers. So that's maybe another redemption game for Weibo here. But it seems like Dowu still has their number, and they are victorious in this matchup.
Sure. So, yeah, I think looking at how this group is completely shifting up. So we have Dowu in first. It's most likely going to be Dowu first, Weibo Gaming in second. And then it's really going to come down to, I think it's Scars and ACT, right, fighting for that third spot. And I believe Scars most likely will be finishing above them. That's what it appears to be as of right now. So yeah, we do have the so Scars currently will be in that third, and ACT actually going to be in fourth. I think a lot of people had ACT being higher than Scars, but again, see that Japanese region teams really starting to take over and just find their way into this global stage, taking down some of these mainland China teams. So I'd imagine it's going to be Dowu, Weibo, and Scars as the 3 teams from Group C.
Yeah, and I think you were the one that brought up this statistic. Like, all the Japanese teams are kind of safe as of now, depending on how the group stage kind of shakes up for the next 3 days. But it just shows, there are teams to look out for outside the Chinese mainland region, and Japan, since this is their they started IJL last year, right? So they've definitely been leveling up and leveling the playing field with these Chinese mainland teams. So again, amazing performance on the survivor side of Dowu for them to just be able to get a conservative tie. That is their win condition. Because of how well Dongshuan played. I wouldn't be surprised if I would be kind of surprised if Dongshuan didn't get MVP, because 4K BQ, I think that's warranted to get best deduction.
Yeah, and especially because it's Bloody Queen. It's just such a hard hunter to win with. And yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, it looks like every single Japanese team will be advancing to the playoffs, knocking out some of these mainland China teams. We've seen Group A, RC most likely will be knocking out GW. We have in Group C, Scars knocking out ACT and Reborn if things continue the way they look. And if Weibo does take down ACT in the long run, which obviously ACT was able to win before, and if you look at the points there, you see they're tied on points, and that's after Dongshuan 4 kills in the last round. They're still tied on points, and of course it does come down to rounds, though. Dowu is able to take that. And then of course Zeta Division, easily one of the best teams from Japan, if not the best, is finding themselves in that second spot over in Group D. But yeah, even if it wasn't for that 4 kill, and for example, let's say Dongshuan gets a 3 kill, and the survivors of Weibo only get a tie here, Dowu would have actually lost on points and still won. And so it's not every day that you see the win and the loss and the points being the same. But yeah, Dowu just taking this one with 2 round victories in a row.
Yeah, just shattering records and shattering expectations left and right. And yeah, I do want to highlight the survivors, because like in round number 2, they were the ones to kind of pave the way here, but leave it up to the comeback king himself, one of the goats of Identity 5 here, Dongshuan, getting a perfect Bloody Queen game of 4K. I mean, just from the picks and bans alone, he really was able to just counter the composition that Weibo had in front of him. So congrats, Dong Xuan, you get best deduction.
Yeah, so average elimination is 2.3. We saw it, did allow a 3-star escape in the first round. Of course, it is Sacred Heart Hospital. Very difficult to win there. And then from there on, almost able to win that second round with the Clerk. Did fall a little bit short and was just able to get a tie, but then a 4-kill with Bloody Queen. And we are going to get into our interview now.
Introducing best translator Chocho.
Yeah, what's up?
Hello， 可以啊，就
Yeah, Dongxuan's being very shy right now.
我是男。欢迎两位，今天比赛打的真的是非常非常的精彩，完成了一波
Today's match is actually very
先来和
exciting.
我们说一下现在的心情吧，有没有稍微
So how are you feeling right now?
学妹？
就很刺激嘛。
Very exciting, Dongxuan said. Nan also said the same as well.
又是让我们的粉丝住进了 ICU 里啊！那今天在面对到非常熟悉的对手的时候，
Yeah,
有没
and
有
now
没有
you
对他们
face
近期的表
against
现做一
WBG, a
些
very
针对
familiar
性的调
face.
整呢？
So was there any things prepared beforehand?
那求胜者这一边呢，针对到对面非常强劲的一个监管者，有没有做出哪些准备？
Knowing that Hunter YMM is very strong, what was the preparation like?
今天确实表
Nan
现
said
非常
yes,
不
there
错
is
嘛。
preparation
那想问一
Spain.
下，你们在第一局有这么大的
In the
劣
first
势的一个
match,
情况之下，
when you guys
在
had
对
a
战的时候有没有
huge
做
point
出哪些
disadvantage,
状态啊、心态的调整呢？
were there any like, what was like the backstage preparation like how you guys feeling, how you guys adjust feelings wise, and he said yes, there is an adjustment.
就后面打好就行了。往前看了，那学
Yeah,
妹第一局
just
红蝶
hopefully
对
BO2 and
这么难
BO3
受
would play
你是怎
well,
么样去
and
进行一个
yeah,
调整？
Nan is man of little words.
No words.
吃亏了一下嘛，就毕竟少打了这个阵容，然后就总结经验，然后后面就不让他们打那么舒服就行。
那下一个问题问到答，在第二局的
Okay,
时候，
Dongxuan
选出了一个教授，
not much said there lah, but
是已经想到对面会选择到鱼女吗？
do you guys expect that Hunter will be choosing
也
Inayat?
是看到被挂了2波地下室嘛，那个时候对面是怎么样
That 2 basement chairing. How you guys plan on rescuing?
岛上2楼，看看可以帮忙，可以拖下时间。
Alright, so there was double rescue being psychologist as well as Prospector. So Prospector was upstairs giving pressure.
是一些细节上面的处理做的还是非常不错的。那个3
But he said there's nothing much lah.
拿下了一个大分嘛。那在第3局当中，学妹
Man, his hand is disappearing.
Yeah, he's very shy.
在 BP 方面可能并不占优势的一个选择吧。你自己是怎么样去思考的呢？
What was the thought process?
对面阵容
Opponents, team com.
主握手掉。
Yeah, it's actually quite common, so he's actually not too surprised, so he knew how to handle against them.
怎么样去思考自己后续的一个控场，然后把这个雪球慢慢滚起来的？
How was the map control like and the snowballing effect?
BO3 就前期不是
In
很舒
BO3?
服，但是也不是很劣势，就尽量
It was quite.
失误减少就好了。
It was bad, but it wasn't too bad.
是非常漂亮的一个4抓，基本上就是帮助你们奠定了一个。
It was just survivors giving chance, and he just took it, and it turned to a 4 elimination.
第2局记录员，然后第3局夫人，到底是怎么样才能做到每一刀都打到自己想要打的人身上的？
How do you manage to get such accurate hits onto survivors, even though there was a body block situation?
就还是多练习一下，多实
呃
刀气，然后这样就比较
Train more, get familiar with the attack recovery kind of situations, the attack effect on each hunter.
接下来马上
Question to both of them now.
C 组唯一一支海外赛区的战队了，有没有一些
Okay, so you guys will be facing a outside region team. So what were the preparation? What are the preparations?
毕竟是国外队伍，我们也没怎么交手过。
So because we haven't really faced with them before, so it's a new team. So we'll make the necessary preparations.
尽量拿下吧。
We'll try our best to win the next match.
那接下来的话，也是有请我们今天斗5幸运的粉丝上台。
Alright, so we'll be having the Dou fan come onto the stage for this short interview.
欢迎欢迎。
But we see today's plushie is a new one, female dancer, I think.
Yeah.
Those mascot is so cute. My goodness. I'm so sorry. Dancing.
感觉怎么样？
How is it going into ICU? Because the first match was a huge
跌宕
disadvantage.
起伏吧，就是特别想问斗5有没有卖他们牌子的救心丸。
Oh, 救心丸 is like emergency pill, something to use to like revive someone.
然后选妹的是一如既往发挥的非常稳，然后
选妹 is Dongxuan performed very stably.
调整的还是非常快的。
And the adjustments from the survivor as well as hunter side of Dou was quite fast and good, which kind of led them to win. All the best in COA. And hope everybody can get your respective MVPs that you want, and all the best to the rest of the match. Thanking them, the plushie, female dancer, and the photo taking as usual, and it will be passed back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Chocho.
No problem.
Right, yeah, look at that mascot, man. Just playing in a different level. Just insane. But yeah, thank you so much again, Chocho, for the translation. Again, meant a few words. Dongxuan and Nan just playing to their best effect. But yeah, I mean, too close for comfort, Eli, I'd have to say. I mean, you as one of the minds of Identity 5, I don't know how you'd feel if your players only clutch it out in second or third round, but it seems like that's the going trend for Dou.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a lot of high stress when that happens. But, you know, considering that both these teams pretty much have already secured themselves a spot in playoffs, I think probably a little bit less pressure overall. But yeah, still the comeback there is just very impressive. Very nice to see, which means, again, Golden Apples are continuing to stay strong here. So it's looking pretty good for the most part, I would say.
For me,
yeah.
I think in Group C I kind of put Scars. I put ACT over Scars. I think that was my bad. But hey, I'm not.
Oh, I also did that too, right? Which ended up not being right.
But you put Dou first.
I did put Dou first.
Same. Okay. I copied you. I'm kidding. No, I didn't. I watched the video, so do watch that. I'm just a slut plug for my man here on his YouTube channel. Just check it out, guys. But yeah, you were saying?
For sure, yeah. So, but yeah, Dou able to hold on. We see why, you know, typically Dou and Wolves have been like sort of the strongest two out of China, and we see that Dou continues to be one of those strongest teams here. So yeah, let's see if they're able to hold on and go for a win in this COA.
Yeah, they definitely etched their. I mean, they've stamped their seal on the playoffs now. It's just that I like how the survivors are also, because we've known Dou as like a Dongxuan team, right? But now it's like the survivors. That's always the case, right? We have to highlight the survivors when they perform really well. And in round number 2, they kind of did, because they had to be the one to do the carrying. Because if they did not, it would have been an easy 2-0. So I can't wait to see that. I would say though, if we look at for you in the group stage, who do you think is the most complete team that's both good hunter side and survivor side?
Probably Wolves, because and this is why they're probably the best team right now in the overall, is that obviously they have a very strong survivor side, arguably the best survivor side in the world, and then also Alex is usually a pretty consistent hunter, I would say. Sometimes he does, you know, he'll drop a few games here and there, but has been very consistent and definitely one of the stronger hunters from Japan. I would say Zeta as well, but sometimes the early round, like the round 1, has been a struggle for Zeta Division. So that's sort of been their least. That sort of makes them not quite as consistent as Wolves, in my opinion. So I definitely think that Wolves is probably the most well-rounded.
I'll just add to that since we're kind of claiming that. I mean, GG also performs pretty well. I would say Xiaoma is also very consistent. Again, the IVL finals was GG and Wolves, right? Who's to say that could be it? But I think Zeta also, I mean, they are the top team in Japan, and I think they won back-to-back IJLs. So I could actually see them as the top 3. How about you?
Yeah, I think top 3 most likely is, I would say if I had to choose right now, probably Wolves, Dou, and Zeta. But yeah, I mean, it's still possible for some other teams. I think GG probably is a strong 4th, but that's just my opinion. And then probably maybe RC 5th. Okay. That would probably that's probably how it would look out. So there's 3 Chinese teams and 2 Japanese teams. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely still up in the air here. Keep in mind there is a Constellation
Apples.
Championships as well, so it's going to be a 3rd and 4th spot and then a 1st and 2nd spot.
Yeah, there's going to be more apples to be given away, especially when
that as well,
right? So hopefully we'll see how the rest of the group stage plays out, but we're going to shift things over to today's results. Again, a pretty fast day. I mean, Usually we're at the 9 p.m., 8 p.m. mark, wherever you guys are at the world. Match 1, 2, and 3 both ended in a 2-0. Wolves getting one over MS. We have GG getting one over B4U, and FL getting one over ZT, while the main event really delivered to its standards here. Weibo Gaming versus Dowu, with Dowu on top with a tied game, but they were able to win 2 rounds. But now here are the rankings, Eli. Again, I want chat to let me know how their apples are doing. So far, I think you and me, we're kind of okay. Again, Group B, we did say that, yeah, 2 Japan teams in the 3rd place slot is going to be up for grabs. Group A also is kind of shaping up to how things are supposed to be. And yeah, no contention with Group D, but what are your thoughts on how the rankings are playing out now?
Yeah, so it's I think it's looking pretty accurate for the most part. We see both the Japanese teams in first over in Group B. We see GG and FPX as predicted over the 1st and 2nd spots, with RC a close 3rd, but definitely possible for RC to step it up and jump into 2nd place. Dowu, Weibo, and Scars, of course, between ACT and Scars, that's quite close, but Scars was able to go out on top there, and then Dowu and Weibo, of course, in 1st and 2nd, and then Wolves and Zeta Division in the first 2 spots, which is definitely what we had predicted for that Group D. For tomorrow's matches, we do have ACT versus Reborn, and we have GH versus GR. Actually, for the GH matchup, of course, actually for the entire day, actually I'll get into the second, but for AXC and for OM, for the 3rd match in RC and GW. I just wanted to say, again, we talked about this before, but for those of you who are in Thailand, they will be having an offline viewing party for that as well. So don't forget to check that out if you are.
Yeah, you're going to be there, right? Or
I will.
You're going to be in the next... Okay, cool. So you'll meet Eli there. I'm pretty sure he's pretty tall, so you're going to stick out like a sore thumb. So do say what's up to Eli. I just want to give a quick shout out to the chat. Again, officially Muse here, Queen Sao Sana is here, Salty B. I saw Chocho also hop into chat again, best translator Chocho. Seeing Jen 11 is there, Black Cat, Nerpshi. Big shout outs to each and every one of you. I'm giving the shout outs on Eli's behalf too. But Eli, any message you want to give to anyone before we sign out?
Yeah, just you know, thank you everyone, of course, for being here as always. Thank you everyone for the support. The positive energy is always nice. And yeah, just continue to keep supporting your favorite team. Obviously, try to you know, everyone's out here trying their best. Everyone's trying to put up a good show for you guys here. Keep in mind, playing on the global stage is extremely stressful. Just playing in tournaments in general, but when you're in front of all these people, it's quite challenging. So keep that in mind as well when you're watching and trying to learn from these players.
Yeah, again, each and every year, right? We talked about how COA is stepping it up, and also it's for the entertainment of everyone. At the end of the day, it's like it's a game that we all love and we want to promote, and that we want to help grow bigger to reward the players and the people behind the scenes. So with that being said, folks, thank you so much for tuning into day 7 of the group stage. That's Eli O. I'm Potch Spice. We'll see you in day number 8 of Call of the Abyss group stage. See you. Good night.
And starts to catch, to spark the rising up. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop, I'm not gonna break, no. I'm a fire.